Well, I don't see the countdown. I think we're just...
Oh no, we lost Robin. Uh-oh. Well, hey, welcome everybody that's just actually wondering what's going on. Robin is having some difficulty with a little bit of audio. There he is. That didn't work out too well. But
No,
hey.
yeah. So Mal was like, "I'll just start it, and everything will be fine." And suddenly my thing went down. So now I'm on my phone, but I'm going to try to watch this. You're going to see double me.
Oh,
I don't know. Maybe you will. Maybe you won't. Because if I do it on my computer, how's everybody? By the way, everybody joining us. Look, technology does weird shit like all the time. So,
exactly.
Am I in it?
You are in. There's the second black. So,
wow.
Robin Black in stereo.
So I'm turning this.
So the reason I'll add my mic. The reason I like doing it on here, if possible, is so that we can literally do breakdowns.
Uh-oh. We got audio issues there, Mr. Black. Yeah, no sound from it. There we go. Now you're back.
Hey, everybody. Let's post a comment. It's like, oh, good. Well, thanks. This will be real fun. If I go down again, I'll be coming up on my other device. I guess Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi has been amazing here, but you know, things are what they are. How's everybody? How's everybody doing? People leave some comments. Tell us what you're excited about. Patricio, Pitbull, and Carvalho is tonight. We got guests. Mal, we got guests.
We have guests coming up. This is great. It's been an interesting time here for me, and I'm ready to relax and watch some fights. I know you are. You're just coming back from your wonderful trip across the border to our wonderful United States, where you did an awesome broadcast of Lethway. If you guys didn't see that, you missed a treat. That is an amazing martial arts, and the entire time I'm watching, I'm thinking like, how would I defend against a headbutt? You know, I'm thinking about this going through my mind.
And if you're thinking about it, then it's already too late.
Exactly.
And that's so. Child of Artem, I presume Lobov, the greatest of all time. He is actually a brilliant fighter. People, because he's Connor's friend, he gets a bad rap sometimes. Bellator is on prelims. This right there. We'll get the full screen. We don't need that actually. I guess until it happens, we can take that out of there. But that will be Bellator, the full undercard. We have it. We'll have it right here. So everybody will be able to hang out. I don't know what this is. I hope it's not some type of swear in a different language.
We will find out.
We will find out. but yeah, so Patricio Pitbull versus Pedro Carvalho. I did a maybe that's why the Wi-Fi is so weird. I'm trying to upload my fight secrets to
that could take it down,
and it is big. So I really went in depth looking at Pitbull, and perhaps I don't know if I still have the clips, but perhaps I can send some over to you now.
All right.
And actually, I will. I shall. I'm going to send Mal a couple of clips from Pitbull from my fight secrets, and we'll break them down right here today.
All right, I've got the app up ready to receive that. So as soon as you send it on over, we'll drop it on in the show.
All
but
right, let's pull it up.
As you mentioned, I'm looking forward to watching some good fights tonight. Relax on out in the week, right?
Yeah, I know. It's a hectic time.
Yes.
Anybody else feeling pressure and tension and stress and stuff based around politics and life and yeah.
Yeah, it's been an interesting close to the year, and man, don't miss the last 2 episodes, which are this month and next month. Who knows what's going to happen in this year that we call 2020?
Yeah, it's all weird. Okay, next. So Mal, I'm sending you 4 Dropbox links.
Okay.
For 4 Pitbull, 4 or 5 for 4 or 5 Pitbull pieces, which we can use today. But also Sanchez and Daniel Weichel. That is a really, really killer fight. But there's a lot of good ones. Austin Vanderford last week. We didn't do the stream, did we?
Nope. No. It was a little bit too hard to jump onto. I know you were in transit, and I had a bunch of things going on and everything. So it's
well, if you saw Austin Vanderford's fight last week, it was pretty badass. Hold on, sending you some more. Well, and he was super dominant. So we'll have to talk to him about that today. He'll join for a while and hang. How long till the fights? 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
6 minutes, my friends. 6 minutes. We will have the fights. There's one of these that I'm sending you, Mal, is a very, very short. That's actually, oh no, I was going to say an Antonio McKee breakdown. Remember we had Antonio?
Yes.
Yeah, Antonio's awesome. We'll have it for next week when AJ's fighting next week. AJ and Darian Caldwell. So when AJ fights, we will have one of Antonio's fights to break down too, because Antonio's a badass. So what was the last time we did this here?
Was it 250? Let me see. I'll be able to tell you as soon as I go.
We had Dewey Cooper, right?
Yes, we had Dewey Cooper. We had Mr. Ray Thompson. It's Bellator 250.
Yeah, right.
That's when we were here last.
Yep. So we're up in 5 minutes. Sometimes I just click these without even reading them.
Do you remember?
Where would we have met? Hi. Where would we have met? Tell me. Put it in there. Father-son combined hostilities. Yes. AJ and Antonio did fight on the same card. And so I think I've sent you 5 things. If you want to whip up the first one,
okay.
So we can do a little pre-game here with this to get ready. And maybe we'll use it again later today as well when people join. I gotta share our link too. That reminds me.
Let me know. I've got it queued on up.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
So Patricio Pitbull. So this brings me no pleasure to share this with people. Michael Chandler is a friend, and I'm one of his greatest fans. But look what Patricio did to him. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Big. Overhand right over top of the jab. Now, why did he land it perfectly? This is him showing it to me after. He's trying to draw it. And so he's trying to draw it and slip to the inside. And to the inside, of course, you're in range. You're walking into the potential for the cross. So it's a really risky choice. But he created this. So Mike steps in. There's a little pump. You can see just that little thing. And maybe that's all. He slips to the inside and he comes up over and lands. Now, that spot, we'll talk about that in a second, but that spot is important, and that spot is by design, totally legal. If I'm face-to-face with you, I can strike you to any part of your body. But It is not. It's not a coincidence. That's the spot he wanted to land it. Look at it here again. Inside slip to avoid, and the outside rip to destroy. Big. Now you take a look at that spot. That spot actually sometimes will cause trauma to the brainstem. And the brainstem is the connection between your consciousness and your body. It's actually responsible for your consciousness itself. The consciousness can be sort of, your connection to consciousness can be identified into the brainstem. This overhead shot, no extra information, just looks super cool. I just love the overhead shot. You can see the whole picture sometimes. And there it is, one key punch. Now Mike actually comes back, and Mike is sort of conscious, but then he wobbles in and out of consciousness. The ref's job is to just identify the moment where you lose consciousness. His job is not to predict whether or not you will come back. And in fact, that's a good ref. We don't like the outcome or the consequences necessarily when our friend or someone we're a fan of or our teammate or whatever loses the fight.
Right.
But the ref is not doing the wrong thing. And we saw that with, I think it was Herb Dean, when who was it? Dan Henderson rips Fedor from underneath, from under the armpit, hits Fedor. Fedor collapses. He hits him again, and Fedor wakes up. But when Fedor was out, Herb stops the fight. People freaked out because he got up. But your job isn't to say, is it possible you will regain consciousness? Your job is to stop it when the guy loses consciousness.
The referee is in there for your protection, of course.
Yes. How does Pitbull stack up against UFC fighters at 155? I feel he's as good as any. Okay, this is a great time to bring this topic up, and maybe we'll talk about it throughout this show today. But these are just brands.
Right. Just like anything else, Nike is just a shoe, as Adidas is a shoe.
Yeah, these are just companies. Like, there is no one is better than the other. It's really about the fighters. It's not about, and somebody here is like, oh, well, Mike might not. Mike might take them all out. Mike might be the champion of the UFC. And that illustrates the point. Let's say you are the UFC champion a year from now. Well, Pitbull knocked him out. Right now, they could fight 3 more times. This is the thing. All these fighters train together. At one time, Henry Cejudo and Pitbull both had 2 titles. Both of them trained together all the time. Some nights one beats the other one up. Some nights the other one does. Everybody in fighting knows this. Everybody. What early man used to throw bones and survive doing dumb stuff? We evolved the ability to deal with shots thrown that we are see coming better, not what we don't so much, right? Like when we see something, if you're trained, regular people, if Chuck Liddell punches you and you see it or you don't, either way, you're out. Oh shit, we're up.
Yep, just set up there. Hey, gotta definitely send a shout out to Dark Vapor. Good to see you back. He was a favorite of ours last time. A lot of great comments. And as always, this is an open forum, guys. List your comments, good stuff, bad stuff. Hopefully it's not too terrible. We'll put it on up there and comment on how you help drive the show.
So Av, my friend, you cannot make that guarantee. No, you could say, I got a feeling, but you cannot make that guarantee. Even if it comes true, you still cannot make it, my friend. I think he would hang in the featherweight division, but have difficulty in the lightweight division. He just knocked out a lightweight. We just showed you, right? He knocked out one of the greatest lightweights in the world, and I'm telling you. How come Bellator is on Thursdays now? I don't know. Businessy shit.
Right. Someone did some analytics and said, hey, you know what? Let's try to capture this Thursday audience. Let's put on our prelims now. These guys go out there, they do their business, and all of a sudden they got their weekend. So, I'm pretty sure fighters are. That's the mind of things. Is one day less to a weight cut, even though your weight cut is constant. It is not fun. But, hey, you go ahead and do things, and boom, you're in to the hotel, Monday, Tuesday, or if you arrive there Sunday, depending on where you're coming from. And after the work is done Thursday, you go home Friday, or maybe you spend a nice weekend in Connecticut. Who knows?
Yeah, it's just, it's just businessy stuff. You can fight. These guys don't care. When they're over in Abu Dhabi, they're fighting at like 5 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday.
Right.
It's like, So people have been real cool with us. People have been super positive about our hangs. And that's awesome. Hey, Mal, can you share the Facebook link and then tag me in it?
Yes, I will.
Literally, my father is Skyping me right now.
No problem. Hey, when Dad Skypes, you got to answer.
Hey, I'm just doing a live stream here. Yeah, so we're watching fights. I'll call you later. Okay, love you, bye. That's
There
my
you go.
dad.
Yeah, you always got to ask for parents call, man. That is a promise.
It's, these types of things where we can just hang and stream, to me, feels so much more real and fun. Obviously you're not allowed to have your phone on if you're sitting at the desk, and I presume at some point I will sit at the Bellator desk and my job will be very different. But today we're not broadcasters, we're like people hanging and watching fights. It's fun,
just like you would do if we were just at a local bar. Remember those, or a
Yep.
local eatery when you could sit and eat. And incoming link, there you go. Link was posted to our conversation. By the way, I have all the resources downloaded.
And would you just give me the Facebook one, right? Oh, cool.
Facebook.
So we got open link, copy link. So we're just sharing it to invite more people to the party. All right. Conry is obvious, it's funny. Great. Yeah. When they come out, we all do the same thing. So like the first family of MMA, the innovators of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. When we all say that every time, it must be tiring for these guys.
Yeah.
Their identity is so wrapped up in their grandfather or great grandfather, depending on which one is. What do we got here? It's pronounced H, not H. H. We don't know who needs to know this. Now you do. All right.
Hey, knowledge gain. I'll take it.
Yeah. Hang up on his father. That's a Canadian abuse. Yeah. I'm actually not allowed to see my parents right now. I came in, passed a COVID test. I no longer have to be quarantined, but they still outline, for the biggest reach possible, you get a second one, and even then they say wait 14 days till you go into. They live in a pretty nice retirement home, but my dad had a heart transplant 20 years ago, so he's like the highest high risk you got.
Mm-hmm. Right? Absolutely within that. Because like you said, if I'm on the other side of this case, and I see someone that's coming in with the last name of Gracie, I'm obviously thinking ground game. But that could be a setup. Maybe he's been working his hands the past 6 months.
Listen, like if I'm a Gracie, I'm going to master fighting at distance. That's and I'm gonna use the threat to like light you up with my hands. Yeah. And Conry's he's really good. You can see him pushing into the clinch though, and why not? If you do, your whole and Darth Vapor, you were one of our favorites. It's a legacy on your back. Of course, it's tough. Bellator just hit 1 million subs on YouTube.
There you go.
Woohoo! Woo! Congrats to the digital peeps, of which I am one. I guess we all are now. We're all family. Conry. This isn't Cron. Yeah, it's a different. A lot of these. So somebody got nuts.
Ouch.
We got binked in the dink. Yeah. So watch it. Bink.
Ow.
No, that was to the thigh. Ooh, that was to the dink. Yeah.
Is that covered under Canadian healthcare, Ram?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you get your testicles ruptured, they are totally going to take care of you.
Can't wait to react. I agree. I 100% agree.
So much is going to change. I thought. Oh, look, Gracie comes in behind the left hook.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he's given up about 2-3 inches in height.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you're looking at that. So this is going to be neat. I'm going to chat with Mike about this. Turn down why is that? So Mike has a strategy, I believe, right? Actually, isn't he fighting Tony Ferguson now?
There were rumors. Let me see if I can dig that up if they ever finalize that.
Yeah. The truth is, like, taking fights and turning down fights, anything that involves the audience, it's really up to you how you respond to that. Guys have turned down Chandler. He's open to any fights. He wants Ferguson, but he won't sign. He wants McGregor. He'd fight anyone who signs a contract. Mike doesn't get it. Mike does want the right fight to showcase himself and to have a meaningful fight, and I get that. But Mike will fight anybody. Yeah, I know Mike. Like I'm not like a fringe Michael Chandler. Like, he's my friend. I know him, and Mike will fight fucking anybody if it comes down to it. Now, I will fight anybody. Let's do it is his reality. But then also in business, it's like, if I can just sift through it and find the right first one, this will be good for business. So you got to think about both. Everything named Gracie is like a nuclear deterrence. Yeah. So you would literally, really want to work on your distance fighting. Who is it? Just fought John Fitch. Neiman.
Yes.
Neiman's really good on the feet now. He's also an excellent wrestler, like real, like old school. He took down Fitch. Like
that's an old school wrestler to be able to take that guy down.
Yeah, man.
That's
not easy.
Usually, that's not in the first top 3 things you're going in with a plan. Like, hey, let's go ahead and just try to get this wrestler back. And most people are like, yeah, do you really want to burn the energy in doing that?
Yeah, and he's just clean. And so that's the thing reputation's real powerful. We have Ray Daniels a bunch. He was going to pop in today. Ray will be in another time soon enough. Ray's a friend, and he's Ray's so smart and so cool. We love Ray, and we love hanging out with Ray. But he talked about, reputation. Mm-hmm. Reputation is a thing you use. You build it and you use it. Reputation creates expectations. Expectations can create behavior. So if my last name makes you scared of what might happen if we go and grapple on the ground, I can use that to take you down easier, because that's the thing you're not expecting if you're the wrestler. Or I can use that. It's like, look, man, I'm going to knee you in the dink now too.
It slows down any match.
There's been a lot of that lately.
Yeah.
I was chatting with a doctor. Shit, I should invite him. I'm going to invite him. He's a doc, and he has a YouTube channel too. Where is he? I'm going to just find it. Brian Sutterer. Oh yeah, I've got him in my phone. And he was like, he said, I'm not as aware of Bellator as I am of UFC. And I'm like, well, you got to fight. We got to change that, right? And he said, I am curious. Is there something about kicking as you split? That high kick is often there. So Dr. Sutterer said, is there something about the Bellator rules that make people get hit in the nuts more? Because I've been noticing there's a lot of groin shots. I'm like, no, it's just a statistical anomaly.
Is this a good doctor? He explains a lot of injuries and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put that up. I'll put that up as just for people in case they want to follow him. I have seen some of his videos. If you're into watching stuff and everything else, he did a great breakdown on the unfortunate Dak Prescott injury. So there's his. Let me see here. I'll put his name on it too, so people can, if they want to check that out, they can. Very knowledgeable. Breaks things down. It's
Brian Sutterer, YouTube channel. Really, really interesting guy. Really smart guy. It'd be fun to have him. So I just texted him. This is interesting. It seems like every ref handles how long they let inactivity happen in the clinch. How would you guys let that play out? Would you break them up sooner? Yeah, anyone got any thoughts on that? Please put them in the comments. I think, I'll tell him we just shared his thing.
Unless you could just type in Brian Sutter, of course, unless you're watching
on YouTube.
Typing that up. But Brian Sutter, he's great. Definitely someone to look at and watch.
But I personally don't think there should be any separation for inactivity. I think the fight should be the fight. Yeah. But we're all different. Do you think they will ever let UFC versus Bellator or UFC versus one? The only way that would happen is if there was dramatic changes in how the UFC sees their business today. No, but no, they will never do that. Is not true either, because businesses change.
Yeah.
The people who run it change, your perspectives change. So some change would have to take place, but of course.
Look at boxing right now. Remember, if you go back to the Tyson era, that Don King ruled as the promoter. And if you're going to be a famous boxer, you're more than likely going to go through Don King Productions, and how that kingdom shifts. And now you have a lot more options with streaming and other availabilities to get things out. So like you said, businesses change, the fortunes, ties of fortunes change. So who knows?
That's why I answered it that way. Because look, Dana would never allow that. It's like, today he wouldn't, but what if he moved? What if he sold the company or sold his shares? What if he quit? What if he got in a car accident and then became healthy after it and realized he thinks different? There's a billion things that could happen. That's why you think about things that way. It's not all absolute,
Mm-hmm. There shouldn't be any absolutes in anything, but we do, put them on there.
So Bellator is on currently right now. This is fight number 1 on the undercard. Gracie versus, sadly, I've done a great disrespect that I don't believe in. Trevor Good or Good. He looks good. I think Trevor is winning this fight. Certainly winning, long stretches of minutes of this fight. And when somebody offers you a Gracie, sometimes people are like, yeah, wouldn't it be great? I'll just get to be on TV. And other people are like, fuck that. I'll go beat that guy. I'll go beat that guy. So, doesn't mean he will, but good for him, man.
Absolutely. Let's see here. That's interesting. Who replaces Dana when the time comes? Well, that's a company decision. And if you kind of read the tea leaves, I remember Dana said when they sold the UFC, he didn't know exactly he was going to be the one coming along with it. Obviously, there are a lot of people that were kind of let go in terms of position. But, he was pleased to stay on and being really, when you think that organization, you think Dana White. So, I mean, it's up to them. It's going to be a decision to make. When
Chael was in there big, I think Chael would have been one of those guys who could do it. And he'll stay there as long as he's having fun. He doesn't need a dollar ever again, right? It's like, does he still like the challenge of it all, and does he still like the war of it all? But if he doesn't, you go a different way. Probably you're never going to have the same that character, that individual is the way he is. You'd never have someone like him. The only absolute is there's no absolutes. Even that's not an absolute. Especially in fighting, and everything in fighting and not fighting at the same time, especially fighting. Whoa.
There's no spoon. There's no spoon. Mind blown. Boom. Little Matrix philosophy right there for you. But also one of the things that Dana himself mentioned is that quoting for a famous Irishman, he says he made a lot of money. How much is it when you have X amount of million in the bank and you want to wake up early and get punched in the face? You have to absolutely love what you want to do. Now, obviously, that's different between him and Dana. But if this is more stressful than anything, then you're not going to want to get up and do it every day. And as long as it's fun, you get up and do it. And it looks like we have our first guest right away, Robin.
Who do we got? Do we got Coach Hackleman?
There
John Hackleman.
He is.
What is happening, sir?
You tell me.
This is great.
So, Coach, you just had Glover fighting last weekend.
Yes, I did.
Man, he looked good.
Yeah, he looked absolutely amazing. Coach, you meet so many people. I had the pleasure of meeting both you and Glover years ago when we were in Vegas at the Martial Arts Super Show. Glover had his hand wrapped up. He had a broken hand, and I got a chance to meet you. You were in full gi. And Glover was nice enough to take the picture for us. So I've met you before. 2 genuine, wonderful human beings. Welcome to the show. So glad to see you.
Thanks, man. Yeah, Glover is – what Glover did Monday? Glover is #1 in the world. He had a brutal fight. First of all, the party, the post-party we had was we got together in the room with, like, Brisello, who fought, and Mako, who was in the corner of Andrei Arlovsky, who's Glover's really close friends, and they had some pizza and beer. That's his partying, And it's not just because of this Corona thing. That's how he's been partying since the beginning of his career. He gets his buddies. They go to the hotel room after the fight. He has some beer and some pizza, and then Monday after the fight, he was teaching his kids class in Connecticut.
You gotta love it.
He was teaching his martial arts. He's an amazing. I've had him since his first fight, and he used to live in my guest house. And he's just an amazing. He hasn't changed one bit.
We're not talking out of turn here, Coach, but I know you coached Chuck Liddell for many years. Chuck's parties are way better.
Allegedly.
No. Depends who you ask.
Yeah,
they're much better, but not for the coach. Believe me. No, hearing about his partying, from the outside, and I wasn't part of it because they knew I didn't approve of it. It was not. It was like I get calls in the middle of the night. Hey, Chuck's out at such and such club. We're in Vegas, and he's got a fight in 4 days or something. Like, hey, Chuck's out so and so. Is like, oh shit, because anyway. Yeah, they are more entertaining. I'm sure.
For sure. Yeah, man, I've heard some stories, and I've hung out with Chuck in California and stuff. And he's such a wonderful dude, though.
Yeah.
And I did something. He was in a movie. Like, Chuck Liddell was in a movie recently, and I did a 20, 30-minute stream with him, and he seemed good. He seemed happy. You know, I think that day his house was flooded. He had mentioned, but he seemed good. He seemed happy.
And Glover is his, it was his protege.
That's right.
He was Glover. I mean, I got Glover in his first fight. He fought one of our guys and lost. And we went into his dressing room because we just loved his attitude. We go, man, you're great, bro. You're going to be a champion someday. Just keep training. If you ever want to train me, let me know. So he goes, okay. I got a call like a week later from Connecticut. He goes, hey, I'm going to come over there and train with you. And, so he trained with us ever since. And him and Chuck were like so close, and they were like big brother, little brother.
That's so cool.
And now if he winning that, now he's #1 light heavy. I mean, following in his mentor's footsteps.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
It really is. He passed that on too. I remember seeing when he tapped out Misha Serkinov. The first thing he said is, "Hey man, come train with us."
And you saw what he did with this guy, with Thiago, right? Right after the fight.
Yeah.
The guy's still, you're recovering, and he goes to hug him, and Herb Dean, you're not supposed to be like that with your opponent after you stop him. You're supposed to separate. So Herb Dean comes over there to pull him off, and he pushes Herb Dean away, and Herb Dean just stepped back. You can see this in the video, and Herb Dean just said, he just figured, okay, and he told everybody, okay, it's okay, just let him go.
Just let him go. Yeah.
And he hugged him, and he told him what a great guy is and how much respect he had. And they hugged, and that is Glover, and that was Chuck too.
So Coach, the guy with his back up against the wall, Connery Gracie, like he's God, I can't think. He's Neiman's nephew. There's so many of these kids now. And the kid fighting him is only 1-1, but he's kept this standing, and he's used his length, and it's been a really good little starter fight here, like to start the night off.
Okay.
Do you have any kids like that? 6 feet tall, 155 pounds, or sorry, 6'3", 6'4", 155 pounds. You got any of those long guys?
No, not that long, but those freaks are special.
Yeah,
because they have a special. They have a special advantage, but then in some positions, that advantage turns to a disadvantage real quick.
Yeah, true enough.
Whenever people talk about height advantage, I always say, well, it never worked. It didn't work very well for Tyson. He was shorter than everyone he fought.
Mm-hmm.
So, or Mighty Mouse.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, true. That's an interesting idea. So let's say I'm shorter than everybody that I fight. It's no longer a disadvantage. It's just the norm. I get very good at handling tall people. It becomes the norm of my skill set, correct?
In my boxing days, I would much rather fight a taller guy than a shorter guy any day. I just found them harder to hit, and then they usually were stronger and more compact. I don't know. And the chin wasn't as easy to find. I always think that taller.
He dropped down and he kneed him.
He's done.
Yeah,
what are you waiting for?
Yeah, no kidding.
Spoken like a true
coach. Oh my God.
Yeah. No, you're right, Coach. So that kid just beat a Gracie in his third fight in Bellator. Just, probably a lot of people said no. Good for him. Wait till you see this knee. I don't know if he stumbled or if he was backing up.
Hey, respect. Look at the respect. Unbelievable.
That's nice.
Respect. I love to see that after the fight. The respect. This guy is.
He drops. Yeah.
Boom!
Yeah, he drops slightly.
For the shot. Coming into the shot.
He look a little
coming in right for the shot. You saw that.
Yeah. Very, very nice. The kid just read it perfectly.
Yeah.
I don't think he read it. I think he was throwing it. I think it was coincidental. I do.
You think it was rock, paper, scissors?
In that case, I do. I think because it looked like his combination was setting up, unless he knew ahead of time, this guy was going to try to shoot off this combo, but he looked like he was throwing the combo, and that was part of his combo. Yeah. Either way, it was beautiful. Either way.
Yeah. Unless earlier in the fight, when he threw that combo, Gracie did that 2 or 3 times. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice.
I didn't see that the rest of the fight, but in that particular one, it was a beautiful combo because throwing a knee or an uppercut off a combo against a grappler is a good idea a lot of the time. The only thing it has against it is a lot of grapplers will time it and then get your knee while your one leg is in the air and you're easier to take down, but that has to be an angle. And there's a gay bar in Hawaii called Angles. And so I tell my fighters that Angle isn't just a gay bar in Hawaii. It's also a way you should attack your opponent. And I did used to go to that bar, by the way.
Yeah, you did. And was it fun to hang out at?
Because they played great music there. It was like thumping music, even when I was a kid. But anyway, that's a whole different story.
That's a very different story, Coach.
I took my wife there a couple years ago, and I got a lap dance by like a 280-pound Samoan, and she was like, "You grew up with this?" I go, "Yep." Yeah. And I actually tipped him and everything. He did the splits. It was pretty cool. Anyway.
I mean, if you're a 270-pound Samoan doing the splits is going to be cool no matter what bar you're in.
Yeah, and especially with and he was wearing a bikini. Oh my God, Chael Sonnen. I love him.
So we're going to text Chael and try to get him to join us.
This is our favorite thing to do all the time.
We should both text him and block. We should both text him and blow him up.
Hey, you know what? You guys got the numbers. I say do it.
Yeah, I'm going to text him right now. I do it almost every stream, Coach, and every time he's like, "What is this again?" And I'm like, "You fucking know, Chael. You know exactly what this is."
Yeah.
Robin, I called Big John last week after Keely's fight got stopped because I didn't see why. I didn't see the whole thing, and Keely's one of our guys. So I called Big John to get the full thing. He answered the phone and told me exactly what happened. These guys are incredible.
Yeah.
MMA guys are the best guys in the world, without a doubt.
Where are you living, Coach? Are you in California?
Yeah, San Luis, halfway between LA and San Francisco, right in the middle. Central Coast.
Now, you haven't had a ton of Bellator fighters in your career, have you?
No, I've had a couple, and most of my guys started with oh my God, they started with like WEC or Strike Force, Itachi Paulus because it's real close to us, and then they go from there. Yeah, I'm not crazy about Bellator, but I mean, I love Scott Coker though.
Yeah, that's since Scott came in, it becomes something very different. It's much more similar to Strike Force, the way he puts things together, the way he kind of does promotion, you know. And isn't it funny? You see Chael, you could turn on any TV, there's any fights anywhere. UFC, ESPN, Bellator, it doesn't matter. Chael's sitting right there.
He's amazing. He's an amazing personality. He just is. He's so fast, witted. He's so sharp. He's just made for a camera. You know, his style didn't lend itself as much in the cage, even though he was very talented. But it wasn't, you know, I think he's much better, you know, on that side of the camera talking. I think he's a really, really sharp guy.
Yeah, me too. It's funny, if you see him in the early days, like before the Anderson fight, he used to just be real like boring and wooden. There was like he did some commentary in the early days, and he just said all the things that everybody else says and acted sort of like a robot. And then one day he cracked a few jokes around the Anderson fight going into there, and it started to work. And I think it just invited him to kind of be himself, and himself is really funny.
Wow. Yeah. I just always remember him like that. And I'm pretty close with the Team Quest guys because I used to train Matt Linland, and so I used to go up there a lot and train them, and then they'd come down. So we had a kind of a relationship, him and Dan and Matt and some of those guys.
Yeah.
Nate Quarry, remember Nate Quarry?
Yeah, of course.
Nate Quarry, and then Matt Horowitz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, some of those guys. Yeah, That's some good memories. And then the crippler, Lieben.
Chris
Oh my
Lieben.
God.
Oh yeah. Lieben. Lieben was
Yeah.
hard-headed and hard punching.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He's you know what he's doing now? He's training Navy SEALs hand-to-hand combat.
Oh, cool.
Seriously? Oh, that's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I saw him. I was in Coronado last year, and a Navy SEAL buddy of mine came to, invited me on the base for some hand-to-hand. He just wanted me to watch, and it was Inouye, Ensign Inouye, and Chris Lieben.
Yeah, amazing. Man, like people watching are just loving all these references to those pioneers. Somebody asked about super chat. I don't even know what that is, but apparently people can like give us money if they're having fun. Is that true?
That's a YouTube thing. You have to enable that in your channel. We'll talk behind the scenes. I'll get you set up with that.
I mean, I'm not in this business for money. I'm in it for pleasure, but money's still good, right?
Yeah,
I'm the same way, and I never thought I'd make a penny in fighting, and and then Chuck, because in my career I didn't make shit, really, money wise. Yeah.
But you get to do what you love. Do you still love it? You still love it every day, teaching people to fight, cornering.
I love martial arts. I hate cornering. I hate. I've been hating MMA for a long time, but had a long talk with Tony Robbins, and he kind of told me that I was being a bitch. He said, "You're acting like a little bitch. You owe these guys. You promised to train them. They rely on you. Whether you dislike it or not, you have to do it until your fighters are done. Then you can retire." That was an interesting conversation. Very interesting.
Really interesting. And was it just you and Tony Robbins?
Just me and Tony Robbins sitting in his backyard for an hour and a half. And
wow.
And I was having some difficulties with things and wanted to talk to him. We were friends, and he invited me over to his house. I was in Florida at the time training a couple guys at ATT, and I went over to his house, and I actually broke down a little bit, just how much I hated this sport now. And I mean, I love the people, I love the sport. I hate cornering people the most.
Really? Why?
And I feel nervous, and I feel like I'm going to say the wrong thing, and I get really nervous. I throw in the towel. Like Big John McCarthy, I'm known for the towel thrower, because if my guys get hurt, like that towel's going in. It's like, sorry, bro. I've had referees say, "Hey, John, you don't have to stop it." I go, "It stopped," But so I'm not a really good corner man either, because I do stop fights a little too early sometimes. But I'm working on it, and I'm trying to finish up my Twilight with Glover and some of my younger fighters, and then I'll be done with it. But I owe it to them. I owe it to them. I do.
Probably being this honest at this point in your life is probably really powerful, right? Like what scares you, what stresses you, being honest like that is a really, really powerful thing. It lets you, truthfully address all those things.
Yeah, sometimes people don't want to hear. Like my fighters don't like to hear this at all. Like Glover knows it, and he's like, "Coach, I got bad news. I got a fight coming up. Do you mind coming? I really want you there, but I know you hate it." So, but it is what it is, and I love these guys. I'll do anything for them, and they know it. And Glover is such a spectacular human, as is probably 99% of all MMA fighters. I even don't like seeing my fighters hurt the other guy, because I know, like Anthony Smith, I hated seeing him get that beating. I mean, shit, I almost threw in the towel, I
talked to him today, Coach. I talked to Anthony Smith. I'm doing a piece up in Canada on sort of mental strength. And I was talking to Anthony about that. And it's funny, he was saying the same thing. He said the moment he feels his opponent break, he wants it to be done. He doesn't want to hurt them anymore. He says, and he said, when he won't break, he knows that is, that the opponent has to keep dishing out damage on him, like in that fight. It's a really interesting, the mental aspects of that are so fascinating.
Yeah. Right, it is. And well, forget that. That means nothing. What happened in his house the week before the fight?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Who does that? He walked out of that bedroom with no weapons because he forgot his gun in the car.
Yeah. Well,
So he walked out not knowing what to expect, and he walked out just to protect his children. His children. He walked into what could have been 2 or 3 armed guys. He had no idea. He just knew he had to protect his children, so he walked out of his bedroom. And that is incredible to me. Incredible.
It's incredible, but it also feels intuitive. Like there wouldn't be much that most of us wouldn't do if you knew your kids were over there. But if your kids,
that's us. We're the exception. We are not the norm. The majority of the men in this country, I swear, they would call 911 and say, "Hold on, kids. Cops will be here in 20 minutes. Hang tight."
I can't even imagine.
We are the exception, I'm telling you, because you're around martial artists a lot, so you're seeing these guys. We would do that. All of us. How many of us are here? 3 or 4?
We got
Mallory up here, you down there. We got 100 and some coming in and out so far. There'll be a lot more.
So could you recap really quick? There are a couple of people asking in the stream a quick recap of the Anthony Smith story for those who.
What happened was
okay.
Anthony Smith came home from training like he usually does, and there was a barbecue going on in his house. So he left his garage door open, for one thing, and since there was kind of some stuff going on in his house, he forgot to bring his gun from his car up to his bedroom where he usually keeps it. So no gun. Now the garage door was open into the house. So some crazy guy was out, and he saw, oh, there's an open door. So about 2 a.m, he goes into Anthony Smith's house, some crazy guy, and he starts screaming.
Making noise,
he's making crazy noise. And Anthony Smith woke up all of a sudden, went for his gun, it's not there, and then just heard crazy noises and had no idea what to expect. But first thing he thought was, my kids are out there. So this crazy guy was out in his house just screaming, making noises, and he ran out, and the guy attacked him, and he had to beat the shit out of the guy. I guess he said he hit that guy harder than any of his opponents, but he was high on meth. And,
or PCP or something,
And he said he finally the cops got there because his wife called the cops, and they found out it was just one guy and he didn't have a weapon. But he said he did have a weapon because first thing Anthony said was something like, "Do you have a gun or do you have a weapon or something?" He goes, "Yeah, I got a gun," or something like that. But Anthony still, wanted to protect his kids, and he went after the guy. He said it was one of the toughest fights he's ever had.
Turned out that guy was a high level college wrestler and an athlete before falling into drug addiction. He said it was hurting his knees and hands and stuff, and he was hitting him so hard that nothing would happen. But that's spooky, hey, your son's a fighter, right? How many fights has your son got? Coach, are you frozen? Mal, are you there?
I'm there. Can you hear me? I'm good to go.
I hear you.
Coach may be frozen. So
Coach might be frozen.
Let's see. He's refreshing. There we go. Looks like I got him back.
Are you back?
Yeah.
He's good.
Did you fight, Coach? Did you have some pro fights?
Yeah.
But boxing?
I fought, I was on the all-army boxing team. I joined the army, and I did Golden Gloves. I won the Golden Gloves a couple times I'm from Hawaii. And then I came to the mainland, fought in California. I was runner-up in California. Then I joined the Army, and I fought on the Army team. And then I turned pro. I had some pro boxing match. I wasn't very good. I hit really hard, but I wasn't great. And then at the time, I got suspended. I got suspended in a fight. And I was training with some guys, a guy named Sugarfoot Cunningham from Canada. He's from Edmonton.
Yeah.
Okay, we were roommates
right now.
Oh, God, I love it there. I fought the heavyweight over there. Big guy. It was back in the 80s, mid-80s. He was the heavyweight champion. And I fought him, heavyweight Canadian champion or US, North American or something. I forget his name. He has Scar.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I can't remember.
So he was my roommate, and we were boxing. He was trying to get into boxing too, but he was a kickboxer. He goes, "Hey, why don't you try kickboxing? You're a kickboxer from, back when you were in Hawaii. Why don't you try kickboxing until your suspension is up?" I was suspended for a year for boxing. I'll tell you why. I elbowed a guy in a fight in a boxing match, and it was bad. And I did that, like the fight before, I headbutted a guy by accident, and then somebody squealed that I was injecting my hand with Novocaine because I had a broken hand. It was dumb stuff. So this guy said, "Hey, why don't you try kickboxing? You're a good, you know how to kick." So I said, "All right, I'll try it till my boxing suspension's up." And then next thing I know, I'm like number 5 in the world within a year. So I stick with kickboxing for a while. And I did that. And then, I met Chuck, and then MMA came along, and I was still fighting when I met Chuck. And then, in fact, he worked the corner of my last fight.
Chuck
and then
did.
and then I retired, and then just started training people. Oh, there's King. Hey, there's King Mo. King Mo hates me.
Really?
Yeah, I love him, but he hates me. We've worked together with Glover, and I think I'm racist or something, because we've had some, like, he's really really a passionate guy, and I love him. I think he's a great guy. But we had a couple conversations once, and I think it was right in the beginning of some of the tensions and shit, and I was like, so he doesn't like me, but I still like him. So I don't care if he doesn't like me or not. I think King Mo is a sensational, one of the best martial artists in the world. Just his heart. He has a great heart. I wish he felt the same about me, but whatever.
Yeah, that's you can't control what other people think. But he's a thinker.
I love him though.
He's a thinker, apparently.
He really is. He really is. Yeah.
That's what I've been hearing. I just invited Mike Brown. Do you know Coach Mike Brown?
Yeah, I just worked with him. I worked against him in Vegas, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, right. Of course. Yeah, good dude. Yeah, real good dude, man.
I love
him.
He's just like a full-fledged MMA guy. I mean, he's like, you don't get any more MMA than Mike Brown.
When I talk to Mike, like, literally we'll like nerd out in the corner and we'll talk about something, and he'll almost always end it with like, "This is the coolest thing, right? Fighting, like, it's the coolest thing." Like, he's so.
And he's like, he doesn't even have a specialty. His specialty is MMA.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine being in his corner? I mean, everything he says is going to be like gospel.
Yeah.
I love Mike Brown.
Yeah, me too, man. So I invited him. He's busy.
And don't forget, he not only is a trainer, he's also been there, done that. So when he's telling his fighters, he's been there. I mean, how many fights has he had? He's amazing. Remember, he fought Uriah Faber.
Beat him twice.
He was the first time.
I was there. Let me tell you a really good story about this tells you a lot about Mike Brown. I was in the corner. I was walking out with him. I wasn't really his corner man, but I was going to be in his corner when he fought Uriah. And Laborio, right? You know Ricardo Laborio.
Yeah.
He was the guy at ATT before, right?
Yeah. Yeah, right.
And he was in Mike Brown's corner. So before the fight, I go into the dressing room because my guy fought. I think it was Antonio Banuelos. So I go into the dressing room, and Mike Brown is giving Laborio has a really bad lower back. So before he's going out to fight for the title, right? This against Uriah Faber, instead of just like being into himself, shadowboxing and all stressed out like a lot of fighters, he's massaging Laborio because Laborio had a sore back, and since that's his mentor, that's his sensei, he's massaging him like 10 minutes before he's going to go fight for the title.
Coach, is your back okay?
He's more worried about his coach's back pain than he was. That's what you call a martial artist. When I walked in the dressing room and saw that, I was like, I am in love with this guy. Mike Brown. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody who
anyway.
works with him loves him. They just love him.
they
And,
do.
and I've always, I took a picture with him at an award show. So when I met my wife, I had a couple fights and I had a few more after that, but I was a fan and I took a picture with him and she goes, "That's the guy who was in the very first fight I ever watched with you." And my wife's not a fighter. I'm like, "How do you remember that?" She's like, "Yeah, he fought Uriah Faber. That's the first fight I ever watched with you." And I was like, "That is so," but he is such a great guy and he's so smart.
He looks like, you know, he looks like, and nobody else thinks so. He doesn't think so either. Robert De Niro. He looks just like Robert De Niro.
Yeah,
Listen,
he does. Somebody
Brown
just said
was,
you look like John Malkovich. Chat.
I don't really know that, but I hear that a lot.
Do I?
Oh, that was good.
Robin and Coach, 35 total matches, 26 win, 9 losses, spanning from April
Look at this.
2001.
Look at this position. Oh, I need that too. So I text Bellator and they send me these clips and then I can build them right here with analysis and put them right in our stream and we can check it out.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Yeah. So we'll get those. Please send that to. Yeah. So, Coach, you saw that, eh? He reached underneath and locked up his hand.
I see. I love that. I love.
What do you call that? What do you call it? Some people call it. There's a number of different names I've heard. What do you call that?
I just grab his wrist, or don't hate yourself. Like don't hate. Remember when you like do the don't?
Stop hitting yourself.
We do the don't hate yourself all the time.
Yeah. Stop hitting yourself. Yeah.
My guys are crazy for that. I just got done training the guys just now. I got no one fighting because this whole whatever, I don't even know what's going on now, but something's going on where there's not having fights and people have to wear masks and shit everywhere. I don't know what it is, but it's craziness. So nobody's fighting right now except for UFC and Bellator.
Yep. Your son's a fighter, right? How many fights has he had?
Not many. He's not. I mean, he's not fighting now. He'll probably never fight anymore. I think he did it because Uncle Chuck did it and I did it, and I was a single dad, and they grew up with Chuck, sleeping in the house and training, and me in the backyard training the guys, and so he grew up around that. But he never loved it. He was super good. He's 6'4". He fought at 185 and 6'4". Wow. And he hit like a mule, but he just didn't he didn't have a passion for it. So I think he was like 3-1 maybe or something like that pro. And he had like, I had a shit ton of amateur fights. Most of them weren't sanctioned. They were those smokers.
Yeah.
But, so he's been doing it forever, but he just didn't love it. So now he's doing some other things, and he lives, I'm going to probably go visit him tomorrow. He lives in our town still. And
nice.
So
So this guy's looking for that to kind of lock up that guillotine, but he's got a quarter guard stuck in there. You train some jiu-jitsu straight up, like with a gi and stuff, Coach, or you don't do that?
I don't do it. Looks like he's going. Yeah. I don't do it. We do it at our gym, and my fighters don't do it unless they really want to. I don't have them do it. They do have to do no-gi jiu-jitsu. Mm-hmm. And I've trained with like Laborio, and I've trained with Mario Sperry, Noguera brothers, and then just jiu-jitsu guys. But I just don't like it. I don't like it singly. I don't like it. I know it's very important mixed with MMA and strikes, but in and of itself, without strikes involved, I find it very unappealing and boring, just like I do with wrestling. I think they're both incredibly important, but I don't like to do them. And I do think they're gay, but that's beside the point. But without strikes, that's only without strikes. Once you add strikes, and both of them are very, it's very important. Striking, jiu-jitsu, and wrestling are, the three main components of any type of fighting, whether it's MMA or that could get ugly real quick if he pushes his head back. So that's, I know jiu-jitsu, I know some wrestling. I train with Sammy Henson, Matt Linlin, Steve Mako, some of the best wrestlers in the world. I would never do it unless there was punches involved.
Yeah. Do you know what left way is?
Yeah, the headbutting thing.
Yeah, I just was in Wyoming commentating that last weekend.
Oh my God, it's like, could you get just? I mean, talk about brain damage. You're like getting hit in the head causes brain damage. Now hitting someone with your head, now you're getting double brain damage because you're hitting someone with a computer. It'd be like me hitting someone with my laptop.
Yeah, inverted triangle here. Look at this.
Oh yeah.
He might have that wrapped.
If you grab that other arm and pull it towards you.
Yeah, but he's.
This is good too, though.
But he also doesn't want him to push off on his leg.
He's got a Kimura here.
He looked like he's trying for a Kimura or a key lock or something.
Yeah.
But I don't think
that other. So the right arm is available to be submitted.
Look what he's doing with his leg now. Yeah. He's making it a little tighter.
Yeah, more leverage.
I just don't think he has the choke, though.
He doesn't.
I don't think he has the choke.
Like the way he flowed up on the knee on belly, though. That's cool. Cool little fight.
Do you see how quick Glover got that mount?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like he fell right into it.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up looking like he fell into it, but really, it's a lifetime of flowing into it.
No, right? Yeah. So I would never say a lucky mount, but he did flow into it. Yeah, he fell. Yeah. So I meant the other guy fell into it.
Oh yeah, yeah, right. That left way, or let way as they call it, it changes everything. Can you imagine we're fighting, but I can headbutt you? It's not just the add of the ninth limb. It's every time I move my head, it changes the meaning. And if you react to my head, I can elbow you. And if you flee away from it, I can punch you. And it's a really fascinating fight. Obviously brutal. Like there's a different level of brutality to it. But the reason I bring it up is, like you say, if you don't punch when you're wrestling and doing jujitsu, you can create things that aren't real. Yeah, that wouldn't be real if you punched or kneed or kicked or whatever. But striking is the same thing. If you remove the head,
you cannot plan for the takedown. You could do all day long. I found that out in 1985, and that's why I brought in. I slowly started bringing in some grappling because I opened a gym in 1985, called it Hawaiian Kempo, and it was an offshoot of Kaji Kempo. You hear of Kaji Kempo?
Yeah, of course.
So I'm from Kaji Kempo. I'm from Hawaii. But then I didn't like the katas or anything like that. So I told my instructor, if I'm going to take them out, I just don't feel right calling it Kaji Kempo because I don't have the katas, the forms, Chaokas, grab arts, and stuff like that. So I called it Hawaiian Kempo because I'm from Hawaii. Oh, let me just say something. This is my sign, Hawaiian Kempo. You see Chuck doing it, Glover doing it, a lot of my fighters, right? Because it's Hawaiian Kempo, which is law of the fist, right? You know who came up to me at the fights this weekend and did that? Israel Asanja.
Oh, really? So cool.
He came up to me and did this, and I was like, okay, that's my sign from my gym. He goes, I know, you're John Hackleman. I love this. I love your gym. I love what you do. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Cool. Being that he's one of my, one of my favorite fighters.
Right.
But I realized real quick, because when people come into my little gym and say, they want, we're doing sparring, they say, what are the rules? I say, there are no rules. And I found out real quick that probably 75% of the guys are going to try to take me down because they don't like getting hit with a left hook. Right?
Makes
so
sense.
I realized really quick in like 1985, I have to start learning how to defend this takedown. Or else I'm just going to be on my back all the time. So we started bringing in, the wrestling, and the wrestling to me is takedowns and takedown defense only. That's all wrestling is. And then to me, jiu-jitsu is everything else once it hits the ground.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's heavy into our curriculum. I'm gonna
throw something at you here, and I know this sounds like nerdy and overly conceptual, but in wrestling, and I know we use this term all the time and you just used it, but takedown defense doesn't exist in actual wrestling. because all that is an intention, right? It's an intention to stop you from taking me down. But in wrestling, we don't have such an intent. We shouldn't or don't need to have such an intention. My intention is just to dominate you, change the position, improve my position. The making you not do something is just an intention. It's not a real thing. It's a thought. Do you know what I'm getting at?
I mean, it is very conceptual, philosophical, but at the end of the day, I mean, if you want to be pragmatic about it, if the guy comes down going for a single and you whizzer and then you put pressure on his head, you're defending that takedown. You might have the intention of doing it, yeah, but you're also physically, pragmatically defending the takedown, releasing your hips from the equation, you know, and then lowering your level and creating more weight. So I don't know. I mean, you're right, but I mean, then again,
and so are you, because it is not untrue that you are defending the takedown, but theoretically, we could choose to do anything here, including hit you, hurt you, stop you, move you, get on top of you, reverse you. Like, we have 1,000 things we can do. We accomplish that one singular goal, but that's an intention. But it's I get stupid over shit like that because I look at it.
You do. If you read my stuff, you know I do too.
Yeah, I do, and and I think that's how we have to think. If you limit yourself to only linear thought, you only get linear things. You have to think dimensionally to see the world different.
Right. And you see, this is where it goes, because you're completely 100% right. But then again, unless you just think linear and pragmatically, right, then Hicks law comes into place. You start thinking too much. Next thing you know, you're waking up 6 weeks later in a fucking nursing home with a tracheostomy and a feeding tube being turned every 4 hours by an overworked Filipino nurse. So we're both right.
100%. Yeah. And that route of where you go is life. You know, you want to be thinking all the time and not doing. You go a certain way. You want to be doing and not thinking, you go another way. We're hoping to find where those things intersect and give us a good life.
Yeah. Unfortunately, at 60, I haven't figured it out yet.
No. And we may never, but the goal, the point is
baby steps.
Baby step. Like
what's the guy that was that?
So they sent me that flying knee. So I can build that. I can build that little breakdown of the flying knee here.
With the one he just did?
Yeah.
But that was the flying knee, was it? Did he jump off the ground?
Yeah.
I think he just
no. You saw the other one.
The second finish. We had 2 knee finishes tonight.
Look at this.
Okay. I didn't. Okay. That looks like it's going to be a flying knee.
Yeah. Hold on.
I was talking about the guy that came in for the shot and walked into a knee.
Yeah. I asked for that one too, but I didn't get it. But watch this. Is it going? No.
It's not going.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Really,
so
picture perfect.
I have been trying to explain the truth of what's happening in that moment in so many different ways, trying to understand it. So, and whether we're talking about Jorge Masvidal hitting Ben Askren, which of course Ben is, we always see it and go, the guy made a mistake and tried to take a guy down when the knee happens. But there's a bunch of things happening there. One is, when in doubt, he will behave the way he's been trained to behave. Right? So, and the other is, you know, when a baseball player goes to catch a ball and they kind of lose track of it in the sun, I feel like when that flying knee kind of happens and you kind of don't really know what to do, you end up kind of shrinking down, which of course is the worst, that because he's coming up. But that there's something in the behavior when you don't know what's happening, the human being just tries to shrink and become smaller. What do you think? Because you almost always see it. The knee's coming and the guy leans into it. And it's not that the thrower gets it right all the time. There's something in the dynamic of you throw a knee and I behave that way and the two things meet. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think his instinctual muscle memory, even though that's kind of a weird term, but I think his muscle memory was to get a takedown off a knee. Wrestlers love takedowns off of knees, whether they're flying knees or not flying knees. Wrestlers love takedowns of the knees, and they get them. They get them probably 65% of the time. They get the takedown off the knee. But then this one, plus it was a double. It was a double knee, a fake knee. Plus they respond to that fake. Then all of a sudden the actual weapon comes into play. So well, there's talk about it.
The knee seems to be the strike of the night tonight. It's just
I've seen a lot of them. Yeah. I'll tell you what doesn't hurt, like knees. I've kneed people. It kind of hurts a little after the fight, but elbows, man. These guys are throwing a lot of elbows. Those shit hurt. I used to have my elbows fill up with fluid after fights, and you have to have them drained.
Oof.
But I worked in the ER, so that was easy.
Yep. Let me see what I got here. So I'm going ahead and breaking this down, and then we'll talk it through when we get a break later of what happens. So
what are we on? Facebook or Twitter?
We're on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You know what, Coach? In this case, I'll do it and get in there. But in this case, you see that? Can you see that or no?
Yeah.
Watch as he comes up with the first knee. He's reaching with his hands, but the guy's actually turning slightly away too. So I think that's that losing the ball in the sun vibe. He's not trying to grab the knee. He's sort of been overwhelmed by the options. The brain can't interpret it, and so he sort of shrinks down. You see that?
Yeah, I don't see him shrinking down. I see him too. It looks like I think that's different than the Askren one, where Askren I think was trying to do a takedown. I think this guy's like hey, stop.
Mm-hmm.
He looked like hey, whoa, like he was flinching away from it, and it didn't work.
Yeah, you're right.
It usually doesn't when you flinch away from a punch.
Yeah,
I know that firsthand.
Never.
I wish I could have flinched away from all the punches I received in my life. I really do. I started way too early and got hit way too much, and I wish I picked another thing. Like I wish I was doing wrestling instead of the whole striking thing.
Yeah, but you don't like wrestling.
I hate it, but I hated getting punched in the head since I was 14. My first Golden Gloves, over and over and over and every day. That's when sparring was like full on every day. We didn't have that. They didn't have the whole concussion awareness thing. They had the concussion. We don't give a shit.
Right. We're kind of aware, but who cares? That's fighting.
Back then they didn't care at all. It's like, come on, guys. I mean, shit. I mean, I gotta think later. Now I can't even think. Yeah. I've lost the ability to think. That's pretty sad at 60 years old. So now I just gotta sit here just being in a fog all the time. Like, what are we doing? What's going on?
Yeah. No, you're right.
Now my wife takes advantage of me. My kids take advantage of me.
That's funny. And she's not watching, but if she was, he actually also switches his stance beforehand. That's kind of cool. So I'm going to break this down. I'll send it to Mal. We can look. You guys chat now. Take some questions or hang out with Coach for a minute while I put some freezes in this.
Let's see what's going on right now. If you guys haven't had the privilege to see this before, everybody has seen, of course, the Robin Black breakdown. This is him baking the bread as you actually see it. We got the tape from the truck, so it's coming on, and you get a chance to see this. Coach, I'd like to pose a question to you. You said all the time, you know, a lot of people are surprised the niceties of these MMA fighters, like, oh, this guy's so nice. Do you think that really that this sport kind of hasn't evolved past the stigmatism it may have gotten when the first days of MMA that, oh, there are a bunch of meatheads out there, just, you know, bunch of cavemen fighting. But, you know, Chuck has a degree in what is it? Is it economics? No, he's in accounting. I mean, why do you think people are still surprised at how nice these guys are? Oops. Looks like we got you muted accidentally, Coach. Let me see.
Check it, unmute him.
I tried.
Oh, I see it. There it is.
1 second here. We're gonna get Coach's.
No, he's muted himself, I think.
Yeah, you muted yourself accidentally. I think you may have pressed
That was him talking about when you get hit, coach. Did your wife sneak in there and take advantage of you with the mute button, or your kids?
These things happen.
All right.
There
we go. We got you. We got you live. There we go.
So yeah, do I think the stigma? I think for the most part, I mean, there's still some really just people that are with their head in the sand that don't know, you know. But anyone that's watched it, there's much more that have started to accept it and love it more than think it's still cage fighting. You know, Chuck Liddell was my biggest liability as a martial arts school owner. You know, everybody thinks, oh, you must have a great school. You know, you had Chuck, so everybody's gonna come train with you. But it's the opposite. You know, the soccer moms and guys that want to learn martial arts, there's for every one that comes, there's probably 5 that don't want to come because they think they're gonna get in a cage and get the shit kicked out of them. You know, so people speed by my gym, and when they finally come in, you know, they want to bring their kid in or something. Go, wow, you guys are nice in here. This is like a family feel. We thought they'd be like cage with blood and beatings and stuff like that. And so there is that stigma still, but I think for the most part, you know, and a huge part I think has to do with the fighters themselves and Dana White. You know, I think he's you know, he's a huge part of it. I haven't always seen eye to eye with him on stuff, but to be honest, I think he's created a lot of you know, good things for MMA.
You know, I can remember one of the conversations during one of the.
This is more Bellator, right?
Yeah, but we talk about real life.
Okay.
We've had lots of UFC fighters on. The truth is, and I know you haven't spent as much time in Bellator around it, but if you're a kid now, like if you're a 17-year-old kid, you know, actually the perspective from young fighters out in a lot of different areas of the world, they look and go, I can make a career in Bellator. And this is shocking to a lot of people, but the fighters on the bottom half and the middle of the card make more money in Bellator these days than in the UFC.
Really?
Yeah. If you're like fight number 4 or 5 from the top, you're making more money. They're paid better because imagine, you know, Scott Coker's smart, right? So Scott's like, we're growing this thing, and it's very difficult to do in a world that it has one big powerful company. What do? Well, we need to get good fighters. How can we get good fighters? Treat them better and pay them more. So now you're starting to get good, real high-level young fighters, especially different pockets in America, Northern California, Ireland, a bunch of them where the best fighters will come there, come to Bellator at 2-0 and make 40 grand. You know, and maybe that's overstating it, but there are definitely guys in Ireland and Northern United States. Aaron Pico's making real money, and he knew this could be a real route. So it's a real interesting time. It really is. Scott has done some pretty impressive things because it's hard to succeed when there's a monopoly, right? Very fucking hard.
Yeah, and Scott Coker is, I remember him. He's just always been such a straight up, you know, nice guy. He's like the opposite of Dana, you know.
yeah,
it's true.
It's true,
and that's nice.
Okay. No, yeah, and that's okay,
I think
right?
They're both great. I think they're both great at what they do. He's just the personalities are completely different.
Totally. So, do you know AJ McKee? He's fighting next week. Do you know Antonio McKee?
I heard of him. He worked with Chuck for that last fight. That didn't really get me going very much.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and there was a lot of shenanigans going on that I wasn't happy about.
Yeah, that's all part of life, right?
But yeah, I mean, I respect. I definitely respect both of them as fighters. You know, his son and himself. I mean, they were both really good fighters. Just I don't really know them. I do know Lima. You know.
Yeah.
Obviously, I know who else? Who else switched over?
Phil Davis.
Phil Davis. I know Phil.
Machida.
Machida.
Oh, yeah, he switched over too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
love,
Lima's
and that's
legit
one of
too, man.
Glover's best friends is Leota. Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah, they're really close. They've trained together a lot because the manager, they have the same manager, just like Anderson and those guys have that same management. So Glover, just like that's why we were close to a lot of the AKA guys.
Right.
Chuck's manager was Zinkin.
Yes, of course.
And I think Chuck was the only fighter he managed that wasn't out of AKA.
Yeah.
There was a post that I saw after Glover's win last week that said between Glover and Junior Dos Santos, two of the nicest guys you ever met, if they should actually have a show in which they would go around and do nice things for people, and everyone said, "Oh, I'd love to watch that." That'd be a great show to stream, because when you genuinely have some people that are really just nice and down to earth like that, it just changes everything for you.
There's so many of them, but yeah, Junior is just, and Glover, they're just smiling all the time. Glover during camp is telling us, like, most guys are stressed out, they're getting their camp. He's fighting fucking Thiago Santos, and he's loving his camp. Like he's smiling all the time. And every time anyone that listen, he's saying, "I am so blessed. I love my life. I've never been happier. I love what I do." And he's walking around his gym. He's at home. I'll call him like, "Hey, what are you doing? What did you do today?" He goes, "Oh, coach, I'm so happy, man. I love my life. I'm gonna go meditate right now." And then he's gonna go, read, some Zen, passages. And he's just unbelievable guy. And I don't know Junior as well, but every time I've dealt with him, he's just all smiles, and it's incredible. It's incredible that there are guys like it. Then there's guys like Rampage, right?
Yeah.
And I think lately, I don't know him as well, but when he was coming up, he was like that. And when the cameras came on, he was fucking good. But then as soon as the cameras are off, man, he's like joking, and he would actually ask like Chuck. He asked that Chuck, goes, "Hey, the camera's gonna come on. Do you mind if I say this, this, and this?" And Chuck goes, "Oh, man, say whatever you gotta say." And he'd say it. Then the camera would leave. Goes, "Sorry about that, man. Hey, what were we talking about?" What I mean? And almost all of the guys are like that. There's very few guys that are douchebags in this sport, as opposed to a lot of other, sports. Even boxing, which is changing more now. You never used to see boxers talking good about their opponents and giving them praise and that much hugging and stuff. That came from MMA.
You're right.
Boxing, I mean, it was never like that in boxing before. They touched gloves here and there, but they didn't have the praise that they have now, the respect that they do now for each other. That came from MMA, and it came from the martial arts, part of MMA. And it's a great, tradition that's come into the cage and now following into the ring.
I commentate bare knuckle boxing in England, and you mostly interview these two guys together before and after. And I'll talk to him. I'm like, "Hey, tell me about this fight." He goes, "Oh man, I'm just so honored to be able to fight this guy. He's so good, and it's going to be such a thrill." Like, it's weird almost how respectful they are.
Boxing. I just can't stand it.
Yeah.
Because you know why? This is why. They're not bare knuckle. They're not barehanded. Okay? If you're barehanded like the old days, that's why they did away with it, because everybody was breaking their hands. Yeah. So they were trying to hit to the body, and they wouldn't even punch in the face at all, barely. That's why fights lasted so long. But when you wrap your hands up to your knuckle, you're wrapping up like 20 of your 28 bones. So you're giving it so much support. You can hit really hard and do a lot of cuts and damage and not worry about your hands. So it's not really bare knuckle boxing. So it's just, it's like, I'm going to cut you a lot and you're going to be cut up boxing. That's what it should be called.
Slashy boxing. If anyone's wondering, I'm just doing this breakdown of this flying knee while Mel and Coach are chatting.
Coach, let me ask you this: could you foresee? It looks like we got you accidentally muted again. Let's see here. We're going to get that audio back. And
can you hear me?
There we go. I got you now.
Okay, because I'm without earbuds.
Okay, no worries. Probably ran out of power. Could you see, from being around the sport for such a long time, being, a guy that is actually saw when you think of different stages of MMA, that like the way they do it in the UFC, the pioneer years, et cetera, et cetera. Did you think that it would really get to this big where we would have it on almost just about any nights of the week? Whereas you have, or where we did have before the pandemic, multiple organizations that you can watch quality MMA, and of course you have local organizations that are every state and every country. Did you when you're getting Chuck ready way back in the day, did you think you would ever see a day in which MMA would be like this?
I thought it'd be like, first of all, I thought I was retiring. I was going to train guys in my backyard.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get our black belt like Chuck with gi, just train, have fun. I'm a registered nurse, working the graveyard shift in the ER, and I thought that was going to be the rest of my life. And then Chuck said, "Hey, I want to try fighting. I want to see what." I was like, hey, you know what? I did enough fighting for all of us. Let's just train and have fun. You go be a CPA, and let's train. He's like, "I really want to try it, man. I want you to work. I want you to help me get in fighting."
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay. And next thing you know, we're on a plane to fucking Japan, and the rest is. So like, I never thought it would go anywhere close to where it is. I mean, not even close. The first time, Chuck brought me back a check from one of his fights, and I was like, "Oh, what is this, bro?" He goes, "That's your cut." I was like,
and you're like, "What?"
You're like, really?
My cut for what? He goes, "You're training me, man. This is what you're gonna get every time I fight. This is what you're gonna get. You're gonna get a percentage of what I make." I was like, "Okay," and it just went from there. I never thought we'd be on private planes and there'd be this kind of the freaking Apex Center, and I never thought it'd be like that. Never.
I mean, but it's kind of cool to look back and see. Yeah. Where it has evolved to, and it's really been short. You think about it, just going by.
Yeah,
sure. We'll use the UFC alone, 25, 26, so many years. And you've got, kids that were watching and said, that's what I want to do. But at the same time, I find it really hard to see Chuck, and I'm picturing Chuck with the mohawk and the tattoos on the side of his head, punching up numbers for the rest of his life, me bringing my taxes to him. But it's really, I'd love to say he's my accountant, my accountant.
He's so smart. You don't even know. I mean, he's like a 4.3 GPA, never had to study. I mean, accounting is a tough, it's a tough, what do you call it? It's like,
you're not allowed to say it's a tough business when you fight. Accounting is not a tough business compared to fighting.
A tough major, I think, because
it's a tougher major than like English Lit or something like that.
Right.
And accounting is tough, and he got like top grades, didn't study that much. He had to work because he's a very blue collar guy. Grew up blue collar. He worked his way through college, literally, and he's just always been that way. But I can't imagine him being an accountant either at this point. But he's great with numbers. He knew, he's just a sharp guy. He's very sharp. But yeah, it would be hard to imagine the Iceman not being the UFC Iceman.
Right. I mean, he could have been the Iceman of accounting. I don't know. He goes out and busts out some taxes. He does, the Chuck thing around. It's a whole different reality. But yeah, I agree with you completely, Coach.
Yeah, he had. I knew even when I fought, me and him had a fight. That's how we met. And
no way.
I knew right then this guy's. People are gonna hear about him. I didn't know about MMA. There was no MMA at the time. I just knew he had a personality that you could tell he was going to go somewhere huge. You could just tell, even before his career. I always knew that he was going to be that guy that's going to be the top of the food chain, whatever he does.
All right.
And he is.
That you're exactly right. Let me see. Robin just sent that to me, so I'm going to grab it and pull it down, and we'll do some analysis. Coach, if I could ask you, when you were training Chuck for anyone, let's pick out someone who's fought a bunch of times. Let's say Tito. Chuck has dynamite, career-changing abilities in his hands, and he had really, I would say, almost underrated defense as far as stopping the takedown, because it was so hard to get him down and even harder to keep him down. Did you only focus on striking, or did you say, hey, we got to do some of this ground stuff just in case we get there?
We trained everything with everyone. We didn't focus on. We probably focus a little more on striking just because it all starts there. But I even do that with my jiu-jitsu guys. I have wrestling guys that would rather wrestle. I have jiu-jitsu guys that are more into wrestling. So I and always have. But with Chuck, we worked on, and then he worked a lot with Scott Adams, leg lock guy. He worked a lot with John Lewis, who's now an actor. He was a jiu-jitsu guy. So he worked a lot. And then wrestling, we always had wrestlers coming in, trying to take him down over and over and over. And so he worked a lot of takedown defense, a lot, But it also, he had that. He did have that. He didn't have great defense when it comes to, the striking. But he had really good takedown defense, and most of that came from his movement more than his sprawling, etc. And more of his getting up had to do with him getting up. He just got up. It takes skill. You got to practice a lot of techniques, but a lot of people, once they hit the ground, they feel like, it looks like they're settling to be on the ground. Then they start working positions. But you can see those people that once they hit the ground, they're not going to stay down there. They almost bounce up, right? I asked Matt Hughes, how are you so successful at getting takedowns, especially against the cage? And he wasn't technical. He didn't use any technicality. Oh, that's beautiful. He just said, as soon as I got him against the cage, I knew I was going to get the underhooks, and I knew I would get him to the ground. So I wouldn't take no for an answer. So, and Chuck did that on his takedown defense. He didn't want to go to the ground, so he just told himself, I'm not going to the ground. And if he did, he was popping right back up. And then, of course, there are techniques you have to use, et cetera. But I think the biggest technique is the mindset.
That's where it all starts.
Now he's got to do the. We call this the Elvis Presley against the cage.
Why do you call it that?
Because you do like you have the rock, the one puts out and you go. That's how you go up against the cage. When you're back to the cage.
That's a good name for it.
The Elvis Presley.
One under and one down. Yeah.
What?
Like one under, one over? You mean?
No.
I know what you mean.
It's the legs where they go. It's like when you put one leg out this way, go, ain't nothing but, like that. That's
I can see the guitar.
And it turns your hips. It turns your hips away from flat to side.
Yeah. And you want all your weight low, and you want your legs real wide. And there's a little thing right by the cage too. You want your feet to go right into that.
Yeah.
So
the hand, the hands depends on their position. Right. You want overhook, underhook, the whizzer, head position. That comes after. The first thing is the Elvis Presley.
So since we're dealing with really limited audiences in this day and age, if you're coaching a fighter and we actually hear somebody yell out Elvis Presley, we will know exactly what you're talking about. That's a good nugget to have. These are all these, everyone has a different name. Wow, that was a nice hook over top. About what they call this and what that. That is definitely original. I do like that. I remember that. Robert, I got your. I have it all queued up, so when we do get a quick break, we can put up that freshly baked bink. Let me see here. I think Robin may be frozen, so looks like it's just you and us for right now.
Oh yeah.
Coach.
He's in Edmonton. That's why.
Yeah. He'll there we go. I am actually near Washington D.C., Coach. So I'm way
on the MAGA march this weekend.
I just saw a notice for that.
Oh my God.
So
I hope we stay peaceful, brother.
hey, listen, you can't see some of the comments now, but there was just a whole about 5 minutes away, a bunch of back and forth between one side or the other. It's been interesting so far.
Why I'm here though? Why on this?
I don't know. People just say what they want. And one person's saying about this side versus the other. You know, people talk how they want, and it's always got to be red or blue. If you're not with me, you're against me. When we really need to compromise for everything.
Are you guys talking politics?
I was. He was just saying it when I told him I was near Washington D.C. He says, "I hope we stay peaceful," and I said, "I agree with you." And there was a lot of that going on in the comments just a few seconds ago. Robert, while you dipped out, I have that fight. Excuse me, I have that clip, the knee KO. So I'm ready to cue it up whenever you say so.
Did this one just finish, or are we going into round 3?
I think we're going into round 3 here because we're still kind of hanging out. It's been a nice back and forth. Look at that left hook.
Oh, that was really nice. Little fake punch slide under.
Yeah.
Watch. Right? Yeah, slip underneath whatever's coming and up with the left hook.
Low high.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love the low high.
Yeah.
I
like
love
that.
the low high.
You know, hey man, if you're going to be driving forward against somebody who's driving back and you are going to go low, at least he was moving his target, because we saw a guy get kneed up the middle just like that down low, right? So
you never want to be in the middle. Angle isn't just a gay bar in Hawaii.
Right.
Hey, you remember Sugarfoot, Pete Cunningham?
Yeah.
There you go. Let me see. I can make that bigger real quick. 1 second. Can you hold it up there, Coach?
There cool.
There you go.
It's me and him. I had hair.
Cool. Yeah, you did.
We're roommates. Yeah. He's from Edmonton. He's probably the greatest fighter ever out of Edmonton.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. Wayne Gretzky couldn't fight.
What?
Wayne Gretzky couldn't fight at all.
He was Edmonton? I didn't know he was Edmonton.
No, he wasn't born in Edmonton, but he played for Edmonton for a long
really?
time.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I love Edmonton. I love fighting there, man.
Yeah. Edmonton's a great town.
It's like a cowboy town.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, not like Wyoming. I was in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Like Calgary. What?
No, Calgary's not. But Wyoming, man, the people were so nice and chill. Yeah. Like whatever rep places get often, a lot of it is how you go into it. You know, people were so nice to me in Wyoming.
Yeah. I've never. I don't think I've ever been there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it was really cool.
Is this the fight? This isn't live, right?
No, this is live. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, this is live. Yeah.
Right out of Connecticut.
Where's the Bellator?
This is Connecticut. Sun. Yeah.
Where? It's in one of those casinos.
Yeah, Mohegan Sun in Connecticut.
Oh yeah, it's right near. Yeah, Glover lives about an hour from there.
I have to check with my sources up there, see if they've got some paths crossing with Glover.
So yeah, in 3 minutes, we can pull up that flying knee and take a look at it. Yeah, we got a couple other friends popping on too, Coach. You'll get to meet.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Austin Vanderford, a young fighter, fought last weekend at Bellator. Really, really killer, dominant fighter. Really good, young guy.
Well, who's the main event?
Tonight it's Patricio Pitbull.
Okay. Who was last week?
Last week was Corey Anderson.
Right. And Melvin Mahal.
Oh man, I saw that.
Yeah.
That was that was good, man.
Yeah.
That was quick and good.
Yeah. Corey Anderson, that he's another example kind of thing. He's ranked number 5 in the world, had beaten a lot of top guys in the UFC.
Including Glover.
Yeah, he beat Glover, right? Yeah, that's right, he did. And then they went to renegotiate, and they were talking about Twitter followers and whatever. And his manager was like, "Well, if he can get a better deal elsewhere, will you release him?" And they said, "Oh, sure." And Bellator offered him double. At least what I'm told, or what he has said publicly, is he gets more to fight than he got. Significantly more to just show up and fight than he got with his win bonuses in the UFC.
Do they do the show and win bonus in Bellator?
Some, but it's not as standard. It's not as like everybody has to do it. Not that everyone does in the UFC, but I'm sure, 17 out of 20 in the UFC, not everybody in Bellator has to do that same deal. They do. They're much more open to individual fighters doing individual things in individual ways. Because again, if you're going to compete with something that's a monopoly, basically, you have to be attractive to not just the audience, but the potential staff or talent or fighters or people like me or whatever. You've got, and one of the ways to do it is in a world where you've got a very tough, gritty, gruff, less fighter friendly, less staff friendly company. You become the opposite. So, and that's been something Scott did when he came in and kind of took the lead at Bellator a few years ago.
When it comes to fans and pay-per-view hits or whatever, is Bellator, is it competitive with the UFC?
People tend to think it's between 10 and 20%, but it goes by. I mean, it's really tough to say too now because you can't see a UFC number anymore. It's behind a paywall on an ESPN app a lot of the time. So you don't know how much they're reaching. Bellator is significantly growing and taking market share. It's also a weird time, right? Once upon a time, and I cover the UFC in Canada as well for the broadcast partner. So I'm not biased. I fortunately get to be gainfully employed by both. Another flying knee there. Yeah. And so does Chael and a few other people. But
nice.
So I'm not,
because usually Dana doesn't play both, does he?
No, he usually doesn't, but he can't. They can't control everything anymore, right? They can't control everything. But yeah, the UFC to some degree. Remember when you guys were in there, it was the edgiest, craziest, most innovative, right on the fringes of society, and now it's super mainstream, right? So that's why you do see
legal.
Legal, yeah.
We got raided by cops. I remember getting raided by cops.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. It was crazy.
That's so crazy. Well, now it's on ESPN. It's super mainstream, which is why when people talk about bare knuckle boxing or Way or these different things, you don't only wear Nikes or you don't only eat McDonald's or you don't only drink Coke. People start to, especially sort of on the front end of change, people who like innovation, like variation. So Bellator is growing. Those other things are growing because of that, I think, that sort of commodification.
Do you think, and I'm not saying it is or isn't because I don't really know, but do you think it would be like compared, do you know anything about baseball?
A little.
So you go like
Mal will know better than I.
You got majors, then AAA, then AA, then single A.
Right.
And then people in the majors, like if they have a bad season, a couple of years, they go down to the minors, and then they go AAA or AA. Then they have a good season, they come back up, and
that's some of the way it's perceived. That's some of the way it's perceived. But if you're Bellator, you're like, actually, we'll pay you more, and we want to attract some people who people think that's the major. So there are young guys now that are coming out of gyms that might be the best guy. Like they're not, and they're doing it. It's also challenging too. It's easy to go and say, hey, we're the big one. Come here. We'll pay you $8,000 to show. But some of these gyms are starting to be aware, actually, we got this kid who might be a world champion. He's only 21. Will you take a risk on him and give him $50,000 to fight to start with? So they're attracting, Bellator is now starting to attract arguably as good and in some cases better fighters. So with that in mind, in 2024 or 2022, you say, actually, we're the majors or we're splitting the majors. And that's how you have to attempt to grow your company. That's how you have to.
You think it'll be the top dog soon?
No, I don't think they'll ever accomplish that.
No,
I think the thing's too big. The other thing is the UFC's too big. But I think you can get to a point. All you want to do is get to a point where you can get 30 to 40% of the best fighters when they're young. If you can do that, then you're half of the biggest. You may not be the biggest. You might not be as good at selling brands or T-shirts or commercials or making promos or whatever the other things are. But if you can have 40% of the best fighters in the world, you can say, actually, we're Pepsi, or we're Coke, you're Pepsi. But I mean, ultimately, and you know this, although you didn't have as many fighters in Bellator. Sanchez here, he trains with Anthony Pettis, and they go even. You know, every gym or many gyms have guys who are in both who they spar 10 times and one wins 5. And it's about the fighter. It's not about the logo.
Right?
Yeah, Lima.
Yeah.
I think Lima's the best. I mean, he could be the best 170 pounder in the world. Lima. What? David?
Douglas Lima.
Douglas. Yeah.
Yeah, he could easily be.
I think he's the best 70 pounder, man. Shit, he's badass. But I mean, I don't follow that much because I'm not a huge fan, but of the sport. But but I've always liked him, because I know his brother. He was on because I did the Ultimate Fighter that season. He was.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And then Pitbull, that's fighting tonight. He knocked out Michael Chandler, who's probably only one win away from fighting they'll put him into the top 4 in the UFC the second he fights. And Patricio Pitbull knocked him out in the first round. Patricio used to train or does train with Henry Cejudo. One guy was a 2-division champion in Bellator. The other one was a 2-division champion in the UFC, and they split their sparring sessions. They were equals. They were on an equal level as training partners. It's not about a logo, right? Or a brand or marketing. I mean, it is, because that shit's all real too. But ultimately, it's about the humans fighting, right?
Yeah. No, it is. It's just I don't know.
Right. And Robin, I'll give you the same thing. Whereas Chandler just made that move to the UFC, and immediately he has injected himself into the lightweight, running, if you may. If they didn't think he was that talented, they'd be like, oh well, why don't you get a couple fights in here and we'll see where things go. He's immediately a backup for Khabib Justin.
But to be honest, that's actually great for them. Because if he does lose, they go, see, Bellator is not as good, right? So if he does win, you just don't address it. But business is real too. Like, we can be fight nerds and be like, these fighters are as good as these fighters. But business is real. Like most people, when I say I work in fighting, if I say, I work for a couple companies at Bellator, they may or may not know it. UFC, they'll be like, oh, I know what that is. And just that is different. Mike Brown, actually, when you talk to Mike, it still bugs him that he was the WEC champion, but not the UFC champion.
Right.
And on some level, because although the WEC champion was the champion of the world in his weight class, it didn't exist in the UFC. When he tells his family, look at my belt, they don't know what the fuck a WEC is. Right? But the WEC was awesome.
Damn it.
I mean, and look at everybody we got from the WC. You got Mike Brown, you got Uriah Faber, you got
you can go on forever.
But it's crazy.
The difference is then, I don't know when, but at some point they became AA or whatever, and they worked because I think they had like the owners. They worked together. Like I had, one of Glover's last fights in WEC. Or it could have been Strikeforce. I always get them mixed up. But anyway, I think it was WC, and Dana was there because he was scouting guys. He was going to bring. Didn't he own both for a while?
Yeah. They bought Strikeforce, and they bought the WEC. He bought it all.
So so it was okay. Yeah, for a while.
There is lawsuits now, and I don't know, who knows how they'll go. People in big business, lawsuits are like, just part of their business. But where people, and actually Nate Quarry, you mentioned earlier, he's leading one of the lawsuits.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And he was like, this is a monopoly. You can't buy up all of our potential to make a living and then tell us you'll only pay us this much money. That's supposed to be illegal in the United States. But, and so there's lawsuits about it. But hey, if it works from a war standpoint, you're just taking territory,
right?
You're just going in and taking territory.
Yeah, we've had that argument about fighters' mandatory pay. We've had wars on that. Oh my god. Oh my god.
A lot of people have mentioned. I was gonna say a lot of people have mentioned here. Why do you don't think that fighters have a union or a fighters union? or something of that.
Never. Not as long as like the Fertitta brothers are union breakers.
Yeah.
So when they ran it.
I think it'd be terrible to have a union. I think it just I don't think it would be good at all. It'd be I don't think unions. I mean, I guess each case is different, but a fighter union just makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I think, and people say, "Oh, you don't care about the fighters. You don't care about their pay." I go, "I get percentages. Of course, I care." Yeah, you silly?
There's no more invested than me.
Percentage of what they're making. I want them to make as much as possible, but you can't force somebody to pay someone something else.
That's right.
But he's Nate Corey is very gung ho on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he's passionate about it.
Very. Yeah. He's a sharp guy too. He really is. Yeah. I really like him.
Robin, I'm gonna take a restaurant break real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. Coach, we were talking about you and I online. We're talking about how there's certain sort of sequences named after Chuck.
Yeah.
Or Chuck and Randy. Do you tell me about that?
Like when Chuck, before he fought Randy the second time, I was in the hotel room the day before the fight, I think. And I was watching, just going through video. And I found something of him training, just a video of him training, and something about the way he stepped forward. I started thinking if Chuck stepped this weird angle step, went with the right hand over the top, I was like, that was because he doesn't come in with a dynamic step, right? Mm-hmm. He walks, he plods in. He's a Greco guy, he's a walker, he's a plodder. Yeah. So one step to the side, you get a different angle right over his hand, right? Coming this way. So I was like, fuck. So I ran down there, called Chuck, and we met in the fight in the training room, and we just went over that over and over and over and over and over. And as soon as the fight started, it just worked.
Yeah. And were you practicing that on pads with him backing up, or just with hands, but you had him retreating, stepping on that angle and throwing it over? I
had him circling one way and then stepping the other right away. So before Randy got a chance to look over, bring his hands back up, he got hit over the top. Angle. Not just a gay bar in Hawaii.
Not just a gay bar in Hawaii. So by moving in one direction, you made him continue to move, and as he continued to move, we moved over. It's like leading with a clay pigeon.
Yeah. I call it, it is in my curriculum, and I call it the step over right hand. Cool. And we get the guy going this way. Actually, you overdo it. You know what I mean? You exaggerate it going this way, like big steps with a big jab, and then all of a sudden your right foot steps over the top, and then the right hand comes. So that is one of it's in our curriculum. Cool. And it's like it's like you do, only I do it in because my 99% of my gym is martial arts guys that wear gis, belts. Mm-hmm. They don't care. They'll never fight a day in their life in a cage. They just want to stay safe in the street, and they want to get their black belt. So most of it is that. So I get to practice all these things and see if they work in a cage legally. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And then when he fought Babalu, I saw the way Babalu would step in for a shot. So we came up with a Babalu kick so he could kick him while Babalu was coming down.
Drop it.
We just started doing it in the dressing room, and it worked like that. And we came back to the dressing room after he won. Everybody was like, because they watched the fight from the screen, Yep. So they're like, wait, you guys were just practicing that, because that's what just like. And then when he fought Metzger in Japan, we came up with the Guy Metzger punch, and that ended up stopping him. So we come up with certain things. I've had Glover, some of his techniques. Antonio Banuelos was fighting this guy that I knew would fall for his shot, because Antonio, he was WEC, right? He fought.
I remember him big time.
So he did a fake shot and then came in with an overhand while he was shooting, came in with the overhand and just starts the guy. So that's our fake low go high. So
and now that's a standard part of fighting. And fake low, fake high, go low, and every combination of.
Exactly. Right. You got them all day long. So
so cool. So
hey, Ron,
cool.
looks like I'm another doppelganger. I've been said I'm what is it? Holyfield, and now it's Van Jones.
It's your doppelganger.
So this is great. I get to look like so many famous people. So I appreciate.
So Mallory.
Oh yeah, P Diddy, right?
Yeah, that's good.
I wish I
think Holyfield would come. I actually thought when I first came on here that was.
Yeah,
but,
thank you very much, Coach. I wish.
Is he fighting Tyson still? Is that still going on?
No, Roy Jones. Roy Jones is fighting Tyson.
But they're really doing it.
It sounds like it.
A couple of weeks. Yeah.
I wish they wouldn't. I wish to God they wouldn't do that. Yeah. It's like watching an old chick strip. You know, who strip? Watching two old guys fight is like watching an old chick strip. That's
a great analogy.
Oh man, that is funny. I kind of do too. I get it. You know, it's like people like to see old, the Rolling Stones still play in their 70s, but this isn't the same. This is getting smashed in the head. At the same time, my feeling, like, I believe in personal freedoms, and if I want to fight, that's, I should be allowed to, as long as I'm, whatever, legally in safety. But at the same time, you wish they wouldn't, Yeah,
I think I'm a 100% freedom guy. Just like the old 78-year-old lady has the right to strip. I just choose not to watch.
That's right. That's
Same
right.
with the fighters.
Yeah.
And I love both of them. I love them like crazy. I got crazy love for both of them in there, and I want to remember that love.
Yeah.
How they were. They were so good, and they're such good people now. Especially Tyson. He's like reinvented himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I really like the new him. I really like.
Yeah, me too.
His new honesty. I like the new him. I just don't see a reason for him to. But why does this guy have this that looks like just a blotch on his back?
Yeah, who knows what it was or what it was intended to be? Who knows? He kind of pulled guard there.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, which there's many motivations. Some people are trying to make money. Some people are trying to stay safe. Some by being exciting, you can make more money. But ultimately, to win a fight, if you are comfortable here and he's taking no damage, and you submit people all day long with your weird long body, do your thing. Do your thing.
And it's so much less common now than it used to be.
You're right.
Being on the bottom is not a good thing, no matter what. It used to be a neutral. Top bottom in the guard was neutral then, 50-50. Now it's not. People are just too good at ground and pounding.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and also the judges see you losing there. Back in the day, it was like, oh, cool, jiu-jitsu. Now the judges believe you are losing when you're there.
Yeah, unless he's trying to get a triangle like he is, but this guy's a little too. Once you cram him against the cage, you kind of limit your options from the bottom.
Yep.
Doesn't take them away 100%, but it severely limits them. And when you bring a guy down to the cage, we like him to bring him to our side of the cage so we can talk to him more. Yeah. You know what I mean? And they usually do that.
Coach, I once brought a guy to my corner, and I stayed on top of him, and I beat him up for 5 rounds, and then I brought him there again, and I exploded his ear, and blood and pus flew all over Boss Rutan and Guy Metzger. They were the commentators, and blood and pus flew all over them. It was right by my corner and the commentary corner. It was pretty cool.
Blood and pus out of the ear?
Yeah, it was like so. First,
he had a cauliflower ear.
Well, when the fight started, he had a cauliflower ear. But between rounds 1 and 2, as soon as my coach, I was standing there. As soon as he moved, all I could see was this giant tomato. So the cauliflower had started to swell, and it was big. And as he walked, it wobbled. So I just punched it.
That's a good coach. Hey, you know what? Punch that thing right there. That always used to get me when Matt Hughes used to pick up guys, carry him across the ring just to his corner. And you figure that you've been really taken into enemy territory, and now your coaches can just say, "Hey, do this, do this, do this."
Well,
who was
it's
it?
also especially when you're young.
What?
Especially when you're young, it's not just your fighter will hear you, but the other fighter will be shaken by you, maybe.
That's true.
Yeah, they will.
Which Gilbert? What were you going to say,
Gilbert,
Coach?
we had Gilbert from. He was from. He was with Diaz brothers.
Melendez.
I was at his corner, and in Hawaii, no commission, right? Mm-hmm. So he brings this guy to our corner, slams him down, and just starts brutalizing his face. And I'm yelling, "Elbow! Cut him! Cut him! Cut him! Elbow! Elbows! Rub your elbow!" And we're getting brutal. All right. He was so cut up, and I'm an RN, and I sew up, like I've sewn up Chuck and Glover, and all my fighters, I sew them up. They didn't have a doctor to sew the guy up. So I had to sew the guy up. So can you imagine him seeing me, the one that was cut him, and all of a sudden he was thrown up by me. He was not a happy guy.
Did you say sorry?
Yeah, kind of. Sorry, not sorry, kind of.
Yeah, that's got to be awkward because you got to take your time doing it, and you're just sitting there lacing them up.
It was awkward. It was very awkward. It was very awkward.
It's funny, Coach.
He was promoting it. BJ Penn's brother was promoting him. He's like, hey, Hack, you do the suturing, right? Hey, we got some stuff, but we don't have a guy. Can you sew up the guy? And I walk in the room. I was like, oh shit. And he looks at me like, but anyway.
Hey, do you know Rich Chow? He's the matchmaker for Bellator. He's from that crew. You know Rich.
I love that guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
I love that guy. Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, so I remember him from. I remember him from those days.
He fought on one of those. Yeah, Rumble on the Rock. Yeah, he fought on one of them, and then he started to matchmake through that. And he was Ensign Inui's a buddy of his, and Kid Yamamoto, and all those guys from that Guam era.
I'm friends with Egan. That's Ensign's brother. They're from Hawaii. They're from Hawaii. But then Ensign decided to move to Japan and become like a Yakuza and stuff like that. He did time in jail in Japan and got all the tattoos and became like a crime mafia. And Egan, because they came from money, so he just he's the nicest guy. He's like he played water polo and he swims. He plays racquetball. So he's a real nice guy.
Yeah,
Ensign's more of
a badass.
He is a badass, but
he is.
Yeah, he loves that badass. And Egan is like he's like so nice and sweet, except if you get him in a grappling match. He's also a racquetball champion and a swim champion.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Did you know Kid Yamamoto, Coach?
No.
I trained with him. He was a legend in Japan. I think he came from Guam, maybe. I'm not sure. But I trained with him for his first UFC fight, actually. I was training for my last fight. And I never saw, and by this point his hips were all fucked up, and like he was fighting at 155 pounds and he'd weigh 140 pounds. But I never trained with anyone, like you were saying about Glover, who enjoyed the process so much. Like I remember we were doing takedown drills and he would be giggling, like literally giggling. He was real special.
That's what I hated every single round of sparring and fighting I did in my life. I hated every second of. I hated training for fights. I hated having a fight coming up. I hated the day before the fight, the day of the fight, time in the dressing. I hated everything. And
that's so funny. I just can't imagine you sitting in Anthony Robbins' backyard and that guy straightening you out.
He called me a fucking little bitch.
That's so crazy.
Punter.
Did you get the feeling it was because he knew how to get to you? Like as a coach yourself, he knew the language that you needed to hear?
I think he did. I think he does. He uses cussing for to benefit, make a point, accentuate things, and having a guy like him with his hand was on my heart. His hand was like touching me, and he was like this close to me, and he's like, don't be a fucking little bitch. I was like, wow. Okay, all right, I won't. He goes, you owe it to these guys. You got their career going. Now they depend on you. You don't have the right to not, finish up with them. You can not take any more guys if you don't want, but you owe it to these guys to end their career. You started with them. And if you don't like it, too fucking bad. Don't be a little fucking bitch.
You know how much a CEO would have had to pay him to call him a bitch?
I drove away after an hour and a half, 90 minutes of him talking to me one-on-one. I drove away from there just thinking, what just happened? My life has changed. It changed my life in a lot of ways. But who would get that lucky? The luck I have, I couldn't believe it. But we just talked now. He wants to work with Glover.
Amazing.
Because
Amazing.
I sent him a video of Glover's fight, and I'm trying to find it now. He loved it, and just what a man. I made a lot of calls this week. Holy shit.
Yeah, you're motivated, coach.
But he's such like.
What a beautiful man. Wow. Glover's just a beautiful. I'm glad you showed me a video. Made me fall in love with this guy. What a good human being. Go in there and fucking kill it and then be such a sportsman at the end. So I'd love to work with him.
So he wants to work with him.
Next fight.
Okay. I'll talk. Yeah. That's pretty much what he said. But I worked with him a little when he worked with Connor his last time.
Mm-hmm.
I worked a little on strategies and stuff.
Oh, cool.
But he was mainly, he has a great coach. It was just, I worked on the strategies just so he could know where to come from, mentally. I had nothing to do with Conor McGregor's strategy for that fight at all. Just to clear that up. But Tony wanted some strategies so he could interject things at certain points. So like what
he wanted to peek under the hood, and you let him peek under the hood.
That's what I did more than anything. And we're friends, but so just I never had anything to do with the strategy of that fight. I wish I did, but I didn't.
How on earth do you become friends with Anthony Robbins?
Yeah.
It was Glover. It was Chuck's second Randy fight, the one we were talking about.
Yeah.
And then I got interviewed after the fight by Full Contact Fighter, one of the big ones. Remember those?
Yeah, of course.
And one of the things I'm a journal fanatic, So like I do journals. I keep track of everything with my journals and shit. I spend a lot, like it's like I'm gay, but I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
it's like you're gay, only your wife knows you're not gay.
But maybe I am. But anyway, forget it. Who cares? Anyway, so one of the things he came out with a planner, right? Tony Robbins planner.
Yeah.
So I'm a planner guy, Frank and Covey and shit. Eat it up. So I got a Tony Robbins planner, and it helped me keep some track and training for this fight. So I kept everything organized. So Full Contact Fighter, how did you do this? And I mentioned the planner. I don't know how, but Tony Robbins planner really helped me plan for this fight. I didn't know he reads that shit, So I guess he read, or one of the people read it. And next thing I know, I'm getting a call, hey, I heard you like my stuff. Hey, thank you so much, man. I'd love to have you guys and, come to one of my shows. That really means a lot to me. So I love this. I love this stuff. I love this right now. Did they just fight each other?
Yep.
Yeah.
This
And Powell. Yeah, Powell, the young guy there, he's calling it a career because and I can't speak for him, but if you have a family or depending on where your life is at, you can't just keep sort of selfishly pursuing this thing if you're not going to pay for your family with it. But so yeah, he said he's done, and they just had a great fight. They just had a great fight. They also both fly halfway across the world to be stuck in a bubble in the middle of Connecticut, in the middle of nowhere, just for the chance to fight each other. And they both went through all of that. It is cool. It really is.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
It's something ceremonial about that, leaving your gloves in the ring and your opponent coming over and saying, "Hey, thanks," because one day it's going to happen to him too. Where the last fight's going to be the last fight.
I have nothing but love for him. I think as much as he likes to joke and he has such a quick wit, I think Chael Sonnen was just. I think he's a great martial artist. So just
Me too.
Great artist in every shape of the word. He's a martial artist, and he's a great person. I love him. I
do too. He's a good friend, and he's been very helpful to me. And like in my business, he's taken phone calls from me at 8 o'clock in the morning to give me advice. Like he's a really great guy. When he was fighting Fedor, I was just making my way, and so I don't know if you know what DAZN is. DAZN. Do you know what this is?
Yeah, I had it for a while, I think.
Yeah. So
you can only watch Bellator on it, right?
What's that?
You can only watch something on it.
Bellator. Golden Boy Boxing. Yeah, Canelo.
Right.
Yeah. So they offered me a job, kind of, but it was just the beginning of a job. And I was like, and I had a producer that's a good friend, and I needed to do a couple of really good pieces to get on the radar of my bosses. And so I texted Chael and I'm like, "Man, you're getting ready for Fedor. Bellator's on DAZN. Can I come down?" He goes, "Yeah, man, like come down for a couple of days, film anything you want." We went for dinner, filmed it. He trained, filmed it. We did shit together and we filmed all of it. And he helped me get that job. And then that job got me a job at Bellator, So Chael's one of those guys. Like he'll go out of his way to help people,
Yeah. Yeah, he is. I really like him. I always have. He reminds me of Matt Lindland in a little way.
They're close, of course, right?
Oh, yeah, Matt Lindland is now he's like the U.S. Olympic Greco-Roman coach. Yeah, he used to sleep in my room, and because I trained him for I don't know, probably like 5 or 6 of his fights, and he would come up here from Oregon, and we'd train here, and I'll tell you what, he went to bed with Copenhagen. He'd put it in his mouth and go to bed. He was like fanatical. Yeah, crazy guy.
So gross.
It's so
Copenhagen
gross.
snuff. It's chewing tobacco for anybody under 40 who doesn't know what that is. When Chael was getting ready to fight Fedor, I was there watching them train for it, and I was shocked by how smart he was and the amount of details he was looking at. Oh, so you mentioned on the left of the screen, Coach, that's Gilbert Melendez's wife, Carrie.
Oh my God! Wow. I met her. So sweet. So sweet.
Yeah, she's a badass.
Is she? I've never seen her.
Oh yeah,
that's her. Yeah. And she has kids too, I think, or kids.
Yeah, I think they do. I think they do have kids, but I don't know Gilbert all that well. But I really admire him too. He's another. Some of those guys, man. Some of those guys.
I was close with Cesar Gracie.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So me and Cesar Gracie, he used to come down here all the time. We train and go over stuff, and we actually made a pit jitsu video.
Cool.
Yeah,
pit jitsu.
I worked his corner when he fought Frank Shamrock.
You worked Cesar Gracie's corner?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I can't remember how that fight went.
With me throwing the towel real quick.
Of course it did.
Which I told him he would. He never even fought before. He's like, hey, he called me. I was like, he goes, hey, you work my corner? I go, for what? He goes, I'm going to fight. I go, why? He goes, I don't know, I just want to fight. Who are you fighting? Frank Shamrock? Wait, your first fight ever.
It's this guy.
You're going to fight Frank Shamrock? That's crazy. It makes no sense. He goes, I know. I just want to do it, man. And I go, why don't we get an easier opponent? And then go to work your way up. He goes, no, I just want one fight in my life, and I want it to be Frank Shamrock. then I don't want to ever fight again.
Wow, that is a heck of a resume, though.
I know. So
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. So walking to the thing, I said, it was me and Gilbert, not Gilbert. Who else worked this corner? I forget.
Probably Nick. No, Nick.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't one of the Diaz. It was
Gary
one of
is
the
fucking this
fighters.
girl up already.
Yeah.
But I told him, man, I'm not going to let this guy get hurt. So
Yeah.
I had the towel like right there. It was in my hand.
You got the towel right as you begin. They're touching gloves. The towel's right here.
The towel was
Actually,
there.
so Coach, it's weird that you're saying this, but can I do another thing with you on Monday? So I work for TSN in Canada. It's like our ESPN. It's the biggest sports network in Canada. And I'm doing a piece about, a big piece about sort of coaching, quitting, overcoming fear and anxiety. I want to get you on one of those next week and talk about that. Because to find a coach who coached like this level, who is that close to throwing in the towel, I think people will find it fascinating. And they should. It's really, so I'll try to set that up with you for next week if you're into it.
Because I'm the towel thrower. Because I'm not gonna let my guys get hurt. I'm not gonna. It was a.
Yeah, I'm definitely want you in that piece because in it also I've got George St. Pierre who's talking about tapping out to Matt Serra due to strikes, and I've got Anthony Smith who she's fucking this girl up. I've got Anthony Smith who's like, I will never quit no matter what, and I told my corner never throw in the towel, and he was picking up his teeth and giving it to the ref. Did you see that?
I don't care what he said. The towel would have gone in.
Yeah.
I give my fighters the option. I say, they all know. Yeah, I will throw in the towel if you get hurt. If you're not okay with that, get someone else in your corner. And I've had people not want me to work the corner that I train because of that. And girls will be even quicker, by the way.
Wow. You're going to protect them even further.
Well, just because the cutting. And I've told them that. I'm going to. So my girls, I have 2 girls on the team. One of them's fought. She's 5-0. She's gonna have Antonio work her corner. Shish kebab.
Right on that logo slip.
Yeah, it looked like a slip, but it looks like she made her slip somehow. I don't know how.
Yeah, pressure, psychological pressure, among other things, right?
Oh, she's really cute.
So, Coach, we have the undercard here, but when we go to the main card, we don't get to stream that because CBS Sports won't let us. You got a TV near you if you want to, but we still got this fight and those. Oh, she's out. Come on, she's in. Oh no.
Yeah, I thought she was going.
Yeah. Yeah. Would you have thrown in the towel there, Coach?
No, because she was a choke like that. It's like.
Yeah,
I would let it if it was an arm thing or something breaking, but a choke. The referees are so good, Yeah. And I'm not gonna worry. I would assume if she didn't stop, I would have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
right.
It's usually like strike. It's usually strikes that I'm gonna throw the towel. It's the brain thing I worry about more than anything else. Like a broken hand, no fucking way. Keep fighting. Yeah, I remember I've had guys come back to the corner. I think I broke my hand. Okay, well,
use the other one.
Oh, that hurt.
More. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, I would just deal with the fucking pain. You're a fighter, so fuck off and keep fighting.
Oh, look, her right arm's trapped. Look, her right arm's trapped.
Oh yeah, so another less weapon to fight off with.
Yeah, Carrie's a badass.
That's her little hubby. Yeah, he's such a cool guy. Why isn't he doing more? He was doing more announcing too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was doing some analysis here and there.
Who, Gil?
Yeah.
He does some ESPN stuff. He does some ESPN stuff.
I hardly ever see him in front of the camera anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
thin,
if you want to.
She looks too thin.
She's 115 or 125. I'm not sure.
Last time I saw her, she looked kind of I don't know. Doesn't she look thin?
She
did in the face too.
In the promo photo, and I was like, wow. And I looked at the weight again, and it was like, that's that's light, you know. But
No, it's so cute when they hug like that.
Now, here's a question for you, Coach. Would you be able to handle, if that was your wife and she was a fighter, how bad would that be for you to be in the court? Would you be able to handle that?
It would. I break down like when my fighters fight. My wife, I have breakdowns, like full on in a corner sobbing breakdowns.
Mm-hmm.
My son fights. I have the same thing. But if she really wanted to fight, I'm not gonna go in front of her dreams or passions.
Right.
Of course, I would support her all the way, but I would hate. I mean, I'd be like fucking my knots all over my stomach, you know.
Right.
How long you been married, Coach?
We've been together 11 years, honey. I think 11 years, 12 years. Because I'm the old guy, you know.
You're 60. Wow.
Hey, good for you. There you
so
go.
this kid,
I started my first fight. My first actual organized Golden Glove fight was 74.
Jesus. And how old were you? You were born in 59?
Yeah, so I was 14 because I turned, because I was at the end of the year. So my first fight, I was 14. And then I started training Kaji Kempo when I was 9.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And that's a Hawaiian art. That's from Hawaii.
Yeah. And I remember when Chuck was fighting, he said he was Kempo karate. That's what he described as fighting. Yeah.
Yeah, we call it Hawaiian Kempo, but Kempo is Kempo. So I started that system, just put two things together, Hawaii and Kempo. And I just thought of Kempo as punching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kempo is Japanese?
No. Kempo is it's the writing, right? So it can be Japanese or Chinese, you know, depends on the kanji. But when you say it, the Japanese, it's usually Kempo with an N, and Kempo with an M is usually the Chinese version, but it both means the same thing, law of the fist.
Mm-hmm.
That's Kempo. I like Kempo better than Kempo. I don't know why.
Yeah. You like the Chinese interpretation?
I like the spelling of it because in Hawaii, it's more common to have Kempo than Kenpo. Kenpo was brought over here by Ed Parker and kind of commercialized it, and it became a little softer. Oh, somebody's behind me. Who's behind me? What are you doing?
Say hi for us.
Say hi.
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
That scared me.
No, sneaking up behind you like
image,
that?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, thank you.
With a garrote?
I just got paid for last night, guys. I just got paid for last night.
Yeah.
Oh, look at there.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, honey. You guys saw that.
Look, there you go. We got to hold that up. We got to hold the money up for everybody. There it is.
Yeah.
I just got
that.
my wife paid me for last night, and you guys saw it happen.
Nice.
Hey, listen.
Thanks, honey.
I guess your Yelp rating is good, Coach. I mean, this is pretty good. He modestly said.
Yeah, you must have done a good job somehow.
So anyway. It's interesting that you had mentioned that from traveling around to a lot of karate tournaments, we would find a lot more Kempo on the West Coast of the United States, and that was, if I remember right, because Ed Parker was from that area, and Kaji Kempo. Right. And so it spread up like from the West Coast, and Taekwondo was more East Coast, kind of as Junri and, a lot of other Taekwondo pioneers, and kind of Texas is where they met in the middle. And when traveling and doing tournaments like that, you come out and you travel west, and all of a sudden, like, we kick to the groin. I'm like, what you do? What? Yeah, that's a legal shot. And that was because, your Taekwondo used to kick in high and kick into the head, and all of a sudden you come with the West Coast and the guy kicks you right in the balls and gets, it's legal. It's a different challenge, So know the rules before going anywhere. Yeah. That's always the first thing.
And their punching in the face was non-existent too, where it was more. It started not, and then it came where, like Hawaii tournaments in the old days, you could punch anywhere, and it was a whole different thing. Then it became. I love point fighting, man. I love watching it. Never
Me
did
too.
it. I mean, I did it for a little bit, but I was terrible. But watching it is beautiful. I love katas, but I'm against them. I took them out of. I'm against them in martial arts. I think they built like I love, and you can't combine these two because I found out the hard way. I love pop locking, but it's popping and locking.
Mm.
Right? And I find out from Flo, who's Usher's choreographer, you can't say pop locking. It's popping or locking.
One of the two.
The two don't go together.
They do not.
Yeah, he is so like he's such a snob when it comes to dancing. But he's a huge MMA fan of Flow Master. But anyway, I love pop locking. I love popping and I love locking. I love dancing. I love dancing. Number 2. That's my number 2 favorite thing to do. But it doesn't belong in martial arts either. I think kata and pop locking, and I did a seminar about this in the Super Show once, did not go over well.
The crowd did not like that, did
They didn't get it.
A quarter of the crowd just walked out because I came out like, I forget what I was playing, like some Zap, and I was talking about pop locking, and then I said, I love doing that. And then I did a part of a kata, and I said, I love that too. But let me tell you what they have in common. Neither one of those two things belongs in your core curriculum if you're a martial arts instructor. And like a quarter of the crowd just walked out.
Wow. Wow.
And those breakout rooms where he's talking about, it was in like a hotel, so they have these breakout rooms that are sectioned off. So to walk out, you got to walk past some people. You got to walk right past so you notice.
Hotel. This is at the MGM.
Yes. I think that was the year we met. Everybody's there, and it's just like, man, you just lost half your audience. Like,
you know who was in the front row of that audience that day? The owner of Century Martial Arts.
Oh yeah, and they're sponsoring the thing. So you're like,
he owns it. He owns Century. He owns Maya. He owns everything.
Right.
And he was
looking at me like, did you really just say that? Are you that scared? And we're good friends. You know, his name is Mike Dillard. Yes. And they were making MMA boxing. He made the UFC boxing gloves or MMA gloves for years.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
They did. Now they don't, but they did. Great company.
Real question. How the fuck can these dudes stream this on YouTube? Real answer is Bellator's like, yeah, man, Robin Black, go do that. Bring your friends, hang out, watch fights. People
be Robin Black and you can do it. We can't do it.
No. No, exactly true. Okay. Exactly true. So, Coach, do you know Aaron Pico?
I know of him because he's a Zinkin guy.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. He's over at Greg Jackson's now. Do you know?
Yeah, no, he's there. Yeah, but I wonder if Zinkin's still managing him.
That's a good question. Do you know Brandon Gibson that works over at Jackson?
Striker. The striker. Yes. He has some. He has a brand.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I can't think of. But
he's the guy. To me, he's the guy.
Yeah.
Like he's the guy.
Yeah.
It should be Gibson, Jackson, whatever. Zink.
Wink. Yeah.
Wink. Yeah. It should be Wink. It should be Gibson, or it should be Jackson, and then the Gibson and the Wink.
Yeah. So
he should be partner in that law firm.
Yes, I think he is or will be. Somebody's asking if you've ever had a humorous run-in with Tito Ortiz.
I have, yes.
Well, tell us.
What? No, I was being facetious. No, I love Tito Ortiz. I think he's a great martial artist. I think he's a great ambassador to all martial arts. Him and Chuck didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I always felt he was. He did do some family things. Talk about Chuck once that was kind of rude, but I think for the most part, Tito Ortiz is a great. He should be in the UFC Hall of Fame. That's for sure.
Yeah, and And maybe he will at some point. You know,
I don't know.
people-
Dana holds a grudge.
yeah, he does.
And don't forget now.
Randy's not there, is he?
No, Randy is not
no,
there.
no.
No.
Yeah, we'll go figure that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good point.
And don't forget new council member Tito Ortiz just recently elected.
Tito's he's taken to politics as well.
Mm-hmm.
But he just seems to be that guy, you know, just he's a guy, you know, he's just fuck if you don't like what I'm doing, fuck you, I'm going to do it anyway. And I don't know, I think he's a good guy. I don't know.
There is something about that I think is valuable. Like the opinions of other people, you know, in many ways they're none of your business. They're only a distraction. Like if you're living your life and you're on a path, the opinions of others do not have to play a role in the things you do. And in fact, if you let them, look at Aaron just manhandling this kid. If you let them, they can really change your entire path of your life. And so you have to be careful.
They can, and that sounds great. And for us, I don't know Mallory too well. What do you do for a living, Mallory?
So I actually am a developer. I write code. So I'm a programmer.
Whatever that means.
I make computer stuff. There you go, Coach.
Okay. So, I mean, it's like it means so much though if you're a business guy and you're depending on these people for your business. And I wish I didn't have to, but my wife keeps reminding me when I'm like going off on social media that, you know, we have a business to run. And, you know, so, I mean, I love that. But it does catch up to you. Like, someone like Dana White, if he doesn't like this and this, he can just erase, you know, certain things that might or might not mean a lot to you. But it's just the fact that, you know, the fact that it's there. He's scrambling.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Cancel culture now, right? Isn't that what it's called now? Cancel culture, right?
Yes. There is some of that, but there's always a way.
We had to boycott the pit not that long ago. There was a hashtag boycott the pit because during a riot, it turned into a semi-riot, but I thought it was going to be a lot worse than it was. I didn't want to lose my gym, so we had guys with guns on the roof of my gym, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like in the LA riots,
right, 92, yeah.
And I happened to be there. I was working the ER in South Central LA, so I saw this, and I realized they're the only ones that weren't getting burned down, right? The Korean guys, right? Remember that?
Yeah, the guy that was outside of his business, yes, with the weapon. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I thought that would be a good idea. And I guess some of my, you know, some people in my community didn't, and they tried to cancel me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right.
Which is a weird thing.
It didn't work, that, like,
it didn't work.
Lady, that happened like 3 months ago, and I was in Starbucks yesterday, and I guess I parked a little bit into the handicap. So some lady's coming in yelling at me. Like, because my car says the pit on it. You're the guy with the guns on the roof, and now you're taking up my parking. You know, and it's like, I was like, whatever. I'm just a karate guy.
It's really weird as a culture in itself today. I can't say the rules kind of can't be like, I can't say Coke, and if you say Pepsi, we have to be complete odds with each other for any and everything. Just like if we came on here and we talk politics, we could lose half the people that are watching.
Look, there's the Elvis.
Elvis.
But yeah, you're right. If we gotta, or they're gonna. Either side's gonna come on you.
Yeah, there's no way that can be won because that's always division.
But you don't have to fight. You can choose to try to pull out and look at things at 30,000 feet and not just get involved in it. And you're right. And that is, I was saying earlier, do what you want and don't worry about other people.
Sometimes if you have to get involved, right? Mm-hmm. Like if you want to run a business, sometimes like if they told me to close and I said no, right? So now I'm involved because I have the city manager breathing down my throat saying, we told you you have to close. And I'm saying, no, I can't close because this is my only source of income. I'm not closing. So now I'm super involved, but I mean, I'm not going to give in. And next thing you know, oh, they don't care about whatever. They're
right. People extrapolate other meaning. They draw other meaning.
I'm like, no, I care, but I also care about feeding my family. That's kind of high on my list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know who Mike Perry, the UFC fighter, Mike Perry? So I don't know. I know him as a person. He's a nice person.
Yeah.
I said something encouraging to him somewhere, and somebody was like, "You support wife beating."
Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
So he was accused of a bad thing, and that is a terrible thing. But I could just say to somebody like, hang in there. People make mistakes. I don't know what was or was not done, but life, I don't support anybody hurting anybody, but it's just a weird extrapolating from, hey man, hang in there, life will be okay, to people hurting women is bizarre, right?
You immediately married to that idea just because you gave a word of encouragement.
That's right.
No one's ever going to win like that because I could go into the rest of this thing to tell you how many mistakes I've made. Everybody's made mistakes for one thing or another.
Yeah.
And
Greg Hardy, I love Greg Hardy, and I was he said something about a left hook, and there's a lot of people around. Hey, I love your left hook stuff, and I said, thanks, man. I'm gonna try such and such a hook. And hey, man, good, congratulations on your success or something. And I guess he got in trouble once for something with a woman, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And all of a sudden, I'm involved in that, and it's like I wasn't even there, and I'm not even.
I met him 8 years later in a hallway, and now I somehow have
I wasn't there to say that he really did it in the first place. Whether I'm not saying he didn't or did, but I shouldn't be involved either way.
Yeah, actually, I don't know what he did or didn't do, and in fact, it's not my business to judge.
But and it is Judge Judy's, right? Every one of these people is Judge Judy nowadays.
That's so funny.
Trial. Let's see, we're getting some delay here. I don't know if that's my end or Bill. I'm going to check that out.
Yeah.
Are we having people ask stuff?
Well, so there's been a lot of weird commentating, but ironically, right as you mentioned that, there was that. You mentioned Greg Hardy. There was people hate on Greg Hardy. The guy gets a second shot at life. Yes, he's definitely got a second career, and we'll just open it up. There's been a lot of back and forth for some other things. I gotta check out what's going on.
A little bit of politics involved, but not so bad. There's something about watching and enjoying the thing something you like that alleviates some of the pressure sometimes of politics and conflict and controversy. It's weird, but don't you find when people watch athletes fight or play football or something with competition, that sometimes it lowers the temperature of all the politics and that kind of thing?
Yeah, yes, and the opposite. I see both. Yeah, I do, and I love that part of it, but I hate when it goes the other way.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'd love to do a thing on? Do you see how Chuck or Glover got from the half guard on the bottom getting pounded, and he came right out of it into a double, got on top right away, and then choked him out?
Yes.
The end of that fight was masterful.
Yeah.
Masterful.
Very, very cool. I wish we could use that footage. They don't allow you to use their footage, which, of course, in many ways, if their competitors do grow even a little bit, that's part of the trade. Like the NBA allows every kid to do anything they want with NBA footage, and the NBA grows. The NFL says, if you use my footage, I'm going to shut down your Facebook page. And the NFL, that is somewhat harmful to getting younger viewers to watch,
I
so
completely.
Then why some of the music stuff I put on gets dinged by the music people. But I put a Cupid Shuffle up the other day. I put it up a while ago, but I re-put it up the other day, and it's not going anywhere.
Yep.
So you can't. I can't tell who does it and who doesn't.
I know, and that is challenging.
Mallory knows.
Wait, actually, yeah. So to explain that, Coach, it's just the same thing that you have on your phone. If you want to ID a song, like you're out and you're listening to a restaurant, you're like, "Hey, that's a nice song. I'd like to know who who does that. And Robert, I'm going to restart this. I'm going to put it on this for a second. I'm going to restart this just so I can just get this clear. Yeah. But what that software does is it listens for specific tones and it IDs the song. Right. Oh, man. Yeah. And that's what's happening. So it's terrible. The finish actually happened while.
So people who are hanging, there we go.
Yeah, I bumped it down.
But we will see the replay.
Yes, you will see that.
Look at this kid. He gets so jazzed up. He's a real. They say one of his biggest challenges is he will not stop training. He's one of those guys.
Always
until and they say there's certain types of horses that will literally run until they die, and that there's some people like that, and he's one of those guys. That
he's upset.
We'll see. I think he's just jazzed up. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, man, I need that one.
Man. Yeah, that was 100% solid. So.
2, 3, 4.
Pico, please.
Okay, it's time now.
Yeah.
He's not.
Oh, that's maybe what he's mad about. Look at off the knee.
Boom. Man, picture perfect.
So,
Fedor against, was it Arlovsky? Fedor against someone.
Fedor and Arlovsky, yeah. So look at the difference. One guy, a knee was coming and he shelled up and he got knocked out. The other guy, a knee was coming and he went on the offensive, understanding the path.
That's one reason I don't. A knee is a very precarious thing to throw because you don't think it's much because it's just a knee, but boom, that's just a knee.
So
it's like
he threw 3 or 4 weapons with his left leg before Pico.
Wait,
I guess the guy was mouthing him. I don't know. Maybe the guy tried to get under his skin and he kind of saved it for then. And now he's apologetic, I guess. And
after that adrenaline goes off, it's better.
Yeah. It's Brandon. No, it's Brandon and his guys, and he's like apologizing to them. But yeah. I mean, the kid might have really pushed his buttons, and that's it.
It looks like Jamie Foxx.
If they show it again, like Jamie Foxx.
He fought Jamie Foxx.
Oh, he does look like Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx, yeah.
He is Jamie Foxx, right? He just
no, he's not. No, he's definitely not. No. And it's Jamie Foxx probably. Actually, Jamie Foxx would be about a 145er, come to think of it. Oh, maybe it is Jamie Foxx.
I just met him. He's like 200.
But he's only 5'6" or 5'7", right?
No way. I got a picture with him. He's big. I'm almost 6 feet. He's taller than me.
Wow.
He came to my school.
Oh, cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
so wait till
he trained at the Pit Malibu.
I mean, wait till you see the
Jamie Foxx. That's his son. His son.
Oh, look at this.
Just the two of us.
Jamie Foxx and Nate Diaz. Yeah, kind of. Now we got it, actually. When you do combine those two humans, now you've got it.
Random Madman.
Hey, tip of the hat to Random Madman. That was great.
And Jamie and Nate Diaz.
Yeah. He does. Look at him from the distance. He's got Nate Diaz stance.
I'm tweeting. I'm putting that up on my Instagram.
Yeah. Awesome. So watch for the replay and watch the kid throws either 3 or 4 times using only his left weapon, his left leg. There's 2 kicks and 1 knee before the knee that does it. I don't know if they'll show it, but you'll see you're going to use the same tool over and over again. And then he starts to see the pattern and he identifies that he's just going to rip you on one. And that's just what he did. I asked for that one. But I might build those 2 together. One off the knee, he flinches, and the other one off the knee, he fires.
Good comparison between the 2.
They both just tested, but they still got to do that.
Yeah. They got to go.
Yeah, I know that's a bit weird, but some of it is just for the audience too. Do you know Ray Daniels, Coach? Do you know Raymond Daniels?
He's a karate guy, right?
Yeah. He's not karate guy. He now fights MMA too, and he's on
a point karate guy, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, he was a genius, and then a full contact karate guy. Fought Stephen Thompson and guys like that. Mallory fought him once too, but he's a friend of ours, and he comes on often. So people was asking, but he's not going to be here today. But Ray's real smart. You really like Ray.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about him. Oh, it almost headbutt too.
Yeah, and I don't think that was by accident either.
Okay.
I think something really made this kid mad. And I don't know what it is because we don't have the volume, but he's talking about it, whatever. Because, Big John's going to ask him about that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, that looked like it would hurt too.
Yeah. No shit. No shit.
Coach,
Look
I
Oh,
was trying to lean away from it and just knew.
man, that's awesome. So I'm going to build that one. I'll try to build that while we're here, but I'll definitely post it later. Watch. Kick. One kick.
Left leg. Left leg.
Low kick. Left leg. Third. Bink.
Bink.
Right? Like you're just going to keep using that leg. He's just going to see the path, feel the path of it and rip you. And so that'll be the breakdown. Do you agree, Coach? Is there anything else there I should be paying attention to when I do this breakdown?
No, I think it's dangerous to leave so much exposed when you're in the pocket. The pocket isn't a place to be throwing little ineffective kicks where the bang isn't worth the buck. Even if they land, they don't really hurt, but you're close enough to get hit. Once you're in the pocket, to me, you should either be hitting, holding, or getting the fuck out of there.
Or moving.
Yeah, you should not be throwing little ineffective kicks that aren't going to really hurt, but while exposing your chin for something that will really hurt. So that's the thing in the pocket is like hit, hold, or get the fuck out. Like either when I say get the fuck out, I mean move to the side, move back, or go in for a takedown. But the pocket is my place where it's a dangerous place to be, man.
So I hear this a lot. I don't agree that you can throw a naked anything. That's just shit people say because it sounds good in the soundbite. There are times where just one kick, one knee, whatever can work. In fact, we saw it earlier tonight, twice.
Ben Askren.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just sometimes we simplify narratives. But so you're saying in the range we're in here, I should be throwing punches or protecting myself. 1. 2, I'm there way too long. And 3, I used the same tool 3 times in a row. So I made it really easy for Aaron, right?
I think the tool, when you bring in the tool thing, I think even more important than this, if you throw in before that ineffective tool, because you're not you're banging buck. Even if all you kicked him and he didn't hit him with a punch, he could have thrown those kicks like for the rest of the round, and the guy could have been like, "There's nothing's going to really happen with those kicks." Maybe he was setting something up. I don't know what he was trying to do, but they weren't an effective tool in the pocket. When you're in the pocket, you should be aiming for the chin and trying to find that chin as hard and fast as you can, not throwing little. And I think sometimes low kicks, like everybody says, low kicks in the street, you should never throw high kicks. I think it's completely the opposite. I think high kicks have much more bang for your buck, much more return on your investment than a low kick. And a low kick you can get timed on. How many times have you seen a guy throw a leg kick and get knocked out?
100%. Yeah.
But I haven't seen many people get timed on a head kick and get knocked out.
No, that's true. So this is why, Boss preaches
8-1. Yeah. 8-1. That's a big favor right there, Pitbull.
Yeah, that kid, this kid, so it's a tournament. He won the fight before in the tournament to end up here against Pitbull. He trains with John Kavanaugh at Connor's camp. He believes, but people will often say, never throw a naked leg kick. Boss says never do it. Boss may say that, but that's not what he believes. Of course, there are times where you do anything. Also, if sometimes I'll say, like BJ Penn said, never throw a head kick ever. And then he kicked Diego Sanchez in the head. Why did he say never throw a head kick ever? Was so that it was off the table for you, because he knew one day when he fucking threw one, it would be where you hadn't trained or worried. You believed that you knew something about BJ Penn. He doesn't throw head kicks. In his book, he's like, never throw a head kick in MMA. Like, that was all bullshit misdirection, right? What do you think?
Tell that to Maurice Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Or Maurice.
Of course. Maurice Smith and Coleman. Was it Mark Coleman? Oh, Mark Coleman just had a heart attack. Did you hear?
Yeah, he's recovering.
Yeah.
I love him. I was with him for 6 weeks in Vegas for Ultimate Fighter. We're on the same team.
Yeah, he's a real sweet guy. I went back and watched Mo Smith versus Mark Coleman again. And the narrative, so now we have to watch on either DAZN or on CBS Sports. So I don't know if you got that there, Coach.
Naked. What if they told you never throw a naked jab?
Exactly. Yeah. No. You know what you'd be like? Of course I'm going to throw naked jabs.
Throw a naked front kick.
Exactly.
Right? What do you think?
Yeah.
Man,
people can
limited my game, bro.
Yeah. People can build any system they choose to build, and they can believe whatever they want to believe. But it's not truth, right? You can say never throw a whatever or always do a whatever, but that's not truth. In fighting, you're free to do what you want with your body the way you want it. And if your opponent knows something about you, that's power to him, right?
Yeah.
You know.
So what did Boss say? Don't throw.
The boss's system, but I think this is for lower level fighters. By the way, people that are here, the main card is on CBS Sports
Starts at 7.
or DAZN starting in a few minutes. Boss will say in his system, but I think it's for novices. He'll say don't. Yeah, it doesn't apply to his higher level fighters.
You know why? You know why though? To be fair to Boss, I don't know Boss very well, but I mean, it means it's like when I trained Dwayne Ludwig when he fought Genki Sudo.
Yep.
Remember that fight?
Of course.
So Boss asked me to train him for that because Boss was real busy and I don't know what was going on with him.
Yep.
But I didn't want Dwayne to throw a lot of rear leg head kicks. There's a big difference. Rear and front. I separate that a lot for a lot of things because of the hip, because of the distance, because of the telegraphing. So a lot of that's why I love the left hook. But the front side, except for the left hook, is usually not the knockout side, except for the hook. But that's not really front. It's really an art. But the kick, the rear kick, it was his thing. But Genki Sudo was just going to take him down. And when he takes him down, it's not going to end well for him because Genki Sudo is Genki Sudo. So I was getting him away from throwing the rear leg and throw more front leg, just snapping and working the hands more so he doesn't expose himself for the takedown. I was really trying to plan around not getting the taken down, distance, level, different angles, etc. And then Boss Rudin, I guess he was talking to Boss about it. Boss said, no, I want him to throw that rear leg because that's his power kick and he should be throwing that. I go, you think Genki's camp doesn't know that?
Yeah, exactly.
So he's not, you're saying that because you're you and you're great off the bottom. So you be okay off the bottom. Wayne was a striker. He wasn't he wasn't a bottom guy, right? So he wouldn't do as well as you would off the bottom. So by you saying that, you're just like me telling everyone, throw a left hook, just throw a left hook, just throw a left hook. It's like, I realize that's me. I love the left hook, but some of my fighters don't do that. You know, so each fighter is different. When I train my camp, when I train my team, every one of my fighters, they're not just, stand-up guys. Some of my guys are wrestlers, jiu-jitsu guys, or strikers. I have to train them for their specialty, not mine. You know, that's not going to go well. So anyway, I think that's kind of that. You know? So that inside in the pocket is where the shit's going to happen. In the street, in the pocket, you better go. Or in the cage, you got to go. That's where you're going to get, that's the danger zone right there, the pocket. I don't even know why they call it a pocket. There's no pocket. I don't know why they call it.
Yeah, right. I think it's that little pocket in between out and in.
Yeah.
The little space. We got we got a kid, Austin Vanderford's going to come on. He's awesome dude. If you don't know him, his wife, you might know his wife, Paige Van Zandt. She's a fighter too.
The pretty one that did.
Yeah.
I'll ask him. She's not going to do that bare knuckle boxing, is she?
Yeah, let's ask him. Let's ask him.
Because we look okay with scars and flat noses and shit like that. Girls don't. No, when they retire, they don't want to have like stars and flat noses.
Well, we're gonna ask him. We're gonna ask him.
We definitely get a chance to ask him.
He'll be around soon. I'm just making sure all my shit's plugged in. I'm waiting on that Pico punch because I really want to play. Oh yeah, let's throw that up. That flying knee.
I've got it right here for you. There
all right,
you go.
Let's take a look.
All right,
so go ahead and roll it.
All right.
So, bing. We see that flying knee.
It's like the Ben Askren, Jorge Mas.
Reset here, coach. He's going to step back and reset first. So there's a little stance switch, and then a fake right knee.
Fake.
Take his hands out, and from there he's pulling down, and the left knee pumps. But take a look at this guy. Like his response, he literally kind of lost it. Like you're lost. And so what do we do if we're lost? We just kind of cover up. And that's the worst thing to do. It's why knees and uppercuts are so good, because they harvest your reaction. Oh God, he got hit right there too.
Right the back of the head. That's the back of the head. That should be a foul.
Well, if you started facing me and you turned your head, I'm allowed to hit you there.
That's one of the dumbest rules I argue about all the time. It makes absolutely zero sense.
But I mean, I'm not trying to do anything wrong here. You did something wrong. Yeah, I'm aiming for your head.
Oh, that was brutal. Oh God.
Yeah, it's a bad one.
Brainstem injury.
It's funny you mention that. When we were doing the breakdown of, Pitbull knocking out Michael Chandler, the punch comes over top of the jab, inside slip over top, and he lands it right in the back.
Can you cue that one up?
Sure. Yeah, take a look at this, coach. So that's Pitbull. He's fighting the main event tonight.
Oh yeah.
This is
twin brother.
What's that?
This is twin brother in the back in his corner, I think.
Yeah, no, not twins, but his brother. Yes.
Right.
And look at this inside slip. Bink. But that is a brainstem often. So here's him showing it to me. You got to watch out for the right hand, of course, and he just slips hard inside and comes up and over top. Henry Cejudo knocked out TJ Dillashaw with the exact same punch, same team. They trained together. So Mike's coming in.
How do you prevent that?
Yeah, go. Tell me. Oh, you froze.
We'll never know. We'll never get the knowledge.
We'll never know.
Stay tuned. It's like a great network tease. Stay tuned.
Yeah. So Coach literally just said, you know how you prevent this counter, but Coach froze. Hopefully he'll be back in a second, or we'll never know.
We'll never know. It's it's the worst cliffhanger in television history.
Yep. So here you see he slips inside. The right hand is in play here too, so you got to really be aware. And he comes up and over, and that jars. Sometimes it creates momentary trauma to the brainstem.
Am I going on? Okay.
There's the brainstem, Coach.
There we go.
So Coach, tell us how we prevent this. How we prevent
the brainstem. When you get hit, you got to realize where you get hit. That's not where the damage is. The damage is the opposite. It's counter coup. Coup contra coup. Coup contra coup. Yeah. So it's gonna be the counter of so. When you get hit people are so worried about the back, they shouldn't allow you to hit in the front then, because it's bouncing off the back. So they're backwards. They're backwards.
Well, Coach, according to you, we should throw the towel in as soon as a punch is thrown, because these guys shouldn't be doing this shit at all.
If it was a perfect world, you're right. They could hit, and then there would be they could like put some kind of in the future where they can punch all day and just get on points, and nothing would rattle their brain at all. That would be a perfect world to me. But the hitting in the back, and it's not worse in the back than the front. I mean, getting hit in the front, but you get hit in the front. Why not in the back? I could see not elbowing the spinal cord. Maybe the spinal cord's a little more precarious, but that's illegal anyway. But the back of the head, there's no difference between the head. The brain is right there. It's like floating in fluid.
Yeah.
So it's like 10 to 12 to 6 knee.
Yeah. But you do find that shots that do hit there tend to give that sort of brainstem response, which is sort of that momentary, because the brainstem is responsible for the experience of consciousness itself, right?
Yeah, it's your where you are, your where you are in space,
Yeah, proprioception.
Yeah. So that's,
Yeah.
But so if you see someone getting hit in the chin, they'll have the same response. They're like, depends who's hitting them too, right?
True.
That new guy that Glover's training with, that Alex Pereira, the one that knocked out Israel.
Yeah.
I mean, when he hits people, they just you don't even know what they're. It's like they just got they got electrocuted or something.
Yep.
Or they just fall forward and go right to sleep.
Oof,
yeah,
good.
right. So do you know who CM Punk is, Coach?
Yeah, no, I mean, yes and no. He's
So
the guy who was like a WWE guy.
He was, he trains a lot now, and he trains with the co-main. He might join us, and he's a really cool guy, and he loves martial arts. Yeah, he might jump in here with us.
For those that are watching in the stream right now, we are at 7:00. The fights will be on its CBS Sports Network. Please check your cable listings. If you have the DAZN app, the fights will be shown there. If you are in another country other than the United States, check your local listings, because I know they have some sort of agreement with Channel 5 or Channel 4 over in the UK. Check your local listings. But that's where we'll be at 7:00 once the fights go back live. And that's 7 Eastern.
Yeah. So that's in 10 minutes, right? Fights start
in 10 minutes,
in 10. One fight before Manny. Yeah. So CM Punk might join us. You'll like him. It's an interesting thing because, you come from a different world. You fight at a high level, which is too high for a novice. And then, people will judge you. And then you begin your life as a late life martial artist. He trains with Duke Rufus. Do you know Duke well?
Yeah,
John?
Duke is, I know him very well. He's definitely one of my favorite guys in the sport.
He comes and hangs out with us here a lot.
Does he?
Yeah, he does. But tonight he's coaching the co-main event, so he can't.
What is he? We have a lot. I think we have a lot in common.
Yeah.
I think he probably doesn't think. He probably, maybe he's insulted by me saying that, but fuck that John Hackleman guy. He's a loser. I've been called loser before, believe me.
Yeah. Is there? They're not showing a refight, Mal, on the YouTube channel?
They actually had Bellator 184. I could tune that in if you want me to get some.
Sure, why not? Let's get a fight going up in here. So somebody said it's Pitbull Carvalho in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, there are 3 fights. Right now they're showing a Joe Schilling clip on DAZN, and I don't think Joe Schilling is currently fighting for Bellator, although he might be. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Love that guy.
Yeah, me too, man.
Working with Cowboy, right?
Oh, he was.
Yes. Yeah, he was. Are fights free on YouTube? Somebody asked. No, they were earlier tonight, but these 3 fights are on CBS Sports or DAZN. And Joe Schilling is the real deal, man. Like that's a real.
Hey, he smokes like
cigarettes.
He was like smoking a cigarette, and I was like, "Hey," I said, "Something about." I was talking to one of my guys. I go, "Wow, I'm surprised that these guys retire. They start smoking cigarettes." He goes, "He's not retired. He's fighting in like 3 months." Like,
yeah, I know.
Cigarettes.
Yeah, they're showing it.
A hardcore guy, huh?
So, Robin, this was actually next in the queue, so I let it roll.
Oh, cool. Oh, really? Did I send you that? This is my show Fight Secrets. No, Mal, we can't. That's not the right one. It's just not the right clip. It's just me. Nobody needs to see that.
Let's see here.
Nobody.
We all got to see it, man.
How
are you in here? Why are you in here? You're a computer guy.
Well, he's a martial artist, too.
And you're a martial artist, and you're how do you guys buddies?
We became friends, actually, talking about fighting. Mal was doing a podcast for, what was it? sportmartialarts.com. And we chatted, and actually with Ray Daniels too. We were all in it talking fighting, and I was just like, when I wanted to do something like this, I was like, I like that guy. And then Mal and I started hanging out all the time, and now we're friends. Yeah.
Is that Ray Daniels? Ray Daniels?
Raymond, yeah, Ray. Yeah.
Is he from Canada?
No, Ray's he lives in California now. Mal, where did he come from before?
No, he's been in California all his life. West Coast guy, been out there doing. I mean, he's got black belts in like everything. Like seriously, like he collects them like it's a video game. Most people don't know. Former Long Beach police officer, wanted to do that in his career.
He was.
Yeah. He's spoken. I did a great interview with him about that. From it's something he grew up admiring. He grew and he wanted to dedicate part of his life to that, and became a police officer, and then started fighting with Glory, and that started going up, and then eventually went to Bellator, got the belt there, and then said, "Hey, I'm gonna try this, retry this MMA thing." He most people, if they follow his career, he started MMA. One fight, he lost that to a jiu-jitsu guy, and then came back and gave us many highlight reel clips of crazy knockdowns, knockouts, and everything else.
Have you seen that 720 coach? He spins twice and then throws a punch. Have you ever seen that one?
No.
Oh, Mal, you got it anywhere there?
I'll see. Let me see here.
Is he still a cop?
No, he retired from being a police officer because he started fighting full time. Is one of those guys making the decision from I can work and then I can go fight on weekends. And after a while, he just dedicated himself to fighting full time.
Yeah,
I can pull that if you want me to, Robin.
If you can find it, Coach. You got to see this. If you've never seen, he literally spins twice in the air, lands, and you know how he throws a lot of spinning kicks and stuff. So the opponent is kind of responding to a spinning kick that never comes, lands, and just throws the right hand and starts them.
Well, I mean, not to be outdone, Bruce Buffer does a 360.
The Buffer 360. Yes,
but this is a 720. So first of all, Bruce spun once, which is impressive. Okay, here it is.
He hurt his knee.
Okay, look at this. Okay, so he's throwing these kicks. So he throws the turning kick. Watch this.
Okay.
Right.
Oh my God. Oh, that's got all right. See, that looked like it could have been a brainstem.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you notice how he's like,
Yeah. I mean, shit, it's, the point you make, most people don't know what that is. The coup contra coup injury is basically your brain goes forward and backward, and it hits the skull often more than once. So it's suspended in fluid. Mine is a cell phone. And you get hit, and it hits the back of your skull and then the front of your skull. They call it the coup contra coup injury.
Yeah, it goes this way too, and that's why the chin is so effective, because it's at the furthest most point for the axis, right?
Mm-hmm.
The chin knocks out more than anything else.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing to hit.
Well, unless you don't like seeing people get hurt, then it's a terrible thing.
No,
call it a concussion. A concussion is the result of a coup contra coup injury, correct, Coach?
It could be concussion could be, the degree graduating to a subdural hematoma or, some other kind of bruising in the brain. But the concussion will be you can get a severe concussion where you're out for a little while, but that's like the lowest of the brain injuries that frighten me. I'm much more scared of, for now, some kind of bleeds, which would be, the subdurals and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Space between the brain and the little film, but also to be honest, you don't see it much in boxing. You see it more in boxing. Is the more like stuff I got, like the chronic stuff, like the dementia pugilistica or punch drunkenness.
Yeah.
And then these guys like me that just don't even know, like half the time, like where's my glasses? It's like, oh, I'm wearing them. It's like I don't even know half the time. I'm driving to the street, like, hey, where am I going? Where the fuck am I going?
Don't tell anyone that. They're going to take your license. They're going to take your license.
They wish.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the one who's going to try to ask for
I'm
that.
not giving up my license or my. I'm not going to get political here, but I'll say I'm not giving up my license or my gun.
Yeah.
Oh, but he said gun. It's singular. That's good.
You only have
'cause,
one gun? I
What?
thought you were a 10-gun kind of guy.
I have. I don't know.
Multiple. You have multiple firearms.
Once again, Robert, we're telling you what you want to hear. You're thinking, oh, he only has one weapon, and he's got a whole closet full.
It's misdirection.
Right, just like you think Gracie, jiu-jitsu, don't worry about that.
We have 9.
Yeah.
Because my wife has 2. My wife has 2.
Yeah.
I got my carry, which we carry. You guys don't get to, even though you in Canada, you're like big gun owners there, but you know what I couldn't even believe? If Canadians, this is Valerie, if Canadians, they have a gun and they think, oh, I got a gun at home. If you even bring it to the range, to go shooting at the range, you have to call like the police station and lock it in your car and tell them what route you're going. How does that happen?
I know. It's just what we do, but no, you get used to whatever you're in, right?
Yeah.
It was never taken away from us, so we're not freaked out about it. Like, it's not like we had something and then it changed. It's just always been this way. My father grew up on a farm. My father's father has a grade 2 education. He could spell one word as that was his name, and his name was Ed. That was the thing he could spell. Nobody and my father grew up on a farm in the middle of nowhere, Canada. And he actually ended up getting a PhD, which is really fucked up. But we always hunted and trapped and fished, and I always had guns. Growing up, I don't now because I'm in a city and nobody has guns in the cities. Well, I'm not many people, but yeah, we grew up with guns, so it was just the way it always was. We never thought much of it. Although you didn't call the cops and tell them you were transporting your gun when you lived in a small town in the middle of Canada. You just took it where you were going. So people bend the rules, and they do that in life with anything. But yeah, we don't know the difference because we never really had it any other way.
And cops can't even carry guns off duty.
That is.
I'm not sure.
I asked one. I have this kind of a good friend of mine, and she's a cop in Toronto.
Yeah.
And she said, off duty, we're not allowed to carry them.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. But in England, cops don't even have guns. Right. They got sticks.
They got the bobbies. Oh,
it boggles my mind because they're like scary. It's I'm so into it.
Hey, look, it's Austin Vanderford.
What's up?
Hey,
dude. Do you know Coach Hackleman, John Hackleman?
Yeah, I've met him a couple of times. How's it going, Coach?
That was nice, man.
So, tell me about your right hand. Is that your right hand?
Yeah, my right hand.
Ooh,
and did you break it on his head?
I did, yeah. I just had surgery on it yesterday.
Oh shit.
So got surgery, got out of the way, and ready to heal up.
And what did they say? How long?
He said like 6 to 8 weeks, and then full go.
Yeah. Oh, that's
so
what
not bad.
What are you gonna do with that time? Are you still gonna? Have you thought about it? I mean, are you still in party mode like Chuck Liddell after he wins? Of course, Hackleman used to work with Chuck.
Yeah. No, I have a good time. I'm drinking some beer now, but I'll get back at it on Tuesday. I'll get back to training, and I'll just obviously light and just work on some striking and not use my right hand.
Yeah.
You work your left hook.
Exactly. We got the left hook, we got the jab. We got a lot of.
The left hook is the most important fight. It's the most important weapon in all of martial arts.
Tell us why. Tell us why, Coach.
Because multiple reasons, but number one is closest to the chin, which is the number one target in all of martial arts. So it's closest to the chin, right? You don't have to commit your hip to your opponent. You're committing your hip over here somewhere, right? Away from your opponent. But while you're doing it, you're hitting them with the optimal force, like you're committing your hip to it. You're creating a counter coup, right? Because you're hitting the which is at the most, the most. It gives you the. Excuse me, Doug. It gives you the most, rotation. right? Because you get the most force, and you don't give up your hip for a takedown. If you give up your hip to your opponent, right, which you do with your right hand, right, because you got to come this way, you're giving him your hip. It's like giving a female your heart. If you give your opponent your hip, he's going to grab you and slam you. If you give a chick, a female, your heart, she's going to grab it, she's going to push it, she's going to throw it on the ground, she's going to take advantage of you, and then she's going to dump you. So
wow.
You have to keep your heart here behind your sternum, and you have to keep your hip to yourself and throw more left hooks. That's all. It's a left hook thing.
Yeah. Austin, how long you been married?
We just celebrated our 2-year in September. So on to year 3 now.
Yeah. Coach has been married for 10 years. Coach has been married for 10 years, and I find it shocking, to be honest.
Honey. It's a brutal relationship, let me tell you. I wish I could do what I say, because I would be I would be more of a, I don't know. I just don't. I don't have the balls, I guess.
So you gave her your heart, Coach. Austin, did you see the Aaron Pico finish?
Oh, dude. So I had been texting Chael right before, and before Aaron fought, I was like, man, I told Chael, Aaron Pico's one of my favorite fighters, man, and he went out. That was beautiful.
Yeah. I got it right. They just sent it to me, so I'm going to do a little breakdown right here while you guys chat.
Oh, cool.
And then we'll drop it in the thing and we can look at it. But he's all freaked out. Do you know what that was about? Like, we didn't hear it. Did the guy piss him off, or do you know what happened there? Why he was freaking out after?
Yeah, he said the guy all week had been mean mugging him and kind of big dogging him in the lobby and whatnot. And so, the emotion spills over after that, for sure.
How can you mean mug when you have a face like Jamie Foxx and Nate Diaz?
Nate Diaz, one of our commenters said it looks like Jamie Foxx and Nate Diaz had a kid. And the more we looked at him, the more we thought that the guy was right. And I agree with you. How do you mean mug like that?
I mean, it's not a mug that's mean. It's like you just laugh.
Yeah, that's right.
Man.
Where's that? I'm trying to find this punch.
Like Fedor would be a mean mug. Fedor.
It's because of his very docile expression that scares you, because this guy's gonna maul you. But Fedor looks like the guy that just came to the PTA and is gonna ask about adding an extra period in for elementary school, and then he takes his sweat off and just kills you. That's what it looks like.
That back part, the second part, that's the part that everyone knows. That's why it's so effective.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Austin, your
Coach,
last fight was. Oh, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was gonna say, Coach, you got one of the scariest looking guys of all time, man, Chuck Liddell.
Who has a degree in account? He's an accountant. So think about that, Austin. Just remember,
funny, man. That's awesome. Yeah.
He was. He was.
Yeah, I used to, when I was in college, we'd go and wrestle at Cal Poly, and I'd always see his picture hung up there, and that was before I got into the game and all that, and I thought, man, I want to meet this guy so bad.
You never met Chuck?
I haven't ever met. He's one of the ones I've never met.
Where do you live?
Say that again,
Where
Coach.
do you live?
We're in Coconut Creek.
Oh yeah! Oh shit! My favorite.
Yeah. We just moved here like 4 months ago.
God, that's where I want to go, but my wife says no. Actually, right down the street, Deerfield Beach.
Yeah, Deerfield Beach, beautiful.
There is a question that came in, Austin. I'll put it up and I'll read it to you.
Okay.
One of the guys wants to know about your path into the martial arts. You mentioned you used to wrestle at Caltech. See the picture of Chuck Liddell. What about your path into the martial arts? How did you actually get to where you are today with a broken hand?
Yeah, so I wrestled my whole life. I started in Alaska. Really, I made a last second decision to go wrestle in college, and I got a walk-on opportunity down in Southern Oregon University, and went on, ended up earning a scholarship, won nationals there, and I just had a lot of people in my ear always saying, "Man, you got to try this fighting." And of course, my family, they were all really big fans, and the first event I had ever went to was Chael and Anderson Silva, their first fight, and so, man, I just, I saw it all, and I was like, man, I want to do this. This is what I want to do, and it took a little bit to get the wheels rolling, but yeah, I finished up my wrestling career, and I think it was like a year or two after that. I spent 2 years coaching while I finished up my degree, and then I got into it.
I mean, that's everybody's got. That's one of the great things about the martial arts. Everybody has this unique journey. We were talking to Coach earlier, who's been around through many ages of MMA, and I asked him, "Did you even think that we would be here today, where you have so many different, leagues and different, you've got UFC, you've got Bellator, you've got one championship, et cetera, et cetera." And he couldn't believe it when he was getting a check for coaching and doing, the things that he loves. Here, you start off wrestling, and if you weren't a Bellator fighter, what would you be doing today if this was not the chosen path for you now?
Man, I can't even. It's hard to even decide like where I'd be. I still remember being an amateur, and I was personal training on the side, and my parents tell me like, "Hey, you're 25 years old, man. It's either
get a job.
This out. We can't, we can't be sending you $100 every month to help you out." So, yeah, it really is. It's unimaginable for me. It's like I really have no clue, because I just wasn't really passionate about anything other than sports and fighting.
Well, I mean, you find
just doing this. Excuse me, guys.
No worries. This is the Binks being made, everybody. And also, the fights are starting now. You must be on CBS Sports Network to watch the fights. They'll be on DAZN or wherever it's showing in your country. Check your local listings. So how do we get this nickname, The Gentleman? Now, most people, they want something killer, bone crusher, and you get, tagged with The Gentleman. How'd that come about?
Yeah, I think that's just my personality. My looks are kind of deceiving. I got the tattoos and all that. But deep down, I'm just a nice person, and until we get into the cage and until I fight, and I don't really care to hide that. I'm fine with everyone, knowing I'm a nice guy, and it just kind of came around, I guess having good manners or whatever.
Well, I mean, hey, there's certainly worse things you could be known as. So hey, the Gentleman's not such a bad name. How's that looking, Robin? You got it all.
Yeah, I'm going to send that to you. Isn't this crazy, Austin? You can literally do this right now with a coach and a fighter here, and we can drop it in there and talk about it and look at it.
It's so cool. This is awesome.
Hey, I gotta start heading. I didn't know we were going to be so long. I got somewhere I got to go.
Coach, if you got it rolled, that's cool. But thank you for hanging, man. Like it's been.
I feel like I'm being an ass, man.
No, God, no.
We are here. You
hanging out with you, Coach.
We've great stories.
I feel like a half hour. I feel like I'm being that asshole guy, like I'm always accused of. And now it's coming to fruition. Now I'm being that asshole that everyone tells me I am. And can we do this again? Congratulations, Austin. Thanks, Mallory.
Thank you, Coach.
Hey, Robin, let's get something going real soon.
Yeah, Coach, I'm gonna text you or message you tomorrow. I want to talk to you about that mental stuff from my TV show up here in Canada Monday. Okay.
I love it. Thank you.
Thank you. We learned a lot from you.
See you later.
Take care, Coach.
There he is, Coach of the Pit himself, John Hackleman. How great is that?
Austin, he said he would throw in the towel the second anyone took abuse, and he's thrown in the towel so many times. It's so fascinating. Like he's like, if my fight is getting hurt, it's in.
Yeah.
That is
everyone's different.
What part of Canada are you in?
So currently I'm in Edmonton, which is northwest, but my wife is in a show here. She's in musical theater. So where she's working, they just gave me this office. I literally just got, $200 worth of lighting. I built a stick-on back brick wall, and now I have a studio in Edmonton. Like these days, you can be anywhere now.
It's crazy.
Most
it's
of
so
my
awesome.
breakdowns are happening on this. Like it's so wild what you can do now.
Yeah.
Pico. Okay, Mal, I'm going to send this to you in a second. Then we can take a look at it. 1 second. I'm texting my wife. So do you guys have the fights on?
Yeah, I've got mine up. Austin, while we're waiting for Robin to come back, how do you like the main event? What way do you see that going down?
Man, it's a great. It's a tough fight. I think I gotta go with the Pitbull brother for sure. I hate to be like a homer or go. I think it's gonna be tough to beat him. So I'm excited. My main training partner is the co-main Yaroslav Amasov, and
is he as good as he fucking seems?
He's as good as he seems.
Really,
he's amazing. The first day I got to American Top Team, his English isn't the best, and he comes up to me, he's like, "You and me, opponent," and I didn't really understand what he meant at first, and he wanted to train with me, and we train together every day since then. So he's special, man. I'm excited.
Wow. Let me see if I can send this to you. Yeah, so I'm sending that to Mallory. Yeah, he looks real. Like, who did he just beat? It was who was his last fight against Amasov?
Mark Lemminger.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and then he fought Ed Ruth, I think maybe before that.
Yeah. I mean, Ed Ruth is a real win, and he's taking Ed down, and he's stringing it all together. Like, that was a sick fight.
Oh, man, so good. But Logan, of course, he's got his credentials, and he's going to be such a tough fight too, man. He's an awesome competitor as well.
Yeah, Logan's a tough one too, man. But I guess if you're beating 22, 23, 24 guys in a row, who are you going to fight?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You like, that's your path too. Like, just better and better guys. That's the reality.
Yep.
Right.
This should be a good one too. I'm excited for this first one.
Yeah. Oh man, their first fight was so good. Oh shit. So I sent CM Punk the link to join us too, because he trains with Emmanuel. He might join us.
Oh,
I'll
nice.
keep an eye out for him.
Yeah. Keep an eye out for him. Yeah, please do. But these guys' first fight was so good.
Yeah.
Sanchez is a dude. Like, he's a stud. They both are, these guys.
Man, I was impressed with Sanchez fought Tyron Claxton last, right? Was that his last fight?
Let's see here. I have to pull that up.
I think
we got Robin.
Sorry.
There he is. He got frozen for a second while sending that. Go ahead and repeat that, Austin. He probably did not hear.
Sanchez's last fight was Taiwan Claxton, right?
Yeah.
That's what I watched that, and I was so impressed with him. I thought, man, this guy is the real deal.
Yeah, he sure is. He really is. He's pushing forward like heavy, but Daniel's real dangerous too, real sophisticated.
Yeah.
Mallory, did you get that Pico piece?
Got it, and I will cue it up for whenever we have a break.
Sanchez will throw a lot of kicks with the left leg. What time are you guys at?
Let's see.
3:30.
Yep, so we match. Austin and I match.
So you guys are way ahead of me, but don't slow down, because the audience is probably with you. So I'll see if I can advance mine. I'm at 3:35.
Oh yeah, we're a little bit.
Yeah,
that's all right. That's okay.
Well, once again,
3:25.
That's in the lobby. You're going to have to go to CBS Sports on your cable channel or DAZN. We cannot broadcast that portion of.
Dude, how dominant did you feel as that fight wore on last week?
Good. So it was the first round that I broke my hand, and I I knew immediately. And what affected the most was just my grip, you know. And of course, the heat of the fight, you know, you never. For myself, anyways, I was like, yeah, you know, I hurt my hand, but I felt the takedowns come. I started landing my jab. I had great coaches. I had King Mo in there, and that was the game plan. Like, get the jab going, and you know, I found my distance, and then the takedowns came easy after that. So I felt good. You know, of course, if I'm going to be critical of myself, I would like to get the finish, but Vinny was tough, and credit to him for hanging in there and not allowing it.
Yeah. No, that, I mean, he didn't break no matter how much abuse he took, and that was his, you know, that was what he was there for him to achieve on the night. You're going to achieve what's there for you, and he got to achieve, you know, showing that he was incredibly tough.
Yeah,
Ooh.
definitely. No, I was waiting. There were some times where I thought, all right, he's gonna crack right here. I've gone broken right now, and he stayed tough, man.
Yeah,
Sanchez has got that quick kick going up to the head.
The left kick.
Yep.
Yeah. That left kick, he tucks that in often. I'm at 140. You guys are ahead of that.
120.
Yeah,
exactly.
120.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're about 20 seconds ahead of you. Austin, when you're in the middle of a match like that and you're thinking like, hey, this guy's gonna break. I just hit him with a nice clean shot, and he lingers around. Does that motivate you more? Like, I gotta hit him harder, or you're thinking, you know, this guy's rising to the occasion. He's proven his toughness.
Yeah, you know, I think in my head in that fight, I was touching him, and it was never that I needed to hit him more. It was that I needed to figure out a way to get him to a position where I could dominate the finish. So whether that was getting him to give up his back, I had set up an arm triangle towards the end of the second, and I just kind of ran out of a little time. And also, I need to be smarter about getting his head off the cage a little bit. The cage kind of blocked that finish a little bit right there too. So I think less of needing to hit him harder and more of, all right, we need to find a way to really exploit, you know, and kind of impose my will on him.
I was once, I had 9 fights, and there wasn't a lot of dominance, but in my fighting, but there was one fight in round 1, I was on top of the guy the whole time and smashing him up. And I remember my thought when I stood up at the end of that round, I thought, okay, you have to do this for 10 more minutes. Like, it didn't even cross my mind anything other than, this isn't just going to stop because you literally, can you do that for 10 more minutes? I was like, yeah, I can do that for 10 more minutes. Like, that seemed to be what floated into my head. You know?
Yeah, that's spot on. That's perfect. Yep.
While we're in the middle of a commercial, I want to remind everyone, if you want to see actually the great YouTube story, I have to mention A Kick-Ass Love Story with Paige and Austin, their YouTube channel. Looks like the latest one is about your surgery, and it's actually titled Austin with a Broken Hand. So I've liked some of the things you've done. I've watched it, definitely a couple of episodes. It's a nice, you know, behind the scenes type of thing. You guys have a lot of fun doing that? We
do, yeah. You know, we up until we moved here to Florida, we had somebody else editing our videos, and my wife Paige, she kind of took it on herself and has been having a really good time with it. And I think it's made it easier for us and more motivating to film. And yeah, we're just excited to get out there and really try to give some in-depth look on you know, fight weeks and just the whole process of everything. And we're learning to get better with it all, but Paige is doing a really awesome job, and she's got a fight coming up in February, and we're excited to show the process of all that too.
When we told Coach that you were coming on, he's like, "Oh yeah, look, Paige isn't going to do that bare knuckle shit, is she?" And I said, "Yes, she is." And he goes, "No, that cuts people up." And I said, "Just ask him about it." But he had to bail. He was here for hours, hanging out, sharing thoughts with us. Yeah. Coach is real cool.
Oh, he's great. I've met him. I don't know that he'd remember me, but the last time I had met and talked to him, he was coaching Glover, and it was, I think Paige was fighting on the same card, and you know, got to pick his brain a little bit, and so cool for me to meet those guys and you know, learn a thing or two.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of smart people out there. Wow, Sanchez, at least where I'm at, he's grinding, man.
Pressure.
Oh,
Yeah, wow.
All fight, man. He's just been pushing forward.
Yeah, he's so real.
Looking close. Yeah, looking close.
Oh,
those body shots will not do you
yeah.
favor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
and he
there
may
we
even
go.
go-
You right on cue, brother.
Right, it's a good, well-timed body shot will make you consider a different career path.
Oh, behind you guys.
You saw that one. It's just, man, just seeing that come in low right there, boom. It just
There
hurt.
it is. Wow.
Sanchez is a dog, man. He is so tough.
Is he ever, man? Just love that guy. Like, he's one of these guys that fighters love to watch, and you know, people who fight love to watch. You just know what he is, you know. Oh,
Yep. Dang,
man.
He's got a fan in me for sure. He's awesome.
Yeah.
Daniel's hanging in here, though. I'll give him full credit. He could have found a way out, but he's hanging tough.
Yeah.
How about that? How about the fight last weekend? It was Derek Anderson and Achilles Moda. Robin, you saw that one, right?
Yeah, where Anderson hung in and ended up winning it. Is that the one?
No, it was Achilles was on his way up, and Anderson threw that head kick and connected. And
yeah. And then the knee actually was off the ground, and they used the replay. Is that the one?
Yeah. So it took me until I think maybe Monday watching that fight over again to really understand, like, because I even, you know, I had talked to the guys afterwards, and I was like, man, I don't see how on earth that was legal. And then it wasn't until I watched it for like the fifth time in a row that I saw that, he had his knee.
One hand, one.
Were just.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So crazy.
Yeah, really crazy. Like he was on 2 points, basically. Left hand, right foot. And the other one was, it's allowed to touch or wobble as long as you're not standing on it. So, yeah. But John, that's his wheelhouse. When you have Big John there, you know, John may not know that some detail about, the aspect of being in the middle of a fight necessarily, because he doesn't have that particular experience. But nobody will have more experience on something like that on earth than John. So, that was really interesting. Yep.
Man, Daniel's tough.
Yeah, is he ever?
He's hanging in there, man.
Yeah. Do you remember, Austin? Do you remember Pitbull and Weichel? When Weichel hurts Pitbull bad, and Pitbull knocks Weichel out with a left hook against the cage.
Yeah.
It's almost this in reverse. Like Weichel's he's hurt and he's back, but he's still dangerous.
He's still throwing heat, man.
A wounded animal is the most dangerous in the corner, you know.
Oh, Sanchez threw a left hook to the body and a right head kick. Like that's a 10-8 round, man.
Dang, man.
Oh yeah, you just saw what I saw, Austin.
Yeah, he's putting together good combos. He's using his hands to set up his kicks really well.
Yeah.
Jeez, this is a war, man. This is
awesome.
Is
it ever? Oh, the low kick, is that what you guys were reacting to?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's bad. I'm trying not to spoil it, but it was just so smooth.
Yeah. I just don't want you guys to have to go behind. So it's actually an interesting experience to be able to anticipate the future based on what you guys are saying.
Right? Yeah.
I definitely got 2 for Sanchez.
Two for Sanchez.
Yeah. I asked when Coach was here, we kind of touched on this topic, but Austin, you're living it. Both you and your wife are professional combat sports athletes. How hard is it when you're there watching your wife go into fight? I mean, are you on all sorts of knots? Are you just? I mean, I know you've seen her train, and you're like, she's ready for it. But still, the moment she walks up to the cage or ring,
guys, excuse me, I'm hitting the washroom.
No problem. Yeah. We'll continue on. But it's got to be hard. This is your wife that's going in there to fight. How do you handle that?
Oh, it's 10 times harder than myself going out to do it. It's because it comes down to especially what we do. I think there's a lot of control and us wanting to feel in control of situations, and
Yes.
in something like that we have zero control. I mean,
Mhm.
we can coach and say the right things, but we have zero control of the outcome. And what we want is just to be able to take control and be able to handle it ourselves. But it's tough, man. It's even hard to watch sparring and practice, and training like that, because it's it's a person you love, and exactly what they're going through. The nerves
Mhm.
that they feel, and you just want to take it away. But on the flip side too, it's a special feeling knowing that we know exactly what one another's feeling and going through.
I mean, it's completely unique. One of my good friends is Raymond Daniels, Bellator,
Yeah.
middleweight, and I've known Ray since he was 16, and he came up in sports karate and all that good stuff. And when he recently got, he get married to Colby,
Yeah.
Northcutt,
Yep.
and Colby fights in one. And I said, so how'd you like that, Ray? Colby's there supporting you all the time. She's there with practices, this, that, and the other. And then you're going over in Singapore and you're marching at the ring. He says, oh, I didn't like that. I didn't like that. You really, it's got to be tough. But it's funny, as a guy, it's kind of expected for us. Your wife's going to be there, your girlfriend's going to be there, and she's going through the same thing. But when the roles are switched, it's hard.
Yeah. Yep. It's tough, but I know she feels the same way too. I think she can sense, like, when I'm nervous and all that, and she wants the same. She wants to be able to just take control and do it for me. But yeah, it's a cool dynamic, and it's definitely special for sure.
And it's weird also. You want to be the supportive spouse and not show nervousness and everything else. You want to support them. Oh.
Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, guys, I'm missing the good stuff. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you loud and clear, Mr. Black. And it's man, this is a good
I went to
fight.
the bathroom, and I also wanted to get myself a cold one.
There you go.
For the main card, usually, not on the undercard. I can't have too many and still be on a live stream.
The binks will be different. They definitely will be.
Austin, I'm going to tell you a story. Actually would freak you out less than a lot of other spouses.
Yeah.
I was fighting, and my wife came to. So I had 9 fights. She was around for the last 6. I met her when I was a few fights in, and she was at 5 of them, I believe, and I won more than I lost. But she wasn't at one, and I was in Winnipeg, Central Canada, and she's performing. So she goes out. There's Wi-Fi that she can get, and she can reach it in her car. And it was all day, so she's on her laptop. She's on her laptop, and she's watching the play-by-play online because she can't see the fight. And it's like, oh, Black, has been hit. Oh, Black's down. The doctors are coming in. They've motioned that they tapped ahead and motioned for the stretcher. They're taking Black out on the stretcher, and she's reading all that shit. Right. So I'm strapped to a board, and I'm in the back of the ambulance, and I actually couldn't see properly, and I'm like, fuck, am I okay? Like, I'm talking, and I'm like trying to hear my voice, but my vision's a little wonky, but I'm pretty sure I'm okay.
Yeah.
So I asked my coach, hey, can you get my glasses? Can you get my phone and whatever? Don't worry, bro. And he grabs everything and he gets it for me. And then I call my wife, and she answers, and she's like, hello. And I'm just like, oh, fuck.
Oh, no.
I don't know who she thinks is calling, but probably somebody saying we got some bad news. And I'm like, oh, hey, are you okay? And she's crying, and she's like, are you okay? And I said, yes, I'm okay. The doctor overreacted. I'm totally okay. You can hear it in my voice. And she goes, would you lie to me if you weren't okay? and I paused, and I'm like, yes, I probably would, but I am okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she calmed down, and they took me, and I stayed there for hours. They wanted to brain scan me. I had what's called a blown pupil. Have you ever heard of that? Where your one eyeball, the pupil of one eye is full size.
Yeah. Oh, dang.
Yeah, and it's often a sign that something's wrong with your brain, but there wasn't anything wrong. I mean, nothing more than normal. And I actually was fighting in contact lenses, which is legal, and it probably had something to do with that. You're allowed
I
to.
see.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It probably had something to do with that. And I had a cut on that eye and stuff, but I was fine. But it's humiliating. Like, I hope you never have to experience that. And
Me
even
too,
that,
buddy.
yeah, it's cute. And the second the doctor comes towards you with the neck brace, right away, I'm like, no, I can walk out of here. I can walk out of here. And they won't let you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
But that's
but
part of it, and I think Paige and I have an understanding. We know that's part of the game for sure.
Yeah. To be honest, it was one of the worst experiences of my life, and very painful, very mentally painful. But now I'm really glad I had it. Like, to do this job and to try to do it well and to really do it in a meaningful way, those experiences are what let me be able to do that. When somebody doesn't know about it, they don't know any of that stuff, to really feel not only that, but the humiliation the next day and the feeling that you're never going to get through it. And of course, one day you do. And it's a great part of your learning. But so I'm thankful for it now. But at the time, man, there's nothing fucking worse than the poster, and you're standing there and you look great, and it's gonna all go great in your mind. You don't imagine being taken out of there, strapped to a thing. It's really really painful. But I'm glad, like I said, I'm glad I got to have that.
Yeah.
That's a great
To
thing.
tell you guys the truth, I did not think this fight would be going into the 4th round.
No,
I know. Look how, I don't know, you guys are behind me, but look how jazzed Sanchez is talking to Duke. Like, he's fucking living his best life right now.
It's crazy. Yeah.
This is a guy who loves his work. He loves what he does.
He also knows he's on, and he's been waiting for this night for so long, and it's fucking happening just the way he wanted it to,
Yeah.
You had that feeling last week, yeah? I mean, they were breaking your hands.
But. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, by the end of it, you're like, man, I don't want this to be over. This is too fun, man.
Yeah, I know. But he's living it right now. When he watches that shot of himself in the corner. Oh, actually, you guys might not have had that because I'm on DAZN, so I'm seeing in between rounds. You might be seeing commercials.
Oh,
but
yeah, we're not seeing.
Okay, they showed Sanchez in the corner talking to Duke, and he was fucking jazzed up, like that lit kind of emotional lit,
Yeah.
And you see it. See it here when he starts round 4.
Yeah, I'm surprised though. Oh yeah, you're a little, but I'm surprised this didn't happen early on. You'll see soon, Robin.
Yeah,
but
the guy. So a body lock to the. So it's body lock, and then Daniel's got his back. Maybe he was too jazzed.
Yeah.
Dang. So he's going to get kicked in the head, I think, here, but he's bent. No, it's okay. When you've got somebody around the back body lock, do you throw kicks to the head? Like, that position and that you're winding, and you've got control in the back. There's often nice openings there.
Yeah, and I'll get a feeling. How easy it is if I'm going to have to exert a lot of energy to maybe return the guy, or maybe, fake like we're going to return him and then throw that head kick at, kind of break off and throw a head kick, if that's what you're talking about.
Yes, that is. There's also, you ever, I see it all the time, and I'm always like, even when I'm in the gym with other guys, I'm always kind of pointing it. There's that point, I'm lacing your leg, or I've got a control, a body lock from the back or something, and you end up posting, like you're bent over, and I'm lacing in one hand, posts on the mat.
Yes. Yeah.
Why don't we ever fucking kick that arm?
Yeah, that's such a good idea too. Yeah.
It's sitting right there with weight on it.
Okay. You just probably gave somebody a good idea, Robin.
I think I gave Austin a good idea. I feel like
thinking about it right now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about that.
Yeah. He can train that because it's not really.
Of course.
Man,
it's just so common. It's just so common. And even people like, we get a little bit of blinders on. In MMA, there are sort of routes we're particularly supposed to take. It's funny. Coach was, actually, do you know Robert Drysdale?
Yes.
The coach?
Yeah.
Yes. I was talking to him today.
Vegas? Yeah.
Yes. I was talking to him today, and he's like, there's a lot of thinking we know what the right thing is in MMA.
Yeah.
And we know the right thing for now, but there's new right things or more correct things or even better things. and sometimes we're kind of blind to them.
Yeah. One of the things I think of, Robin, you saying that, not that this was ever not considered the right thing, but for so long we thought, all right, leg kick, we're gonna kick right above the the knee, and that's gonna be the most devastating, leg kick. But now more and more it's that calf kick, that does the most damage, and just kind of a example.
I nerd out over the how and why of these things too, because in learning the process, sometimes it teaches you the next process. We just started kicking the calf all the time because fighting took place at a longer distance. Stephen Thompsons of the world and Conor McGregor's and whoever, Holly Holm, like 6 and 7 years ago, fighting went from this close to this close. Mm-hmm. It just a lot more out there. And my longest weapon and your closest target is my foot and your calf.
Yeah.
So we started doing that. Then all of a sudden people are like, wait a second, how come his foot always seems to go dead? And I'm like, holy shit, there's an exposed nerve. But we really didn't know that because we hadn't kicked it enough times. A few hundred kicks later, you're like, oh shit, this is more effective. And Muay Thai has been kicking around for 1,000 years, and they don't do a lot of calf kicking.
Really?
Yeah, they didn't for a long time anyways.
Yeah.
Austin, do you know what left way is?
I do, yeah. Paige was Paige had the opportunity to go and do some commentating with the
World Left Way Championship.
Yeah,
the World Left Way Championship. I was there. I was discussing her with them while I was there.
Okay.
I was in Myanmar.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I don't know if I
exactly.
brought her up, but I was basically like, there are people in fighting that have a huge following that can help this company, and fighters find it really interesting because it's so different. And there's headbutts. There's headbutts in left way, right? But I was just commenting. Yep. What's up?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think you and I had talked about it during one fighter interview, and then it was oh gosh dang it, he was the old Bellator commentator. I don't know why his name is escaping.
Yeah, Sean Wheelock.
Sean Wheelock. Yeah. He and Paige were working together, and he brought it up to her as well, but it never came to fruition.
Yeah, and there was a chance it would have been Sean, me, and her at one point.
Oh, crazy! Yeah, I had no idea. Right? Oh man.
Yeah, but I just commentated the champion Dave LeDuc. He fought in Wyoming last week, and I was in Wyoming. I commentated this fight, first Letway championship in America ever.
Oh, crazy! Okay.
Yeah, it was cool.
And
it was cool, man. It was crazy. Fuck, it was crazy. You add the head to it. It doesn't just add a weapon. It changes the variation of all other movement. Because as soon as I threaten the head, you do something and it opens up different things. So now the possibilities expand dramatically. But he fucked that guy. Do you know Cyrus Washington? Cyrus has been around fighting for a long time. He's 40. He's had 100 fights. And he fought Cyrus, and he messed him up. A lot of headbutts.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you see a lot more cuts in that? Are there a lot of cuts from? Yeah,
and it's bare knuckle too. So it's bare knuckle, elbows, and headbutts. It's a. They don't know. It's between 1,500 and 2,000 years old, and in Myanmar, it's the Super Bowl. When I went there to commentate, like it's the fucking Super Bowl there. It's really wild, but so we're in a fit.
Cool, man.
Yeah, it was really cool. It's very visceral, man. Like once you see somebody headbutting another person in a prize fight in a cage in Wyoming, if you haven't seen that, you haven't seen. Yeah.
It's funny that you bring that, Ram, because after talking to David, when we actually had him on the show, I went to sparring Sunday. And as I was standing in front of my opponent, I imagined him using his head. I'm like, that's just to all of a sudden not have to account for that is it's mind blowing. It's like, man, there's so many things that you have to learn, and the only way to learn that is to get headbutted. And it's like, I don't want to do that.
And I don't want to do that. So Austin, pretend you and I are in a clinch, Muay Thai clinch.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So now if I headbutt you, what will you do different? Like what? And that's just one example. What will you change knowing that I could headbutt you?
Man, I think. Well, I think right away I gotta make space from you because we start getting on this side. You can start headbutting
that's
on
right.
the side, and I think the biggest thing is just make space.
Yeah, and that is as you do, the guy who's more adept at headbutts and adept at reading your reaction will know how to strike as the space is being made. But even in the clinch, typically, instead of here, we'll now put this over your head. You know, knowing that and control it. So wherever your head's going, you're going to headbutt with my hand protecting us. It's just wild. Like it changes so much. Yeah, it really is. I'll send you the YouTube link so you can check it out.
I would love to. Yeah.
I'll send it to you on.
Ironically, we're going to our first bare knuckle fights tomorrow. So they've got a card going on down here in Miami, and we're gonna go.
Cool.
Go see what Paige is getting herself into.
Yeah. Is it BKFC? Is it the same organization? Yeah.
Yep.
Now you mentioned she's got an upcoming fight. I think you said, was it February?
Yeah, February 5th. They're doing a card. It's going to be Super Bowl weekend in Tampa, and the Super Bowl is in Tampa this year. So should be a really big event for sure.
So
I commentate bare knuckle in England. I've done about 6 or 8 cards, and it's really cool. Actually, it's the British bare knuckle. Yeah, like old school.
That's the real deal.
Yeah, it's really cool. Go ahead, Mal. Sorry.
I was going to ask, in terms of training, obviously Paige is going into something completely different. So how has the training changed now that it's bare knuckle? I mean,
I would say short answer is, she's doing 95% boxing right now and all that. The really cool thing about moving here to ATT is Thiago Alves. He just made his debut, and they've kind of created a little system there at ATT, and they kind of have almost a little bare knuckle team right now. So they got some amazing coaches and good training partners, but yeah, I'd say in short, she's just focusing on boxing, and then a lot of strength training, trying to work on generating power and whatnot.
Will she fight at 115?
I think she's gonna do 125 this first one, and then we're gonna see. We've gone back and forth about trying to get back down to 115, but I think for myself, I kind of started getting a different idea of what we should do, and I thought, maybe weight cutting's not the end all be all, and let's fight more at our natural weight. So just kind of following suit. Yeah,
you're pretty big. Like you're fighting at 170, right? No,
185 now. I was at
185, right? Yeah, that's right. So you're fighting at 185, and you weigh 200 pounds typically.
Yeah, 200 to 210, right in there.
Yeah.
I think I'm but you had right now.
But you did fight at 70 before, right?
I did, and that it was hard. I think it got to the point where I had some kidney issues. I got dropped in a fight that I think was solely because I was cutting a bunch of weight. There's just no reason that I should have been dropped. So
yeah.
I hope that you guys aren't ever cutting weight at the same time, because I gotta imagine the household it's not a fun place to be in. Everybody's grouchy, everybody's not eating, just all the time,
Yeah, not good. Not fortunately so far we haven't had to cut weight at the same time.
I was gonna say I'm gonna be on that YouTube channel with my popcorn, just sitting there, just watching, like, oh man,
these two are gonna be mad.
Yeah.
So you wonder, like, you feel like Sanchez won 3 or 4 of those rounds, but we've been also hanging out. So I mean, I thought Weichel won round 4, but other than that,
he definitely.
I saw one. I think it was Big John's scorecard. Had a 10-8 in the second round, right?
Yeah. So that he should win then.
Yeah.
And then next week is AJ McKee and Darian Caldwell. That's kind of heavy.
There's a bunch of good fights that I've been seeing get announced. But yeah, that's gonna be a great fight, man. That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, heavy fight for AJ. I mean, Darian is so fucking good. Like, you know, but he really is. But AJ is, if AJ wins that one, then he's through. No, who's in? There's somebody through already, right? These two fights tonight. Who's through?
Who's the other one? I was just looking at it too.
Yeah. We'll look. So you're in Miami right now, or that area. So it's 7:46 for you. God, it must feel good, eh? Like, I remember that feeling. And I never had big fights like that. It must feel good. Like the week out, sucks your hand is broken, but like,
Yeah.
You've also never lost, have you?
No, I haven't. Yep. Been
yeah, let me tell you, man, that sucks.
Yeah. No, it feels good for sure. It's, all the weight's off my shoulders. Yeah, I mean, I just had surgery, but still, it's nothing compared to a day or two before the fight, and all the questions in your head and all that. Definitely.
Yeah, it's God, when you've won and lost, that's when then you win. That's another level of enjoying it too, because you don't actually have. And again, I hope you never have to. But the losing is part of the reason this is so good is because losing sucks so bad.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Actually, before this last fight, the last competition, I had been doing Chael's submission underground, and I had lost my last submission match, so I definitely wanted to go out there and get a win for sure in this.
Yeah, that's a taste of it. Isn't Chael the best?
Oh, he's the man. He hasn't announced it yet, but he's got a submission match coming up that is so phenomenal that people are gonna freak out about it.
Is this the one near Christmas? Is this the one that's near Christmas?
I think so, but there's one match that hasn't been announced yet.
Oh,
and,
okay.
I'm not gonna ruin it, but it's special. It's awesome.
I see the card that looks good.
Who defeated you, one. Austin? Who defeated you in that one?
So over the COVID break, I'd went against Richie the boogeyman, Richie Martinez, and got, I guess, an upset win over him. He's a good 10th planet black belt, and then I went against Gabriel Checo. He beat me in overtime. Yeah, another black belt, and he was just a better guy that day,
I remember seeing that you beat Richie, but I haven't seen it. How'd you submit him?
Arm triangle. I found him in an arm triangle in overtime. Yeah.
From Mount?
No, I think from we started off, the EBI overtime rules. You start off in the backpack position or whatever. And so we had transitioned over, and I got the arm triangle locked up, but he was able to get the half guard, and I don't think he thought I would be able to finish it from half guard, but that's one of my signature submissions, and I was fortunate enough to be able to kind of use some strength that I felt maybe I had a little bit of an advantage over him within and get the finish.
Somebody says they'd love to see you fight MVP. MVP actually is an enormous welterweight.
Yeah. Yeah, he's I don't know that I've ever been around him in person or really seen how big he really is.
He's probably heavier than you in between, but that would be really interesting. Have you ever it would be. Have you played around with these like long kicking karate guys, point karate guys?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, here at ATT, you got anything you can really choose from. So, actually, I'd had a few opponents fall through, and I think two of the opponents that I had that fell out, they were like 6'3". So, I did a lot sparring sessions with guys who were 6'5" and 6'4", and you know, just working that distance and how to get inside on those guys.
Yeah. It's
But the point karate is different for sure. You know, that's a lot more different than just, you know, fighting a straight Muay Thai guy who's 6'4", or, you know, there's a big difference there.
There's also a huge point fighting karate community down in, you know, South Florida and Florida in itself. There's just so many guys that I know that are down there, and they're just the entire year, you know, go. So, you know, so if you need a guy, there are plenty down there. They're gonna be like, you can almost custom order. I'm like, I need a guy who is 6'2" and he's a southpaw and he primarily likes kicks. And you're like, okay, hold on, who we got here? And they can pull you up 2 or 3 guys, and, you know, just made to order for training partners.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yep.
I got to do maybe 90 minutes of work in a point fighting environment. Dean was there. Mallory, with George St. Pierre, when George was getting ready to fight Michael Bisping, I was following him around doing a documentary, and he had brought in these point fighting experts to train, and he has his own gym that he built, and he would just bring them in to do it, and he got me to get in and play with them. It was really, really, really fucking cool, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, George is freakishly obsessed with learning anything that's out there, anything that is possible to be learned. He wants to know it, you know?
Yeah. He's one of the guys that I've grown up just loving to watch and try to pick as much from as I can.
Yeah, he's, man, even just when you follow a guy like that around, your guy's up next, Amasov. When you follow, are you guys in commercial?
Yeah, we're in
commercial. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm on DAZN. They're showing Phil stuff. We shot some of that stuff with you that they ran all the time too. But even just being like, I was doing a doc on George, and we're friends, so I got to travel with him. And even just watching how he trains, it's like if there was one sort of box jumping sequence, and he couldn't get it, and he just wouldn't leave the gym until he got it. Like, he just wouldn't leave, you know?
Really?
Like, if there's anything like that, he just gets so excited to have something he can't do, and then he just obsesses until he can do it. It's really freaky. Like, he won't leave until he gets it.
Yeah, that reminds me of the video of he and Joe Rogan throwing that spinning back kick, or you know, and
on the heavy bag,
yeah, Joe's showing him how the technique to throw it, and he's going over and over again trying to perfect it.
Yeah, that's him. That's exactly him. Also, I've been in training rooms with him maybe 20 or 30 times. Every single time he goes in and he will drill, and for his whole career, no matter what, singles, doubles, that double to high under, like, he'll just drill them 15, 20, 30 times before he does anything else. Just his old school basics, he'll drill them every single time he's in the gym. Yeah, right off the top.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he's somebody asked, this is interesting. So, which martial art do you guys think is absent or scarce in MMA? I've talked about this before with Mal, but there's imagine 1,000 years of martial arts study in China, and people are like, Kung Fu doesn't work, or Chinese martial arts doesn't work. There's 1,000 years of study and trial and error and learning and stuff. Chinese martial arts, there's all kinds of fucking cool stuff. Obviously, we don't, do old school wushu, but there's so many interesting concepts over there. And you see some of these guys like a Tony Ferguson, a lot of the things he's playing around with, the concepts are Chinese martial arts concepts. Eventually they'll all just flood in and become a regular part of it too. But that's, I went over to both China and Russia to commentate the World Sanda Championships. You know what Sanda is?
I don't know that I'm familiar with that.
It's like what Kung Lee used to do, which is basically striking with wrestling. Not a lot of ground fighting. And so I was immersed in all these Chinese martial arts, and not everything would be useful in a cage fight, but of course some things are. And even if you've ever seen this old school Wing Chun, Think of that in someone's guard, right? I'm in your guard and I'm smashing you up. Of course, some of those principles will be useful, right? So there's a whole world of stuff over there that's really interesting, especially if you're a nerd and you like, finding weird and interesting aspects of things to study.
Yeah. No, there. I think even in the stand-up too. You'll find guys who are good at parrying shots, straight punches, and whatnot. I think something like that is super useful. If you got a guy who's just above and beyond at Wing Chun and doing that, I think it can make it pretty difficult to hit him.
Yeah, for sure. Or it adds an element, anyways.
Yep.
I think. Oh no, it's Logan. I was like, so I'm looking at the DAZN thing, and it's me talking to somebody, and as soon as I'm like, I bet this is me talking to Austin, but no, it's like
few less tattoos, yeah.
Yeah, and the first glance, I'm like, if you're there and I'm here and we're there, but no, it's Thorley. This fight's going to be real cool. What did so you were in with Amasov, like training with him fairly regularly coming into this?
Yeah. I would say he and I and John Hackleman are all main training partners there, and he's awesome, and of course he's fighting Logan, a wrestler, and so he utilized me a lot, getting ready for this fight and all that, and of course I'm biased on it because he's a teammate, but he is very good, and that's not taking anything away from Lo. I think it's gonna be a great fight for sure, but if I had to put my money on it.
Yeah, you're gonna go with your guy, of course. This is a really big fight too for these guys and for that division. So when nobody can see, even if somebody's watching this, they can't get to his corner and say anything. Is there anything interesting we should look for, or any inside thoughts, or anything you guys observed about Logan or about the dynamic?
Yeah, I think more than anything, something to look and even just admire what he's really good at is Amasov, what he does after making contact. So whether he's hitting his shot or getting clinched up, he's always throwing off the break, and it's so fast, and it comes in combinations of 4 and 5, and it's someone maybe he'll go in and hit a double and not get it, and he comes up striking right away, or if Logan shoots in on a single or a double and doesn't get it, Yaroslav's always striking right off the bat, and it's tough to deal with because he's so quick and so good at it, so efficient.
Very, very interesting. I remember, that moment from the break is a real, like, you're vulnerable like crazy, eh?
Yeah. Yep.
So guys who are good. I mean, that's how Cormier won the heavyweight title.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, off that break.
The other thing that Amasov is exceptional at is he mixes things up a lot, and he's never throwing to try to take your head off. He's touching you, getting you thinking about your legs, and coming up with. He mixes it up really, really well.
Yeah. Austin, you field this one. Is conditioning more important than martial arts training? Has that question been answered already in MMA?
Yeah. Your conditioning can and should be your MMA training, in my opinion. So, I think the main focus should always be your MMA training, and the conditioning is just supplemental. Go hitting your runs, maybe doing some stuff to build up some power, but it should be 95% your MMA training, and that's my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of people are going that way too. It's also they call it opportunity cost. Like, how much time do you have?
Yeah.
If I can get you're young, so what do you think physically you can actually do in a week? 20 hours of hard physical training, maybe less?
Yeah, and and this is coming through from someone who I lean more to the other side. I thought, you know, strength and conditioning was a lot more valuable than it is. I've, you know, noticed that the older I get, the less valuable. You know, not that it's not valuable, but the more I want to train more just MMA training and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. You if you talk to Faraz and a lot of other coaches, they're the same. They're like, we have this much time. If we spend 4 hours of it a week on hammering things or jumping or whatever, that's 4 hours we can't spend on our actual skill development.
Yep, absolutely.
You know? Okay, has your guys' fight started yet?
Yep, just started.
Just started.
At 4:57, or are you ahead?
4:42.
Okay, you guys,
4:42.
So you guys are 10 seconds ahead. It used to be 20, so this is better.
Catching up. I like this.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, let's see. I have a question for you, Austin. This is definitely another personal preference. So everybody loves to train what they're good at. I'm going to go for both good and bad. What's the one thing that you love to train, whether it's striking, jiu-jitsu, et cetera, et cetera? And what is the thing that you think like, oh, man, tomorrow's Wednesday. We got to do this.
Yeah.
You know, what's your best? Man, I can't wait to hit the gym tomorrow because we're hitting pads or whatever. And your worst, like, man, it's going to be a grind tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, I think the hardest thing still is going into wrestle and knowing you got a hard wrestling practice, and that's coming from a wrestler too. I had said the other day to Paige, you know, after hard practice, like, man, I can't believe that I wrestled for 4 years and I was doing this every day. You know, my body is so sore. So, but on the same token, I think, you know, in my opinion, that's the most important part is you're wrestling
for sure,
being a good wrestler. So especially for myself being a wrestler.
I know you guys are 10 seconds ahead, and I could be speaking too soon, but Amasov just fully stuffed 2 attempts, and now it's the third.
And we know how good Logan's wrestling is too, and this is good for Yaroslav for sure to stop these takedowns right away.
Yeah. So this is the third one, and Storley kind of stayed on the single. I'm 10 seconds behind, but he just won't give it, and they broke. He just won't accept that the takedown is done. You know.
Yeah.
He just won't. Yeah. Dude.
Yeah, and
that's impressive.
This is Yaroslav's biggest advantage is the striking, being at a long distance, and this is where he wants to be for sure.
Oh,
mine froze. Now I'm going to be way further behind you.
I remember we had this issue last time.
I know.
Also, how do you deal with a lot of people don't really get a chance to see this because most of us will never be fighters that step into a ring. They see people defend shots or take shots and all that scraping that goes on. This ring is a canvas and it just shears you up. I mean, most people don't see that aspect of it, you know. It's like rug burn after rug burn after rug burn. Oh, nice reversal.
Yeah. You know what's funny is after every single fight, I have got rug burns all over. I'm still picking off part of the canvas from me, you know. And we're a week out from my last fight, so it definitely doesn't feel good afterwards, but you don't feel it at all while it's happening.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that's interesting. So I'm a Taekwondo black belt, and when one of my students, the last time I saw him, he was 16 and going to go to college, and we've reconnected. He went to Penn State, studied jiu-jitsu. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt. And I was like, come on by. I said, oh, now you get to teach me now, right? So I go take a jiu-jitsu class, which I really enjoyed. But the one thing that got me was the burning of my toes from just they would drag in the back. And I said, how do you deal with that? So you pick your feet up. I said, can you tell me that before I did it?
Yeah, I built up calluses on my toes.
Oh, yeah. So is it Amasov on the back right now?
Yeah, Amasov got the tape.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man. He's in my opinion, Yaroslav's a grappler. He's better at grappling than striking, and
shit, is he?
You know, to see all that he's a real deal for sure.
If I'm Storley, I'm feeling a lot of stress now. Although Storley's worked hard, And he hasn't been busted up too bad, but man, Amasov
No.
ended up on his back. That is so sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So Yaroslavl, I believe, is a 4-time world combat sambo champion. So you know, he's got a lot of weapons.
I got to commentate some combat sambo in Russia. These are tough, mentally tough dudes. Because they come up as wrestlers punching each other in the face, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know how like mentally tough it is to wrestle, but and of course the jacket and submissions, but they're basically wrestlers. It's in its own way, it's like pancration. But man, it's fucking good. Yeah.
He's
but do you have a favorite weapon? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Robin. I was gonna say I had just started watching some combat sambo. I was going through YouTube and watching a bunch of fun. I thought it was so fun. In my mind, I was like, man, I want to go and do this. I want to go get go compete at a World Combat Sambo Championship.
Dude,
so
in Russia, you'd have to do it in Russia because that's part of the experience is traveling.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw this at the end. As the whistle goes, Amasov comes in and lands a hard punch, and then the whistle goes, oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, because it might have been like half a second after the whistle or whatever. And he's like, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
it's like you literally were just smashing this guy in the face. Like, you don't have to apologize. But it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Level of respect.
He's a very nice guy too. Good guy for sure. Do you work with? Oh,
sorry. You go ahead.
Go ahead, Robin.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, so what he threw right there at the end too. The way he throws his uppercut is good. It's different. It's not your traditional boxing uppercut. He kind of throws it up almost like a jab, but
up jab. Jab.
Yeah, exactly, an up jab, and that's exactly what he hit him with right there, and that's something that I'm trying to take from him is that up jab because it's super effective.
Yeah, and you will just being around him and just wanting to kind of adapt that thing. It's also nice. Jab, up jab just plays real nice. It's the same tool. It just comes on different. Mike Brown just texted me. I invited him to come on. You work with Mike? Do you work with Mike?
I do. Yeah. I love Mike.
I'll tell him you're here. God, Austin.
Love to get him in there. That's the one thing that's really cool about. Oh wow, the martial arts itself. You see a technique that you want to make your own, and you could learn that from your training partner. Like, hey, it's literally. Is this? Oh, okay. I thought it looked like it's really a stretch.
His ability to scramble right here too is. Logan's doing a good job though. Logan's staying heavy on him.
Yeah. Mike says you're a monster. You're really high level.
Oh, I appreciate that. So especially coming from him, man, that means a lot.
Yeah. I just love that guy. Like, he was one of my first.
Dude, he's
Yeah, he really is, and he's obsessed, right? Like, and he's kind of, if you saw the damage he did to some people, and then you said that he's kind of a nerd. Because like nerd in that he just needs to kind of know it all, needs to learn it all, and keep learning. He's a really you're lucky to have him for sure.
Oh man, without a doubt. Yeah, sometimes a few times after practice I'll just sit with him and just pick his brain and listen to his philosophy on what he thinks we should do here and why, and it makes so much sense when you hear it from him.
Yeah. And he's been through it a lot, right?
Oh.
He's gonna submit him right here.
Looks. Ooh.
He's good at this.
Oh, he popped his legs out
nice.
there. Popped his legs. That was a good escape.
God, mine keeps freezing. It's making me crazy.
Look at
Yeah,
man.
A lot of times what you just mentioned with sitting with Mike Brown, a lot of times those after practice, just sit down and listen sessions, you absorb so much more. All the hard work is done. You're still sweating. Maybe you're stretching, getting your heart rate back down. And then a guy who's got so much experience just sheds knowledge on you at that point. We used to just make it a point, just 15 minutes, just let the older black belts just sit down and talk to the younger guys. you know, answer questions.
And you're in a learning mindset.
Yes. Yeah. You're in that receptive mode. You're pulling on that mouthpiece.
So I'm at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Are you guys at 2 minutes?
153.
We're at 150.
Damn you.
Yeah. Are you guys? Yeah, this fight's getting interesting.
This fight's getting good. Yeah.
Yeah. Amosov's mouthpiece. Yaroslav looks tired.
Yeah. They're both. Oh. Yeah. Storley touched him with the uppercut. Storley's committing to it, but after he throws a combination of punches, he gets a little tired because that's harder.
Yeah.
You know, it's slightly less, you know, natural for him. Yeah. Amosov played with the neck. I thought he was going to surrender the takedown, and then got up and kicked him in the head. Yeah. Like he just won't accept it. He just won't accept the takedown. Oh.
Let's see.
Oh, he dropped him with the right hand and then
they're
moved
out of
away.
pace. Yeah, they're at such a high pace right now with all the grappling and that they're tired for sure.
Yeah. I think Amosov's winning this round. I don't know who will see it that way, but he landed the hook. His guy fell, and he was moving away as he landed and had to reset himself, kind of. And he's changing direction slower, which is a sign of real fatigue. Like your body's, you want to change direction, but your body's just having a hard time. Tough fight, though.
Yeah. It's a great fight.
Yeah. How's his English and stuff now?
The first 4 months ago when I first met him, you know, I tried to say something. He's like, no English. And it's getting better, though. We're working on it. So we go and do Russian sauna every Saturday, and he insisted that we do that every Saturday. And so we kind of work on his English when we go and do that.
And really interesting from the back, both guys vertical before this. Like now he's on top. Well, you guys probably the round is over. But Austin, did you see that position? Kind of both on knees. He had the back both on knees throwing punches. That's a rare position.
I've been there with. I've been there.
I've lived in that spot. How is it for him coming over in total immersion in a country and not knowing the language? I know you guys say you're teaching and everything. Could you see yourself doing that? I mean, I'm assuming you don't speak a bit of Russian, but you have to wonder how it is for him. He's finding like, hey, I like eating at this place, or I like doing this, or I like this. How is he conforming to the culture of really America and Florida itself?
Yeah, it's something I thought about. Like, man, could I go and go spend 2 months or 3 months over in Russia and not know anything or anyone? And it's tough. I mean, we know that a training camp and a fight camp is hard enough in itself, and it's to really put yourself in a situation where you're uncomfortable. Yeah, like at this extent, I think is even more. But it's just the mindset, the tough mindset for sure. And
I mean, you think of how much trust he's given you guys, because not only are you training him, but he's completely out of his element.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But travel, you learn a lot from that, and you get so deeply connected to what you're doing. I'm just texting Duke to congratulate them for Emmanuel's performance. Man, that was hot. But we got a tough round here, because Storley's not just gonna, if he believes he's down 2 rounds, he's not just gonna accept it. Like this is gonna be a heavy round. Yep.
Yeah, who's got the push here?
Yeah, let's see exactly. That's who's got the gas tank right here.
Well, and the answer is both of them for now, and then who can burn the other guy?
Yep.
I'm gonna ask Duke to pop in.
Hey,
pop in.
That'd be great.
If you got a minute. Yeah, that would be cool if Duke popped in. Duke comes in a lot. Do you know him much, Austin? Duke Rufus?
No, I haven't. But Paige knows Duke a little bit. I think she's been around him, but I haven't ever been around Duke.
Really great guy. Really great. Super smart and just a really good dude. He comes around our streams a lot. So I just saw. I don't think Storley has sort of certainly not cleanly, scored a single takedown on Amosov.
No.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's absurd.
Yeah.
Oh, he just popped in with that up jab. Like, I'm behind you guys, but he's back, and then he kind of, it's not just the up jab, he springs with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he springs with it in a moment where you're not dangerous.
Oldest rule in boxing, hit and not
God,
be
is
hit,
he?
you know?
Yeah. But it's weird, that little sort of sensitivity. You can't just spring in with a punch anytime. You've got to have the awareness of when it's, quote, safe to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Correct.
God, is he ever good?
And that was a good
He's-
hold on
he's-
that kick. He was down. He saw that he was still grounded. He didn't throw the kick. Smart.
He
Very
held
smart.
that. Yeah.
He held it.
Yeah.
And you see that, because if you let that weapon go and you absolutely clip him, you know, we're in a bad situation again.
Yeah. God, he stuffed him again.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he's not afraid to let him have the single. Austin, tell us what's happening. Like, he's not obsessed with taking the single off. He'll just sort of ride it. What's your experience training with him on that?
He's to finish a takedown with him, you got to finish right away. You can't just hang on. He's incredibly strong, and he's got, you know, he looks wiry, but he's so strong, man, and he's very good. His body awareness is dang.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Can you imagine? So I'm behind you, but they've got the back fully. Although even then, Amosov is lifting his own. Well, now the neck. Yeah. So that's what you guys were seeing.
Exactly.
Wow.
He was scooting himself back in the mount, but look at how calm he was at that point. That's why I was like, well, next couple things that he does here will decide if he gets this rear naked or not, because he was just calm.
So he stripped one hand, stripped the other.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
You see the thumbs up?
He's got his hand in there, I think.
Let me see. It's a long time on the clock.
So yeah, I saw that. I mean, it's a long time when you've got a guy who needs to finish you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You guys went real quiet.
Yeah, it's kind of like not one of the spoiler movie for you. It's like, but so what I saw right there is the ref got really close. He went up to him and
hold
gave
on,
him a thumbs
Austin,
up.
the old foot break, right? You see the little crossed
Yep.
foot break? That fucking hurts too, but we're gonna worry about that tomorrow.
Yeah.
It hurts so much. So Mal, when you cross your legs around somebody and they throw their foot over top, you start to break the foot on your own foot. And that was happening while. Oh, you have, yeah.
I was so like, don't cross your legs. Like, why not? Or don't cross your feet. And he says, well, let me show you. And you know what? That lesson was learned.
Yeah. I remember winning a jiu-jitsu tournament, and at the last maybe 30 seconds or so, he cranked that on, and it was in the final, and I ended up winning, but I couldn't walk for days. Like, it was serious. So I guess the fight finished like in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, he landed his up jab right at the end.
Yep. Man, that was a great fight.
Crazy fight. Do you think Amosov won the first 2 rounds?
I think, I think 29-28 is what we got.
Yeah. So if Storley were to lose this fight, and he may, God, you know so much about yourself that you'll fight that hard in the 3rd round of a fight you're losing. You know what I mean? Like, it would suck to lose for him, but to be able to come back when it's really hard and get that kind of round out of yourself at the end, that's a weird kind of, victory, a mental victory.
Yeah, no, I think that was more than anything. That was more impressive to me. Logan, his fighting and how he was able to really, like you said, I mean, he won that 3rd round for sure. So to be losing that fight, knowing like, hey, we gotta get a finish in the 3rd round, and he gave it all he had for sure.
Yeah, the judging in Connecticut is pretty good. Pretty consistent, but it's not impossible a judge, and you know, heaven forbid for you guys and your team, 2 judges give Storley that first round. They shouldn't, but he was the one initiating, trying. Like, so he never successfully completed any takedowns, but he did a lot of work. And sometimes a judge will see that, right? Sometimes a judge will see that and kind of lean towards the guy who worked.
Yeah, no, he was being really active in the first. It's going to be interesting. We could see split decision too, and I wouldn't be surprised either way.
No, me neither. But yeah, you undefeated guys. It must be weird, like just, you know, to never have lost. It must be it must be. I mean, if I ask you this on camera in a formal setting, you'll have a canned answer that you probably thought about of whether or not it's pressure. But truthfully, it is, right?
Oh, for sure. There's pressure to stay undefeated, but more than anything, it's just pressure. I love to win so much, and the pressure of just wanting to get out there and win. I think whether I had lost or not, it would be the same amount of pressure, because you know, you just want to go on and win.
Yeah. George St. Pierre, we were talking about him earlier, and I'm doing a piece in Canada on something, and so I had a 30-minute sit down with him the other day, and he was talking about how the losses were the most important part to him. That like somewhere along the line, it's easy to slip out of the reality that you are in danger, you could lose. You know what I mean? And he had to, and the loss to Matt, he never lost again after he lost to Matt Serra in like, I don't know, 2011, 10, 9, I don't know what it was. But he was like, that loss, it was just so brutal. And he said he was humiliated. And it made him work 10 times harder even, you know? If you know George, that's difficult. So I'm watching. You guys know the winner already?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Your guy, was it a split? It'll say on the screen probably, but God, he's got to feel good. Oh yeah, it's split. Oh shit.
Yeah, good.
That's
man. Yeah, that was awesome. That was a great fight.
It's a heavy fight, that one. Yeah, that is a heavy fight. So still to come. Does Cavallo have any chance? The answer is yes. Of course he has a chance. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. How fairly slim would be our guess based on their histories. A fairly slim guess. A fairly slim chance.
But you know, that's why we go out and fight, and that's why, you know, the fight happens, and you know, the old adage is a puncher's chance, and I think he's got a little bit better of just a puncher's chance, but definitely a tough fight for sure for him. Yeah,
you got to think like you want to do what you do. You saw Pitbull and the Spaniard Archuleta. Did you watch that fight?
Yeah. Yes, I did. Yep.
I mean, if that Pitbull is out there, it's gonna be hard to do anything. On that night, I was like, holy shit, is this guy ever good? You know?
Yep.
I just did my Fight Secrets series on it, and I got to like go from all the way back when he's just a little baby and early on, and to now. Like one of the most beautiful things about, you know, that we don't always necessarily notice is the growth. Like if you go back and watch early, like you're not fully formed yet. Like you'll be even better in 2 years.
Might have gotten a call. Sometimes that happens.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. No worries. Everybody who's on. Oh shit. Do we have time to show the
Pico?
The Pico finish?
I have it right here. You want me to dial up?
Yeah.
All right. There it is.
There it is. So Pico, pink. Oh God, that is a brutal punch, right? So, and then he unloads it, and they left in the emotion stuff. If I do a breakdown tomorrow, I'll probably take it out because out of context, people don't understand it. But so this is earlier, Austin. Watch where he steps to the outside. He draws up the knee, and then watch this punch.
Man,
that is
Look at that.
That's harsh tokes right there. That's what that is.
Yeah.
You know. Oh, and then he was pretty wound up about it. So, and he has every right. He's a human being. He stayed cool all the way till it was over, which is what you're hoping to do, is not let it drive you crazy. But look, this guy had thrown 3 knees and kicks with the same weapon in the pocket.
It's 1 second. We gotta pause some Robin as well. Ironically, they're showing the same thing that we're watching.
Oh yeah,
sorry.
At the same time, you know. Sorry, we lost you for a second, Robin. I was just commenting on Bellator is also showing this at the same time that we are. So we're definitely plugged in. They're showing. I just saw them get knocked out again. So as we were watching that breakdown, Bellator showing it as well. We can replay that if you want, because you got dropped out.
Yeah. So look, I'm seeing the Bellator stream, but yeah, sure, why not?
All right, let me restart that for you.
So, Pink. Oh God, in full speed, that looks just nasty, eh? But
so brutal.
The opponent had actually, so brutal. The opponent had actually thrown a low kick, a knee, and a high kick with the same left weapon over and over and over again in the phrase before this. He had thrown it repeatedly. So Pico knows exactly, just draws, and there's no doubt what's coming. Like that little throwaway jab is just to draw something and fire. And then look at that little extra reach. You see that little extra extension. He just whips his weapons. Like he doesn't push his punches. He doesn't throw his punches. He whips his punches. He's a vicious kid. I love Aaron Pico, man.
The other thing too is Aaron had his had De Jesus's back against the cage too. So he knew that there wasn't anywhere for him to go right there, when he threw that over. So he couldn't. It was the perfect storm, really. He caught it right on the right spot.
This is what's so fun about doing this with people. Like Coach Hackleman earlier was like, also in that spot, you're in range. You either got to like fully commit, or take the range away, or get the fuck out of there. But none of this, like just kind of throwing things. Like you're in too much jeopardy. Your back is against the cage. You're deep in range. Like you're right. It was a perfect storm. It was like, I saw you do the same thing 3 times. I am now, my mind has already tracked what's coming. I know it's coming. You got nowhere to go, and you're in range. And he literally just teed that guy up. And it must have felt good if he was sitting there bubbling all week because that guy was being a dick to him all week. That must have felt pretty good for Aaron.
Yeah.
Austin, random question. I know you're a couple days out past the surgery. Obviously, you have to support it. How is it sleeping at night? Are you able to get rest because the hand injured?
Last night was brutal, man. I actually, to be honest with you guys, I've been napping all day, just trying to catch up a little bit. But I think I got out of surgery at like 4 p.m. yesterday. So, really, I'm like 28 hours out of surgery. So,
wow. Did they put you on any pills? Did they put you on any pills?
They did, but they did, but I try not to take it. I just taking ibuprofen and so
that's good. I agree. It's like you don't want to be fucking around with stuff like that. Like if you can survive with ibuprofen and a couple of beers, that's a better choice.
That's exactly that. And it just makes me feel crummy. And like I said, I'm. If it were up to me, I'd be in the gym tomorrow, get back after. But I'm going to give it until next Tuesday and then go in and like Coach said, really work my hook, work my kicks, work some jabs and do everything I can to try to learn while I'm forced to take a little time off.
Do you know the boxer Paulie Malignaggi? Yes. Paulie has a legend, and he's brilliant too. Paulie is a great commentator. Paulie had a brilliant jab and hook. And a friend of mine, one of my coaches, when I was sitting down with Paulie, he was like, hey, ask Paulie about developing his lead hand, why it was so good. And Paulie said straight up, he's like, I broke my right hand often, and it would be out for 7 weeks, 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 weeks, and I would just train my lead hand.
Yeah.
And it's part, he became, And the reason Paulie's lead hand was so good was because he repeatedly broke his right hand. So this is a chance for you,
man.
Mm-hmm. This is
That
upgrade
is so
opportunity.
inspiring to hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
buddy.
Yeah,
I
know.
to hear that. That is inspiring, man.
Yeah, isn't that good?
There's still progress to be made during this time.
Of course.
Robin, like I broke my right hand and I continued to train, and it was like, yeah, the left hand gets sharper during that time because you have to.
Yeah.
It's a little bit weird at first because as soon as when you come off of that and you get cleared by your doctor, you're back. There we go. When you get cleared and you're back, the doc is probably going to say, okay, don't hit anything for a month, even though because you're cleared and everything, say okay,
or hit it light.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, hit it light.
But once you build up from using this, your opposite hand, and you finally get the green light to actually punch with that hand, it's gonna, like you said, it's gonna be an upgrade. For a while, you're gonna be a fiddler crab. You're gonna have one big left hand because you're doing all this stuff over here, and this little one that you're protecting. But it's gonna even out, and like Robin said, it's gonna upgrade. I think it's gonna make you a better fighter.
Isn't that nice to hear though? Like Paulie literally said specifically, that's why he became so good with it, and
that's amazing.
Is, like, isn't that cool? Like, and he said it to me straight, and without skipping a beat. There was no thought. He was like, absolutely, but that's life. Like, there was no. I mean, Jocko Willink. Do you know Jocko Willink?
Yes,
Jocko.
Yeah.
Jocko's always like, hey, something bad happened. He's like, good, because there will be some benefit from it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jocko, I broke my hand. Good, you're gonna get better with your left hand. You're gonna develop all these skills. Like, it's a cool way to look at life too.
It really is. You know what is so funny to hear you say that is not that I ever wanted to hurt my hand or something, but deep down I have always thought like, yeah, I guess it would be cool because I'll be able to really focus on one thing and try to get it better and stuff. So it really does work out. So I'm happy.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. And then you're going to have sessions where you're literally only going to work left hand and kicks. So now our left hand is going to add elements, and now left hand to kick is going to add element, or kick to left hand or whatever. So there was oh God, I'm trying to remember his name. It was a UFC fighter, and God, he's a bit of a like OG in Canada, and he came from a small town, like a very small town, and he didn't have any high level people to train with, nobody his size or anything. And I would say, how are you training to prepare to fight? And he'd be like, sometimes I like take away one of my limbs and I spar with that. Sometimes I'll only kick and I'll spar with that. Sometimes I'll only use 2 weapons. Sometimes I'll have 2 guys. Like, he just found different ways to push himself. And it was, God, I almost thought of his name again, and he ended up training out with Jordan Meehan and Jordan's dad, Lee. I don't know if you met them. Jordan fights for Bellator.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just handicapped himself as a way to be able to train.
Wow, that is crazy. that's dedication, man. That's something else for sure.
Yeah.
Those are guys looking for challenges, man. They're like, hey, what if, I mean, and you think about it, they're one step of the game. What if during the fight you throw a punch and you break your hand, or something happens to your foot? What else you got in the bag? What do you have in backup? Do you have plan B, C, D, et cetera, et cetera? So I love the grind. I love that.
One of my favorite fighters is Cub Swanson. I always just loved watching him fight. And Cub broke his hands a lot of times. And I saw one, I was watching it, and he's in the corner, and he says to Greg Jackson, he's like, I broke my hand. Or he might have even said I broke both hands. I can't remember. But he says I broke my hand, and Greg Jackson goes, good. Just think how good the story's going to be when you win. That was his answer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was his answer.
That's chill. That's awesome, man.
Yeah. I don't know think of what Roy Jones said on Rogan. His left arm is physically bigger because he trained his lead hand that much more than his rear hand.
Wow.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting period for you. You don't want to break your hand, but now you're going to be able to learn different and behave different and train different. You'll be forced to.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, even just brushing my teeth. I got to go left-handed and brush my teeth and do everything. So it's good for me.
Right,
for sure.
You
For
can't
sure it
last
is.
for a while. Of course, you gotta learn to do things different. You know.
Yeah.
Somebody asked the recovery time. You said it earlier, 7 weeks and right back at it.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm gonna err on the side of caution, though. I'm gonna, give it the time, listen to the doctor, and do some physical therapy and make sure, because for me, more than anything, I want to make sure that my grip strength is good, and for my grappling and whatnot. I'm not as concerned about the punching and hurting it again like that. I more want to make sure that my grip strength is all good and all that.
You can work on that up jab now too.
I'm going. You better believe it. I see myself doing it right now.
Also, do they say exactly where the break was in your hand? What type of?
Yeah, it was my thumb, and it basically broke in half my thumb. So yeah, it was a bad one. They put pins in it and all that. So I'll go in. I guess I'm fortunate that they just put pins and not a plate. So I'll go in and they'll take the pins out in 6 weeks, and then I think it's another week of recovery after that, is what they said.
It's I had the break was near my thumb as well, and when you said grip strength, that reminded me when I got my cast off, I couldn't turn my car on. Just the act of doing this, I couldn't grip the keys to turn, and that's crucial. As you said, as a wrestler, so yeah, definitely physical therapy. They'll fix you up and everything, all that. When you first get it out, you'll do that test to see your grip strength, and you're gonna say I got nothing, but you're young, it's coming back and everything. But that reminded me, I had to turn my car on my left hand. Everything was awkward, like you said, adjusting. Yeah, crossing over in the car.
Can you describe the feeling when you were in the fight? Like, did you feel it clicking or anything?
Yeah, so he had thrown a couple low kicks, and I think I had caught it and threw a big overhand right, and it went a little too far behind and hit him in the back of the head, and it dropped him, and I came down and I hit a hammer fist, and I was thinking all right, I think I knocked him out right here, but he survived it, and so then we got to the ground, and I remember taking his wrist with my left hand, and I had passed it behind his back, and I remember trap it with my and I just couldn't hold onto it, and I was like, man, my hand's not working right, and so right there I noticed, I was like, I'm pretty sure I broke my hand, and so so really it was just the grip strength with it right there.
If you would have been able to grasp that hand behind, that might have been the end of the fight. If you had a good hand.
I thought I would have had a good chance, because I had it passed behind and I had it in my right hand. I just didn't have the strength in my thumb to hold on to it. Yeah. So, but those are I needed to adapt and find another way and all that. So it's all good.
Yeah, and you did. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
So are you guys seeing Carvalho in the cage, or what are you seeing?
Yep.
He's in
final
there.
instructions.
Keys to victory: pressure him and move him back. Stay off the fence. And I mean, when you're doing this job, they'll say, "So what are the keys to victory?" And the real key is just have some good fortune, have it go your way, land a punch at a key time. Sort of behave in ways he doesn't expect. But I mean, you're fighting the best guy. He knocked out Michael Chandler in a minute. Yeah, it's tough.
Yep.
Hey, but you can make this your moment,
Yeah, exactly. God, he's cold.
Now, Robin, his brother was supposed to fight a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And he had some health things.
Yeah. I think it was some type of dizziness, and just knowing these guys, he tried to pretend it wasn't happening. He would have fought anyways.
Oh,
and they were he was literally, no, I'm fine. And they're like, something's wrong, and there's a wobble in his step. I can't remember what it had to do with. It's not going to affect his long-term fighting, but it was whether it's connected to the inner ear or something, I'm not sure. But he was trying to go fight. He was trying to not tell anybody that something was up, and and he had dizziness issues. But it sounds like he's going to be okay.
That's another level of toughness, and they're just mental toughness.
Yeah.
You're to not worry about really anything. Man.
Yeah. You can't stand right, but no problem. I can probably still beat this guy. Like, it's crazy. I don't know who picked the keys to victory, but they're like, keep the center. Man, when he fought Archuleta, he literally walked out and he just fucking stood there. And he was like, come to me. And it was really interesting because it was just so smart. Archuleta had been drawing and moving and creating different angles and different reactions and playing that way. And he was just like, we're not doing that. I'm the champion. I'm in the middle of the cage. Come to me and try to make me do something. And it was really actually impressive. It was really impressive.
Yeah.
The look on Carvalho's face is like, I'm doing this. I don't care what you think, but But
is he a straight blast guy?
Yes, he is. Yeah. And they have a different way of seeing the world. I mean, you know how being around anybody kind of influences you? Like, you learned things just by being around Chael, right?
Yeah. Yep.
They all learned things just by being around Connor. It kind of shaped them a little bit. They see belief and they see this guy's belief, and it starts teaching them belief. Self-belief is really one of the most important things. And maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah. Just having the confidence and being able to go out and fight confidently and not really have any reserves. I think there's a lot to be said about that, for sure.
Yeah, but it also doesn't replace being a great fighter.
Without a doubt, yeah. But it does. It can make you dangerous, especially in the first few minutes of a fight.
Yeah. I've got the fight about to start. Has the fight started yet for you guys?
Nope, just touch gloves.
Nope, just about to. Yep.
Okay. Kid's long, kid's tall. Tell me when. Tell me when you guys.
Just now.
Just started.
Ah, shit. Yeah. Okay. I'm still substantially behind you guys. There. Now they started. So what time are you guys at? 4:30.
4:45.
Okay, so I'm 10 seconds behind. But feel free to scream if something crazy happens. I understand.
As much as much the practical joker as I am, I would love to just yell and
right.
What happened? That's a dick move. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I saw the kid Carvalho fake a kick, and Pitbull had zero.
I think he was going to say zero reaction. I know exactly what he was talking about at that point, where and you know this, Austin, you're throwing techniques to pull a reaction from your opponent. Yeah. And when you get no reaction whatsoever, that's not what you wanted.
No, that puts a doubt in your mind for sure.
Yeah. On the other hand,
discrepancy.
Yeah. On the other hand, if you can make somebody disregard your actions, maybe you can actually throw a real action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Ooh. Whoa. Good position changes.
Oh, yeah. I see what you guys saw. So that guillotine has put away a lot of people, but I don't know if this is one of them. He's on the back now. You guys are 10 seconds ahead.
Mm.
Yeah.
A lot happened in that 10 seconds, as you saw.
Yeah.
The kid did really well.
Mm-hmm.
The kid did really well.
He didn't panic.
No. And he had legitimate and he had technical answers. He had like on the pull as he turned his body, like he's not just gonna give this up.
That's it.
Just a power discrepancy, man.
And
yeah.
And what technique?
Yeah. Wow. And just like that, I like 2 minutes in. So I didn't see the last punch, but the two tools that this guy has been using since he was a child is the straight right and the left hook in any combination.
I think it was the hook. If I saw it right, it was the hook.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
So now we have.
So. I think you're right. So.
Here we go.
So now.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
There are
hook,
4
straight
people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Straight right, left hook. That's he spent a lifetime on those 2 tools. Hook, right. So the first one was hook to straight right on the replay.
I think that was the knockout.
Hook
too.
and the knockout as well. Yeah, I'll have to get that because my
2 in a
entire
row.
fight secrets. Yeah, my entire fight secrets looked at that. So I'll have to do a little wrap up.
Man.
Actually, that's a good segue. If you haven't seen that, or I had spent time watching your last one with Lima. Really good details. Those small little nitty gritty things that MMA fight nerds or fight nerds itself love to see. Please check out Robin's Fight Secrets on the Bellator channel.
Bellator YouTube channel. Straight right to left hook. I'm just asking for it. That so now we're looking at him versus Sanchez on one side, and AJ versus Caldwell on the other. Those are the 4. So there's 2 fights left.
Awesome fights.
2 awesome fiits.
I have to admit, I wasn't really that much of a fan of running tournaments because usually the whole division is going to be at least a year or so. But this is it just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah. I mean, he was supposed to win this.
I think it's fun.
Yeah. Would if there's an 85 tournament, are you in it?
Oh man, I would love to. I think it's fun. I think this is a good way to separate Bellator from some other promotions and whatnot. I think it's a fun thing. I mean, of course, you got the PFL and what they do, but I think tournaments are fun. I think people enjoy. People love watching NCAA March Madness, but the tournament style, and I think there could be a resurgence in that in MMA that could make for some exciting stuff.
So Harry, who do you think would do better in the UFC, Chandler or Pitbull? Well, if you go to Fight Secrets, I show you how Pitbull knocked out Chandler in the first round. Doesn't mean he would do better, but there's not a 45er in the UFC that Pitbull can't beat.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah. This him and Sanchez is gonna be good, man. That's gonna be real good.
Do you think let's just play a little bit in itself? I know that fight's in the future. Pitbull did a little work for 1 round while Sanchez had a much longer fight, a lot more damage. You think he's got time enough? I mean, obviously you're spacing the fights out, but one man went 5 rounds, took damage. One man went 1 round, didn't take that much damage.
I think if I'm Sanchez, I'm happy I got more out of that. Like, of course, his body's going to be beat up, but all of the experience and the living in it, I think, Pitbull has had, although the Archuleta one was 25 minutes, God, he's been dominant as shit, though, for a while. Knocks out Chandler, dominates Archuleta, and then takes this guy out, which was his job. That was the assignment, take this guy out in the first round, and he did it. Pitbull is on fire.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
You see right here, like an athlete at his peak. He's peaking and continuing to excel. And I know it's one of those things, like when you realize that, you don't want to lose it. You want to just keep going up and up and up and up and up. Man, really good work out of him for tonight.
Yeah, and he's only 32 or something,
I think,
which is kind of shocking.
33. Yeah.
Which is shocking if you go and you look back at how many people that he has beaten. Like people in the know he could very well. I mean, him and Douglas Lima, that like some of the very best fighters in the world are fighting in Bellator. No doubt about it. 33. So he's just hitting his prime, and he has all of the knowledge and all of the experience and all of the comfort, all of that. you know. Eric's got a pit bull mask, and it's a muzzle, I think. I don't know. So left hook, right hand, yeah. The entire Fight Secrets was kind of looking at how he had used that as the cornerstone of his arsenal through his entire career.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely got to go do it. I've lost Austin on that.
Well, hopefully, he comes back so we can say bye.
Yeah.
But if not, we'll linger around and hope that he does, so we can say goodbye to him. But man,
he's back. He's coming back.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, just about right there. Everything's getting connected. And 1, 2, and he's back. There he is.
Back.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, having some internet issues here.
Yeah, no problem. We're like fights are over, but we were hoping that you at least come back so we can say thank you and goodbye and you know.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you guys having me too, Robin. Always good to see you and Mallory. Nice to get to chat with you and it was fun, guys.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Austin. Good to meet you. All the best for your healing, and the best, of course, to your other half Paige, who's sharing in this journey with you. So I'll keep watching you guys on YouTube, and please tell her hello for us.
Awesome. Yeah, awesome, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, lots of love, man. It's great to see you. We'll see you again.
Yeah.
Be good. And hey, another great wrap up, man.
Yeah. I know. For the couple hundred people hanging in here, thank you always. For us, like, we have the good fortune to be living very busy lives. A lot of our friends aren't working right now and stuff, but we end up kind of enjoying this as more of a break than anything. We get to just hang out with cool people and learn cool stuff and watch some fights. So, but Mal, thanks, man. Thank you for always like pulling everything together and stuff, especially as things get busy and so many plates are spinning.
No problem. As always, thank you for having me, Mr. Black. I certainly appreciate it. And on to the next one. We will see what that is.
We're going to try to do next week if we can for AJ, right?
Definitely got to talk to you about that. I might have an interrupting event, but I'll see how it works out.
Yeah. If you do, I'm going to attempt to run this show without you. I don't know if I can do it, but maybe Raymond or some of the other guys will jump in. But I might. That's a big one, AJ. But if you're busy, we'll keep your seat warm, and you'll be right back next time. But everybody else that comes and hangs with us, like, thank you for doing that, and thanks. A lot of people share it and share the links and stuff. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, another good Thursday. And as always, Robin, I will give you the last word.
Enjoy the hostilities, my friends.
Peace.